Hello everyone, welcome to our audiobook channel. If you enjoy this story or want to hear more exciting content, don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Your feedback helps us improve and bring even more captivating stories. Enjoy listening. Volume 1. Chapter 1. Evil Monarch Junzai. Regular chapter. Junzai suddenly woke up. His right hand instinctively slapped the ground, intending to jump up even before his eyes were open. This was a dangerous place where life and death was but a hair's breadth away. He must leave immediately. This was the first thought that came to his mind upon waking up, a state of mind that has become part of his instincts as an excellent assassin. As his body began to rise into the air, suddenly his arm felt weak and was no longer able to support the weight of his body. Pain, he fell back down to the ground. Junzai fell into a state of extreme shock for a moment. What is going on? He then realized that his body was actually lying on a soft bed. Observing his surroundings, he found himself within a magnificently decorated room. However, with the exception of a set of square table, the room was empty. The only other item in the room was the giant bed that he fell onto. This giant bed was truly enormous, as it could support at least 7 or 8 people on it without the feeling of being cramped for space. What happened? Shouldn't I be in the middle of an intense gunfight? How did I end up in bed? Junzai's mind ran back to his memories before he went to bed, or more precisely the last memories he could recall in his past life. Junzai was a killer by profession, a particularly outstanding gold-ranked assassin. Ever since his debut 5 years ago, there was no place he could not infiltrate, and his rate of success was 100%. It was something none of his predecessors could accomplish. Thus, he became the #1 assassin in the rankings list of assassins. At the same time, the name Evil Monarch rose to the first spot of the underworld's top-ranked experts. In addition, he also occupied the honorable #1 spot for bounty offered for his head. Indeed, his bounty was #1 amongst the world's bounty ranking for a good 3 years. That was not to say that no one was willing to take on this request. Rather, there was no one who was capable to taking it. No one possesses the capacity to go toe-to-toe against this near-legendary assassin, much less kill him. Once an innumerable number of first-rate assassins daringly took on the job, but the only reward they obtained was death while the evil monarch lived. A wealthy person from country Y once offered a shocking reward of 100 million to buy the life of the evil monarch. The ones who accepted this task were 2 assassins who were equally infamous as evil monarch, the pinnacle existence of assassins. They died 3 days later. Ever since then, no one was willing to take up the suicide mission. Even after the reward was increased numerous times, still no one was willing to step up. No matter how wonderful money may be, what was the point if you are dead? Only the living can get to enjoy money after all. The name Evil Monarch, on the other hand, became a taboo amongst the underworld's bounty list. The name Evil Monarch became a symbol of fear for the underworld figures in each country. There may be many who knew of the existence of this evil monarch, but none who knew the appearance of this king of assassins. What kind of person is he or she? What kind of character is this evil monarch? Junzai's character is true to his name. To sum it in 1 word: evil. 2 words: bloody evil. 3 words: God-damned evil. Junzai's title of Evil Monarch. Junzai is literally Roman 11 Jn Roman 11 in Chinese Pinyin. Zai means evil, heretical, demonical, while Jn means monarch, ruler, lord. He would always act alone, unwilling to work together with anyone. Needless to say, he has no friends. When accepting missions, He would be extremely fussy not only towards his clients but also towards the target. Should a client he found detestable offer him an enormous reward to kill a defenseless beggar, he would reject without any hesitation whatsoever. However, when he saw someone who deserved to die, he will voluntarily step up to assassinate said person, after which he will go find the said person's enemies and request remuneration from them. No was not an option. These hapless folks were often people with no history of hiring him. Some have never even heard of him before. It was said he once killed a human trafficker, but was unable to find any victim's party. Seeing no other solutions, he switched his target towards a little girl who was abducted and extorted a dime from her. A dime, he passionately stated. I will never have any part in a business without any rewards. Absolutely no exceptions will be made. His character and way of conduct leaves his master and division members who understood him speechless. It was said he once cleared away the toilet papers in a toilet before his master went in to defecate. After the deed was done, the master realized the problem at hand and requested his aide to bring toilet papers. He took this opportunity to extort 500,000 in labor fees from his own master. His master gave in. As for the reason, that day he called up all of his division's senior sisters to the toilet entrance and even invited several beauties to join in. However, he fervently believed that his biggest weakness was that he was too much of a loving person. Considering his identity as a pinnacle-level assassin with blood-soaked hands, this statement made countless people puke. His claim was not exactly baseless. When within his home country, he detested seeing the rich oppress the poor, especially the officials' oppressive behavior towards the common people. When in foreign countries, he detested seeing his own people oppressed. His patriotic character has stirred no small number of frightful disasters. Even with such a character, many clients would still rush to line up for his services. Reason: he possessed superior marksmanship, eyesight, and immeasurable martial arts prowess. His cultivation in both fist fights and sword fights are exceptional. However, the biggest reason remains that his rate of success is 100%. This achievement was truly unprecedented. He was the ultimate assassin in the assassin realm. He was also the only one amongst the peak-level assassins with an unblemished record. However, this gold-ranked assassin was fundamentally a typical hot-headed youth. His last mission was another volunteer job. He heard that country MS secret organization secretly unearthed a priceless treasure from the Kunlun mountains of country Z. They then secretly smuggled the treasure home before country Z found out about it. As befitting a hot-headed youth, John Zai exploded in fury. In these peaceful times, how can a national treasure be allowed to fall into the hands of foreign country M? John Zai single-handedly massacred his way towards the treasure, proudly facing off against nearly 100 Secret Service agents of country M. He employed sneak attacks, traps, and his combat skills to kill over 70 agents before finally laying hands on the treasure. At that moment, the Secret Service agent's courage had been shattered to pieces. If John Zai wished to, he could easily waltz out of there. Of that matter, John Zai had absolute confidence. However, the moment his hands went in contact with a treasure, a palm-sized exquisite pagoda, an unexpected supernatural incident occurred. At that critical moment, his entire body became paralyzed. Forget trying to move his body. He could not even blink. He did not notice the blood from one of his wounds gushing into the small pagoda, the delicate, exquisite, and heretical-looking small pagoda. His last memories were that of no less than 50 pieces of mini-grenades flying straight towards him, accompanied by over 20 firearms shooting at him. While he still has the skill and strength to wipe out these men in one fell swoop, he could only watch in sorrow, as his body would not move anymore. This feeling was truly infuriating. I never imagined that I would actually fall today in such an absurd manner. Nonetheless, I've lived a good life. Those corrupt officials, local tyrants and bullies that have died by my hands number at least over 1,000. My life was worth it. Others would smile as they enter the 9 springs, while I smile as I enter the depths of hell. I have had a spectacular and grand life. I have no regrets. Although I killed many people, they are all scum who deserved it. If it is just, why fear anything? Even if this act would drag me down to hell, so what? Kill, 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 exterminate the dirty scums, clean up every criminal. Even if the world is to condemn me as a murderer, so what? In this world, is there any other who can live as I did? What a delightfully unrestrained life. Har har har. At his point, John Zai couldn't help but let out a loud laughter. Young master, you all right? A timid voice came out from beside him, seemingly terrified by his actions. The voice holds a hint of someone who's about to cry. A cold little hand was placed onto his forehead. Young master, this is not a dream. This is not hell either. John Zai awakened, promptly opening his eyes. Then suddenly a set of unfamiliar memories rushed up from his heart. Memories and information then surged into his mind. John Zai felt as though he was struck by lightning. He was now inside someone else's body, or did he already reincarnated? But how could he still vividly remember his past life? Could it be I did not drink old lady Meng's soup, or did I actually end up in someone else's body? TL Old Lady Meng's soup is the soup you drink before you get to reincarnate so that you forget about your past life. Did I transmigrate to another body? Or is this a bodily rebirth? John Zai stared coldly for a long time without any movement, and yet he still could not understand head or tails of what happened. When the little hand was moving about before his eyes, John Zai suddenly laughed madly. Son of a bitch, good deeds really do fetch a good reward. For me to survive, I would never have expected such a good thing to happen. It appears that the great me must have accumulated no small merits in my past life, perhaps even immeasurable amounts of merits. War har har. Hearing his sudden shouts, the roughly 10-year-old girl beside him trembled in fear and ran to hide in a corner. Her big pretty eyes blinked in confusion and fear as she stared at the nightmarish young master, and her body quaked. Her face was pale, looking almost similar to a frightened quail. Another scream suddenly resounded. This scream sounded wretched, but it was shouted by John Zai himself. This was because his voice was found to be of a high pitch, akin to a girl's. Could it be that part of me is gone? No, ignoring the fact that there was a little girl right in front of him, John Zai's immediate reaction was to grab his crotch. When he finally found that familiar part of his body, John Zai breathed a sigh of relief. Heavens, truly did not mistreat me. I can still have children. That really scared me, though. I thought I transmigrated into a girl's body. John Zai wiped away the cold sweat. After a while, the John Zai began to inspect his new body. Stagnant meridians, atrophied muscles, joint stiffness. What kind of person is this? His body is too fragile, truly a crappy one. John Zai secretly whispered, but it does not matter. As long as the meridians are not destroyed, 3 to 7 years is all it will take for the great me to stand at the top again. After making up his mind, John Zai realized something. He was currently in a completely different world. No matter how he looked at it, this does not seem like the Earth he was familiar with. He was currently alone in this world. He neither understands anything nor does he know anything. What were the rules of this world? What was this world? After putting all these factors into consideration, even a cold-blooded assassin of Jun Zai's caliber could not help but feel frustrated. Observing the antique-looking furnishing and bedding and the clothes on his body that was completely different from those from his time, his joy of not dying began to subside. In its place, a feeling of confusion welled up. It seems like it's true I've been granted a second chance. This should have been a very exciting prospect for anyone, but a sudden feeling of innumerable loss and pain welled up from within his heart. It was a subtle feeling with no antecedent, causing his nose to feel sour, his eyes to turn watery, his heart to suffocate. Jun Zai's mouth turned into a self-deprecating one as he began crying for the first time in his life. Giving up on my homeland and planet is hard. I thought I could be free and easy. Originally I thought I could easily let it go. That was my belief at my last moments. And yet, when everything became real, I suddenly found that I cannot let go. I really cannot let go. I originally thought that I had not a care in the world, but now I suddenly realized that the things I care about are so numerous I can barely count them. The most important part is that in this strange land, I cannot find my own sense of belonging, a sense of belonging. My soul has always been an outsider. Jun Zai closed his eyes as he gently inclined his head to the side. When no one could see, a tear silently fell down. This was the first tear of a man from two worlds. Do not belittle men who cries. Everyone has a time where they have to endure sadness. Staring into the bronze mirror, he saw a young and somewhat childish-looking face. His face appeared slightly thin with thin lips, long eyebrows slanting upwards towards the temple, and a set of fine eyes gave off a sharp feeling. Jun Zai laughed bitterly and mumbled, I have to say, this kid's got some good looks, quite the handsome one, but he looks a bit too much of a flower boy, and his voice is too much like a siss's. Recalling his past life, his appearance was simply impressive and full of killing vigor. Even though his look was not exactly the popular type, his eyes were a bit small, a bit thin, his nose was also a point lower. While his overall appearance seems rather average, at least he was a standard male. Even though there are some real men amongst these flower boys, he personally looks down on them. How could he have expected he would end up transmigrating into the body of a flower boy? Not to mention this was quite the handsome flower boy. Are you the one who brought me over? Mate. His right hand gently stroked his left wrist where a very small pagoda pattern was visible. The pagoda pattern looked similar to a tattoo. On Jun Zai's face was etched a trace of pride. Even when I've ended up transmigrating, I still managed to keep this item safe instead of letting it fall into the hands of foreigners. The pagoda-shaped pattern was none other than the exquisite pagoda that Jun Zai traded his life for. Even though it has transformed into a small tattoo on his hand, Jun Zai can confidently say that this was the pagoda in question. He was unable to explain how he knew of this, only that his heart was telling him so, a real and yet mysterious feeling. Seeing the one thing that brings him a sense of comfort stemming from his past life, Jun Zai's mind rolled about in turmoil. He was unable to ascertain what kind of feeling is this. Even so, he maintained a calm and collected disposition, not showing anything on his face. It was still an indifferent atmosphere, quiet. While he was gently stroking the small tower pattern, it suddenly emitted a burst of foggy yellow light, causing Jun Zai to feel lightheaded. He sensed that something seemed to have entered his mind, following which the pattern on his hand disappeared. Strange. Shaking his head, Jun Zai felt amazed. This toy really was strange. It started as a small palm-sized tower, transforming into a tattoo on his hand, and then it miraculously disappeared. Could this stuff actually a legendary treasure? "Young master, the old master is asking for you." Just as Junzai was about to investigate what it was he sensed in his mind earlier, a voice suddenly came out. "Asking for me?" Junzai raised his eyebrows. "Why, what qualifications does this old geezer have to command me to go meet him? Does he think him his grandson or something?" Before he could utter those words, he swallowed them. Thinking about it, that old geezer really was his grandfather, or at least his current body's grandfather. "This I do not know." The little girl looked at him with a terrified expression before lowering her head. Her long eyelashes blinked in panic. Her legs are positioned one before the other, her body slightly tilted. She looked as if she was ready to make a run for it. TL Junzai's title of evil monarch came from, or Roman 11 JN. Here, I translated Roman 11 as evil and JN as monarch. However, in Chinese, Roman 11 can also mean heretical or demonical. As some of you may have noticed, Junzai is not evil. Nope, he is simply evil, heretical and demonical all rolled up into one. As for why I chose evil monarch instead of heretical monarch for the novel title, would you say that a person who cleared away all the toilet paper in the toilet that his master was using and then extorts 500,000 from his own master is not evil? That's goddamned King evil. Chapter 2 Jun Moxie. Chapter 002 Jun Moxie. Regular chapter. Jun Moxie, currently 16 years old, he is the only descendant of the younger generation of the Jun clan of Tangsing Kingdom, an idle, indolent, useless freeloader, scum of society and super-level debauchee. Simply put, he is typical parasitic worm with no value or reason to keep alive. That sums up the general information regarding the new identity that Junzai has taken up after transmigrating here. No wonder your body was taken over by me. I was given the name Junzai and the nickname Evil Monarch. On the other hand, you were given the name Moxie. Are you not ashamed? There is no injustice in this at all. TL This is another Chinese pinyin matter. Jun Moxie's character Moxie is M Roman 11, which means do no evil. As he recalled the memories of young Master Jun and all his actions in the past, Junzai let out a deep sigh. If he were to meet such a scum in his past life, he would have voluntarily killed him. Of all the bodies he could have taken over, why did it have to be this dreg of society? Junzai could not help but remember a phrase in Buddha's teachings regarding the laws of cause and effect. If a person is to kill too many pigs, then that person will be reincarnated as a pig in the next life. It seems there is some truth to these words after all. The amount of scums that Junzai has killed in his past life indeed makes up a considerable sum. This debauchee's grandfather, Jun Jan Tian, is a highly decorated Grand Duke and a very powerful military figure of the kingdom. His father, Jun Wu Hui, was a great general of the kingdom, but he fell in battle 10 years ago. His mother died of depression 1 year after that, while both his brothers Jun Mo Yu and Jun Mo Chu died a heroic death in a war 3 years ago. Another uncle, Jun Wui, was also seriously wounded in the war 10 years ago. Although he survived, he was paralyzed from the waist down. A great clan, which was once brimming with valiant heroes, has now fallen to this sorry state of almost losing its final successor. The final successor, Jun Moxie, ended up losing his body to Junzai. Thankfully, he was able to maintain his identity as a member of the Jun family. Should Junzai ever father any children in the future, then that child will theoretically be another successor of the Jun family's bloodline. Perhaps this was heaven's grace towards the Jun family. Since this is heaven's will, then I will consider the fact that we are both of the Jun descent and face the situation for you. Junzai grinned, while shrugging. Truth be told, I really do not want to. To have this kind of crappy body and shitty reputation, I can only imagine the amount of suffering I will have to face due to this. Jun Mox's lingering spirit shouted in indignation, "You think I want this, you cheap bastard." Opening the door, Jun Zai stepped outside where there is sunlight. Facing the brilliant rays of light emitted by the sun, Jun Zai sighed. The sun remains the same old sun, but I am already not me. Jun Moxie is not Jun Zai. However, my heart remains the heart of a Jun, so what if I'm in another world? The two maids who were standing before the door bowed and greeted young master. Jun Zai lightly nodded his head as he checked his surroundings. Observing the other four maids who were busy with something not far away, he could not help but shake his head. Jun Zai looked around. Other young masters are waited upon by enchanting beauties, but those who wait upon him are all at the level of aunties. The only exception would be the 11-year-old Lolita. Thinking back, these maids were all arranged by his grandfather. These maids all share one noticeable feature: they are very healthy and robust. Just look at those muscular legs, they could put a tree to shame. What are they doing? Lifting his head, he indicated with his chin towards several maids in the distance. Jun Zai asked. They're helping young master feed the birds and dogs as well as those fighting beasts, an older maid replied, lowering her head. Oh, Jun Zai strolled over to the area. What an exotic sight to behold. 7 to 8 cages were placed in an orderly manner above jardinières, each containing several different colored birds hopping around in a lively manner. Not far away, a few large dogs were lying on the ground with their tongues jutting out. Each and every one has shit for brains. Some distance away, the sound of crickets could be heard issuing out from several bamboos some distance away. From the sound it is making, it seems these are some rare breed with high-grade fighting skills. It seems the original young master had a very diverse range of hobby. There was actually a cage beside housing 2 colorful hissing snakes. Jun Zai frowned in disgust as he observed his surroundings. Find someone to sell all these away as soon as possible. Those that can't be sold, just throw them away. Either that or just kill them for their meat. Placing them here will make people sick. This is a human residential area, not a zoo. What? Hearing those words, the 6 maids and the little Lolita following Jun Zai had their eyes bulge out in surprise. They raised their heads and stared in stupor at their young master. At that moment, all 7 of them had the same line of thought. Did the young master go mad today? These were all bought at an incredibly exorbitant price. These are your precious treasures. What? You want to sell it all away today and buy it back again tomorrow? Oh, don't sell those snakes. I'll use them for soup when I return. Jun Zai walked ahead without looking back. Speechless, they continued walking through a garden, several pavilions, a drill field, then went around a very big pond. He then walked for another half a long hour through a road amidst 2 rows of trees before reaching Grandpa Jun's residence. Jun Zai discovered that his own residence and Grandpa Jun's residence are located on the south and north respectively. If one were to measure the distance between them in a straight line, it would likely amount to roughly 6 li. It seems that the present size of his clan is quite big. If memories served, this should be the capital of this kingdom. For the clan to have a residence with an area of several tens of in the capital, excluding the imperial palace, there are probably only a small handful of families who could achieve the same feat. TL long hour or SHCHN is 2 hours of standard time. 1 L is 0.3 miles or 0.5 km. 1 m is roughly 666.6 meters square. Grandpa Jun was seated behind his desk, Even though he is over 60 years of age, he still possesses shiny black hair. Looking at him, one would mistake him for someone in his 40s. His majestic countenance was filled with helplessness as he watched his grandson lazily enter in a feeble manner. He almost lost his temper. Junjan Tian was born poor. He then became a general in his youth, fighting throughout the world. His name brought terror to the military forces of every kingdoms. Not only does he possess superior military tactics, he was also one of the few within Tangsang Kingdom with a cultivation level of Earth Xuan rank. Endowed with a profound steadiness in character, he can maintain a calm exterior regardless of joy or fury. His ability to rise from poverty to a general in youth alone proved his capabilities. How many can replicate this feat? How long does it take one to become a general? And yet, he managed to climb up there in his youth. Junjan Tian fought his way from a lowly pauper until he became a highly decorated Grand Duke. The time it took for him to accomplish this was a good 40 years. Even though it is said that the flow of time creates heroes, but based on the history of the continent, the number of such heroes are far and few in between. However, whenever he gazed upon his one and only grandson, he felt helpless. His development had been nothing short of a letdown. Grandpa Jun really could not figure out how his family lineage, in addition to the high level of management, can give birth to this worthless scum. This brat knows neither literary nor martial arts. He will become giddy once he picks up a book, and disappears faster than a magic rabbit when he hears the word practice. Other families' grandsons are perfect. Having made a name for themselves at a young age, their cultivation of Xuan Kai is on the right track, with a minimum of 5th level or above. On the other hand, his own precious grandson has forced 5 teachers to quit, and his cultivation of Xuan Kai is only at a miserable 3rd level. He was already such a disappointing figure, but he also taught himself how to eat, drink, gamble and visit prostitutes, becoming a reputed genius in these areas. Grandpa Jun was a hero of his time, and yet he ended up with such a kind of grandson. Sighing weakly, Grandpa Jun recalled his other 2 grandchildren. If only they were still alive. He then let out a self-deprecating laugh. If those 2 were still alive, would he have pampered this one and only surviving bloodline until this point? Back when he heard that his son Wu Hui was killed in battle, he stoically endured without crying. He even boasted that his son was a brave hero. When his 2 grandchildren Mo Yu and Mo Chu Tu died in the battlefield, he once again held back his tears as his grandsons were valiant heroes then. Wu Yi was crippled for life, causing tears to run down his eyes for the first time. Nonetheless, his heart was still glad because there is still hope. By luck, he still has a grandson. The Jun family bloodline can continue. Unfortunately, the grandson turns out to be a little bastard, a smear on the walls that cannot be developed in any manner. What can I do about it? I heard you fell off the bed last night and you ended up fainting. Is that true? Jun Jan Tian dismissively asked as he hid his emotions. Jun Zai raised his head. His heart was partially doubtful, but he finally started to understand. Through the memories left in his mind, he could answer any question except this one. In fact, this question had been constantly lingering in his mind. When he woke up this morning, he did not find anything out of the ordinary with this body. So how did he end up transmigrating to this body at this moment? He was able to vaguely guess that this bastard must have fallen off his bed while sleeping and ended up being killed by the fall. This person is truly a champion amongst debauchees, one worth idolizing. To think that it is actually possible to die from falling off the bed. Jun Zai's heart was filled with sincere admiration. An expert such as this is one that must be treated with respect. What? Grandpa Jun pounded the table, staring at him. Seeing Jun Zai's slothful figure, he could not stop himself from shouting, "You worthless thing! You don't even realize that someone was trying to assassinate you. If it were not for the protection I arranged for you, by now you're probably having an audience with King Yarmer. Look at you, can't you tell me anything at all? King Yarmer is king of hell. It turns out that this kid was assassinated." Jun Zai secretly curled his mouth. "Your so-called protection is only so-so. Your dear grandson has already left this world while being under your protection." Observing Jun Zai's reaction, Grandpa Jun's heart was surprised. Considering this idiot's cowardly nature, how could he remain so quiet back then? If he heard that someone was trying to assassinate him, he would be making a huge fuss. Now instead, all he did was stand there looking slightly pale, seemingly unbothered. In addition, his body was emanating a faint aura of coldness. "Am I seeing things now?" Grandpa Jun was unable to believe that such a chilling aura could appear from this disappointing grandson's body. Chapter 3 Jun Wui. Chapter 003 Jun Wui. Regular chapter. That's enough. Even though we're one family, you deliberately chose to live in the most southern mansion. Sai, come tomorrow. Yao, move back here. He then stared deeply at Jun Zai. Jun Jan Tan felt an aching pain budding within him. No matter how much of a debauched wretch he was, no matter how disappointing he was still his grandson. Furthermore, he is the last successive bloodline of the Jun family. Although the current state of foreign affairs is stable and peaceful, several princes have grown of age, leading towards an inevitable time of internal strife. As the top military powerhouse, Jun Jan Tan was akin to a towering tree, which everyone wished to include in their network of allies. This attempt on his only bloodline was probably one of their schemes to create internal disaster. If Jun Zai does not move back here, he fears that there will only be more of such attempts in the future. "I've been living very well there. There's no need to move," Jun Zai flatly refused. "Are you kidding me? This is a very rare chance to experience the techniques of this world's fellow assassins. If I move back now, would I not lose this opportunity?" Hearing Grandpa Jun discussing about this matter, Jun Zai's heart palpitated lightly with excitement. Assassination's a subject that seems so far away, and yet it remains the most intimate part of his memories. "You wretch!" Grandpa Jun's temper erupted. He raised his hand to slap Jun Zai, but just before his palm reached Jun Zai's face, he paused for a long time. With a complicated look on his face, he uttered, "You just go then. Is this the first time this kid refused me? He actually dares to refuse me today. In addition, this is a complete rejection." Jun Zai bent his body ceremoniously, straightened up and walked away. "Oh, one more thing. From today onwards you are not allowed to go pester Princess Ling Meng. For this matter, there are no rooms for negotiation, period." Grandpa Jun's sound was filled with a faint and unspeakable sense of dejection and coldness. In recent years, the Jun family seemingly possess the strength to grasp even the heavens, as though they're the only sovereigns in the kingdom. But this family suffers from a fatal flaw, and that is the lack of a capable successor. The only third-generation descendant, Jun Moxie, is a young debauchee. Grandpa Jun is a man seemingly in his 40s, with a mind and body resistant towards the ravages of time. But in his heart he knew that if he does not do anything, then the Jun family would likely be erased from this world in the near future. Looking at Jun Moxie's current state of affairs, this is the most inevitable outcome. In fact, he could practically see it happen. So, Jun Jan Tan once hardened himself to shamelessly ask the emperor to bestow Jun Moxie with a marriage with His Majesty's most beloved Princess Ling Meng. If this matter was to succeed, then even after his death John Moxie will have a safe harbor to rely on. As the princess' husband, he will have the identity of royalty. As long as he does not make any outrageous sort of mess, then the John family bloodline can be preserved. Prince Consort. This position seems grand and magnificent, but is in truth the most embarrassing of all government positions. For any minister with power and authority, their biggest fear would be to suddenly receive an imperial order, bestowing their son with a marriage with a princess. You want them to allow their son to bring home a princess so that their grandfather and grandmother can ceremoniously bow to their son's daughter-in-law. In addition, there are also rules that needed to be observed. A prince consort is absolutely prohibited from taking any concubine. If the princess happens to possess a perverse personality or a heart filled with jealousy, then that family will not have any good days in the future. However, this is simply the best insurance plan for a debauchee like John Moxie. At least this plan would be the best one to keep the John family alive. Thus, John Jan Tian willingly proposed this marriage without any feelings of upset or coercion. His Majesty, the Emperor, naturally understood the intention of this old comrade who was like a big brother to him. While His Majesty felt moved by John Jan Tian's predicament, after looking over John Moxie's history and everything he had done, in addition to Princess Ling Meng's refusal, he had to refuse the proposal after a long time of careful consideration. Brother John, it's not that your younger brother is unwilling to give you face, but I am still a father. Ling Meng is my most beloved daughter. How can I marry off my own daughter to a sigh? His Majesty lowered his head before finishing his sentence, causing John Jan Tian to lose his breath. A farther consideration for your daughter. If this was a decade ago where my John family was at its most prosperous period, would you not go mad with joy if I were to bring up this proposal? The state of human relations is just like drinking water. Grandpa John's heart was filled with resentment. TL. Not sure how I should go about translating that. Oh, I understand. John Zai lightly replied as he stood in the doorway. Within his tone, there was neither shock nor joy, like a bowl of plain water. He immediately walked out. Since Grandpa John informed him of his proposal, John Moxie had constantly considered himself as the prince consort of Princess Ling Meng, going as far as stalking Princess Ling Meng, vexing her to no end. But at this moment, John Zai received the news with indifference, causing Grandpa John to feel surprised. If John Zai had become angry or hysterical, or even went cursing out in the streets, Grandpa John would not have felt surprised at all. However, John Zai's current attitude simply left him in shock. Did falling down the bed cause his character to change? Grandpa John stroked his beard, staring deeply at the back of John Zai, who was leaving. Not long after, John Jan Tian clapped his hands and said, arrange a few more experts to guard the young master at night. I don't want any more mishaps to happen. If you see any suspicious person, kill them on the spot without any hesitation. Don't even think about trying this a second time. You think you can just waltz in here and take the life of John Jan Tian's grandson? Grandpa John's eyes flashed with coldness. Grandpa John seemed to be speaking to thin air within the empty room, but a faint and vague voice of a man suddenly resounded from somewhere. Understood. John Zai walked out with the sunlight showering down at him. As the warm rays of light shone on his face, he continued walking towards his own courtyard. Along the way, he continuously met servants who bowed to him in fear and trepidation, but he went on without giving them any notice, as he was lost in his thoughts. Nobody knew that at this moment, the thoughts that was echoing within the heart of John Zai. What is an assassin? As the name suggests, An assassin is one who assassinates. We are the hands of darkness. Always remember this word, darkness. An assassin is always an illusionary existence, entering like the wind and disappearing into nothingness. What constitutes a successful assassin? If nobody knows that he is an assassin with blood-soaked hands until the day he dies, then he is a successful assassin. In that case, what are the qualifications of a super assassin? This so-called qualifications of an assassin is the ability to insert himself into any atmosphere and situation. When placed within scholars, he will transform into a poet within painters. He will transform into an artist within rogues. He will transform into a villain within socialites. He will transform into a nobleman, a gentleman within sexual offenders. He will transform into a sexual predator within heroes. He will transform into an exemplary champion. In the desert, he is the lizard, the prairie. He is the wolf king in the mountains. He is the king of beasts, the tiger when floating above the seas. He is the tide bringer, the dragon. That is a qualities of a successful assassin. One who only knows how to kill is at best a butcher. Only one who has a clear goal in mind when assassinating, in addition to being successful each time, can be regarded as a good assassin. Assassination, it is an art in itself. As an assassin, one must never, ever profane the elegance of this art. This was a conversation he once had with his master in his past life. Thinking about this, Jun Zai's mouth broke into a smile and he murmured, the current me is nothing more than a worthless freeloading, second-generation ancestor just waiting for death's call. Suddenly, a cold voice resounded, wrong, you're not the second-generation ancestor. I am the second-generation ancestor, while you are the third-generation ancestor. Chapter 4, Second Generation, Third Generation. Chapter 004, Second Generation, Third Generation. A wheelchair moved before Jun Zai's eyes. Seated on it was a thin middle-aged man in his 30s. Above his legs were a layer of thick satin. His bright eyes were staring at him. His eyebrows were like swords, slanting upwards towards his temple. His body exuded a natural aura of coldness and killing intent. Deep within his falcon-like eyes flashed a faint glint of contempt. Even though it was not much, it was still obvious. If this man's legs were not disabled, he would be a husband with the qualities of a jade tree, an outstanding, fearless, steel-bodied hero. Judging from the residual aura of might evident within his eyebrows, he must have once been a highly decisive, powerful army general commanding tens of thousands in a bloody war. Jade plants are supposed to be a symbol of prosperity. Third Uncle Jun Zai halted. Seeing Jun Wui, who was seated on the wheelchair, Jun Zai recalled from his memories that this third uncle had been reduced to someone who can simply continue being seated on a wheelchair, capable of doing nothing, another messed up freeloader waiting for his time. But the current Jun Zai could sense that this third uncle, who had lived with a wheelchair for so many years, was emitting a very familiar aura. This aura sent a chill down his spine. Killing intent. A killing intent so thick it stirred even Jun Zai's heart. To possess such a distinctively unique fighting spirit, one must be baptized within the fires of 100 battles, an iron-willed war veteran who had fought his way out through mountains of corpses and a sea of blood. This aura is akin to a peerless blade's ray of sharpness, which cannot be buried even after it was broken. A coercive brilliance shining throughout the skies. However, that peerless blade was currently being wrapped under its sheath. Throughout Jun Zai's entire life, he had only been able to meet at most 2 or 3 of such high-class individuals. Each and every single one of them held a monumental position within the military. These iron-blooded valiant generals are the kind of individuals that Jun Zai admired the most. Actually, Grandpa Jun is also one such individual. However, Grandpa Jun is already an aged veteran, reaching the point where his cultivation allowed him to restrain his aura, keeping them hidden all the time. Jun's eyes meeting with Grandpa Jun was only worth moments. As such, he failed to detect it. However, Jun Wui had yet to achieve the state of keeping a lid on his aura. His entire being was no different from a peerless sword. Even though the blade was being kept under the sheath, an awe-inspiring sword kai can be felt leaking out. Naturally, one must possess Jun's eyes level of awareness to detect it. Ordinary men such as the likes of Jun Moxie will never realize this even if you beat them to their death. Although the peerless sword had been cast aside, left hanging off the walls, it would still emit the howls of a dragon in the midst of the night. This howl signifies a thirst for blood that has been engraved into its very bones. How rare for you to be calling me your third uncle. Jun Wui raised his head, his dark eyes cynically glanced at his nephew Moxie. It seems you are interested in becoming a second-generation ancestor. After speaking, he suddenly sighed, wondering what is wrong with him today. Why would he suddenly feel like talking to a smear on the wall that cannot be developed at all? Jun's eye looked at him for a long time, but his eyes were focused on the disabled waist and legs of Jun Wui. Then he suddenly laughed. Third uncle must be joking. You are the genuine second-generation ancestor, and I am at best only the third-generation ancestor. A peaceful and happy life of a third generation is more than enough for me. Why is this kid speaking with this kind of tone today? Although the words have thorns, it lacks the arrogance and bossness of the past. Hearing Jun's eyes answer, Jun Wui's eyes flashed, a sharp radiance flashing within his eyes, akin to a brilliant ray of lightning piercing through the darkness of the night sky. Suddenly he laughed loudly, shaking his head. He asked, "Do you know the difference between a second-generation ancestor and a third-generation ancestor?" "Oh, aren't they similarly worthless freeloaders just waiting for death's call? Is there actually a difference?" Jun's eye raised his eyebrows, his words filled with thorns. Watching a respectable iron-blooded man like Jun Wui, whose glare can give lightning and thunders a run for their money, fall into such a sorry state of depression, Jun's eye couldn't help but feel saddened. Jun Wui's eyes glimmered with bitterness and unwillingness, but it dissipated immediately. Placing his hands on his laps, he raised his head and said, "This remark is a big fallacy. How can there be no difference? Each of them are worlds apart. The second-generation ancestor are the fathers who laid the foundation with their blood so that their sons may sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. The sons will not face any difficulties in their life. As long as they are born with a mouth capable of eating, they will not die and can even enjoy a life of luxuries. However, that is not the case for the third-generation ancestor." He looked at Jun's eye in the eye, then laughed before continuing. "The so-called third-generation ancestor is not necessarily the ones born into the third generation, but those who becomes the successors of the third generation. That is to say, grandfather laid the foundations, but the line was severed in the middle of the way during your father's era, leading towards the third generation. If your father is still alive, then you and I will be second-generation ancestor. Me from grandfather's generation and you from your father's. That is the only difference." TL hierarchies, man, yeah, they were calling themselves ancestors. I'm guessing they have the mindset that they will be able to pave a path for future generations to call them that or something. But your grandfather is now old. Even if you have the determination to become a third-generation ancestor, you probably will not be able to hold onto that position for a long time. With the exception of grandfather, there are no more trees for you to seek protection from. Your life as the third-generation ancestor will likely be very tough. Becoming a third-generation ancestor is absolutely impossible for those lacking in ability and determination. That's why, as a second-generation ancestor, I am comparatively luckier than you, the third-generation ancestor. Jun Wui's words were originally meant to counter Jun Zai's phrase useless freeloader waiting for death's call. But as he kept speaking, a feeling of sadness surged through his heart. Is this truly the end for the great Jun family? A family, which once rose to prominence, had now fallen to such a degree his first and second brother was killed in battle. He himself was paralyzed. The two nephews he placed his hopes on also ended up dying in battle. Their bodies lost. The only remaining Jun family bloodline is this idiotic waste Jun Moxie. At this point, Jun Wui felt himself losing interest. He doesn't even have the strength to say anything anymore. Jun Zai was silent a moment, before grinning and letting out a laugh. Actually, I too can be a second-generation ancestor. How can Jun Zai not understand Jun Wui's words? What he desired was exactly for Jun Wui to say those words. Jun Wui inadvertently coughed twice, his interest roused, but he lazily asked, "Oh, if third uncle can become a tree and create a comfortable spot for me, would I not be able to become a second-generation ancestor?" Jun Zai smiled. A glint of fury appeared in Jun Wui's eyes as he asked in a low voice, "Moxie, are you taunting your uncle here?" Jun Zai stared at him, suddenly asking, "Do your legs have any sense of awareness?" No. Jun Wui turned his head to the other side, his heart becoming increasingly annoyed with his nephew. Jun Moxie obviously knew that he absolutely detests hearing about his disability, and yet that brat keeps bringing it up. Back then, at least he was indirect about it, but now he actually asked it in his face. A descendant who does not even know how to show his respect for his elders, they're better off without him. Was you waist ever broken before? No. Jun Wui's temper erupted. Darned brat, if my waist was broken, would I still be able to live until this day? That is to say, at most only your meridians are damaged. You were dealt with an underhanded move. Jun Zai's eyes lit up. It seems as though someone have either severed his meridians or eroded it using some insidious poison, causing it to shrink and wither. If that is the case, as long as there is no deficiency in blood or Kai, then there is still hope. With his knowledge in medicines, there should still be an opportunity for recovery. After all, this man is still his blood relative in this world, and also someone who had impressed Jun Zai, a iron-blooded man with a towering fighting spirit. In Jun Zai's mind, since he has the capacity, then he should assist this iron-blooded valiant stand up again, even in a case where he was not his own uncle. Jun Zai looked at him, slowly asking, "I heard that you were hurt on the battlefield, but to do this to you in the battlefield would be far harder than simply killing you. Why would they do so for your enemies to do this to you? It seems they want you to suffer a life worse than death." Those words stabbed straight into his soft spot, causing Jun Wui to clench his teeth, the veins on his forehead convulsing a few times. Taking deep breaths while gasping, he could barely bring himself under control before replying, "What does this have to do with you?" Realizing that he guessed correctly, Jun Zai smiled. He moved to the front, holding onto the wheelchair, and asked, "Third uncle, do you want to take revenge?" "Look at me now. Can I even talk about revenge?" Jun Wui's face was flushed red, his face fluctuating, extreme hatred flashing in his eyes. After a long time, he let out a sigh. "The current me is nothing more than a basket case." Jun Zai smiled gently. "What if I were to have the ability to make you stand up again, third uncle?" This sentence was like thunder exploding in his ears. Chapter 5: A Ray of Hope. Chapter 005 A Ray of Hope. Even though Jun Zai's words were spoken in a soft voice, for Jun Wui those words were tantamount to a clap of thunder resounding throughout the skies. Suddenly, Jun Wui's eyes were opened wide. A layer of brilliant yellow glow emitted outwards from his body, causing others to not dare look at him. Unleashing an unusually powerful strength from his body, he suddenly grabbed onto Jun Zai's arm and asked eagerly, "Moxie, are you saying that you have the means to cure me?" It appears that during those many years of recuperation, Jun Wui had never stopped practicing his Chuan Tai cultivation. This layer of yellow light symbolized the strength of an Earth Chuan-ranked expert. Even though he was currently only at the early stages, his achievements in correspondence to his age is truly rare. In all of Tangsing Kingdom, how many Earth Xuan-ranked experts can you find for Jun Wui to climb all the way to Earth Xuan rank in a mere 30-odd years? This feat was simply comparable to that of a sky-shaking genius, not to mention, all the meridians on his lower body were severely defective. If it were not defective, then his strength would have certainly been able to enter an even higher stage. Jun Zai's arm produced cracking sounds due to Jun Wui's powerful grip strength. However, his face remained calm and indifferent, as though it was not his own arm that was being gripped. Feeling not an ounce of pain, he smiled and replied, "I have no guarantees, but I can try." Jun Wui suddenly became aware of his surroundings. He quickly retracted his arms. Taking a look at his own hands, a wave of doubt suddenly washed over him as he turned towards Jun Zai. "Weren't you in pain? Why aren't you crying?" "I am in pain," Jun Zai lightly replied, "but if I cry, will it stop hurting? If it would, I will be first to cry out loud." Unfortunately, things do not work that way. Seeing the look of indifference on Jun Zai's face, Jun Wui was greatly startled. Jun Wui stared at him long and deep before suddenly laughing loudly. "Ha, now you have actually managed to convince me that you could actually cure me." This nephew of mine seemed different from before. Jun Wui secretly thought to himself. What needs to be done currently is to get the servants to massage your body once every morning, afternoon, and evening every day if possible. Get servants with a background in martial arts to massage along the meridians. Don't miss even one of the treatment every night. You also need to soak yourself in hot water for 1 long hour, 2 hours, no interruptions allowed. After a period of time, when the preparation on my side is done, then we can start on your treatment. Is that all right? Jun Zai smiled. Jun Wui slowly calmed his emotions down, then said seriously, "Very well, Moxie. Third uncle will trust you this once." Both his hands slowly balled up into fists. Jun Wui slowly said, "Even if it fails, I will accept it." He left out another part unsaid. "Even if you're just messing around with me, I will also accept it. A strand of hope is better than none at all. After all these years, I believe third uncle has gone to see many doctors." Jun Zai felt that something was off. After having checked Jun Wui's body again, he realized that Jun Wui's current state is truly not optimistic. All the meridians at the waist had been completely blocked off. In addition, there was also a heretical drug slowly eroding his meridians. If it was not for his high level of care and maintenance, his muscles would have already suffered from atrophy. At that point, he would truly become a cripple with no chance of recovery. Even if those high-level doctors were unable to cure him, they should have been able to see that. Not only that, pretty much all the well-known doctors from the kingdom have been invited over to check up on me. Not only was I attacked with an insidious skill which sealed off my meridians, I was also inflicted with a highly peculiar and toxic poison, leaving me with a life worse than death. Jun Wui replied with a face full of hate. Farther had already tried many times to break the insidious seal on my meridians, but was always unsuccessful. As for that nameless poison, no drugs could fight off against it. The only possibility would be to utilize an extremely powerful Xuan Kai to force it out. That may be the only way left to cure me. If that is the case, then why? Junzai asked, but stopped halfway. Those who plotted against me back then were Sky Xuan ranked experts. In order to unlock their seal and force out the poison, we would require a Supreme Divine ranked expert to lend a hand, but Supreme Divine ranked experts are near mythical existences who would meet only the heads of organizations, and not the tails of the organization. Worst yet, after treating my injury, the Supreme Divine expert would lose half their strength due to severe exposure from the poison, with no chance of ever recovering. Jun Wui smiled bitterly. Which Supreme Divine ranked expert would make such a big sacrifice for my sake? Moxie, to achieve the Supreme Divine level of cultivation is as hard as ascending the heavens. Who in their right mind would possibly throw away half of their life's worth of cultivation for my sake? What a vicious hand, throwing you into a state where you know how to be treated, and yet that hope is unattainable. Junzai shook his head. It seems this guy's hate for you is beyond ordinary, using such a sinister method to torment you. His intention is probably to leave you with neither a path of life, nor the will to die. Junzai paused for a moment, then unexpectedly asked, are those people our family's blood enemy? Moxie, where did you find the method of treatment for me? Junzai's question caused Jun Wui's eyes to flicker with pain. He did not answer the question. Instead he looked at Junzai with an evaluating expression. Today, it seems as though you're a completely different person. Honestly, third uncle's ailment has always been in my mind, day or night. Junzai broke out a sweat. This method of treatment is just something I found by accident, but it seems very effective, so I thought I should try it out. Third uncle, we are not strangers. It is only natural that I would wish for third uncle to get better. Truthfully, though, this is also for my sake. I wish to be protected by third uncle and live a stable life as a second-generation ancestor. It cannot be helped. That is simply the kind of person I am. Har. Stinking brat. Jun Wui scoffed, and then suddenly looking solemn, he said, Moxie, regardless of whether this succeeds or fails, third uncle will accept this act of kindness of yours. His voice rang loud and clear. Third uncle, just wait until the day comes when you can offer me shelter. That way I'll be able to become a normal second-generation ancestor. Har. Junzai checked again before making up his mind. As long as he can increase his own internal energy by just a bit compared to that of his past life, coupled with his own personal knowledge of acupuncture and medicinal drugs, he will be able to use a three-pronged treatment method to cure Jun Wui. The reason he had Jun Wui undergo those massages to slowly treat himself was mainly to buy time. The current him do not have the slightest bit of internal energy. The acupuncture treatment requires a profound amount of internal energy for support in order to work. Jun Wui's eyes lit up as he heard those words, which were filled with a high amount of self-confidence. Smiling he said, Moxie, your level of Xuan Tai cultivation is only at that of the third level, not much stronger compared to the average commoners. And yet, you withstood my powerful grip without batting an eye. With such a character and endurance, there's no way you'll just be an ordinary second-generation ancestor. Even though that grab by Jun Wui earlier was not performed with his full strength, how can any ordinary layman endure the grasp of an Earth Xuan-ranked expert? It is likely that even a gold-ranked expert would wrinkle their eyebrows in reaction to his grip. And yet Junzai, who only has a negligible cultivation of third-level Xuan Tai, was actually able to endure it. In addition, He did not even utilize his own Xuan Kai to resist. Jun Wui was well aware of how much pain Jun Zai had to endure, especially when such pain was inflicted while he was still unprepared, but his face did not even flinch this level of mind. What a pity. Looking at Jun Zai, Jun Wui sighed yet again. What a pity that Jun Zai's age is already too advanced. Even if he is someone capable of enduring painful hardships, even if he were to devote his entire remaining life into cultivating Xuan Kai, it would be hopeless. Otherwise, with his level of unyielding tolerance, the Jun family would have been able to produce yet another terrifying expert. Chapter 6 Xuan Kai. Chapter 006 Xuan Kai. Regular Chapter. Third Uncle. Regarding the matter of your ailment, you must select those who are trustworthy, especially when it comes to those who will help massage you. It will best if no one is to know about this matter. If this treatment is to fail, then us uncle and nephew will not have to lose so much face. Jun Zai spoke after thinking over for a while. Har har. Even if the treatment were to be successful, I still would not inform anyone about it. Your third uncle is not an idiot. What you fear is that this matter will invite trouble for us, right? Besides, if you can truly cure my waist and legs, then both you and I will become the perfect hidden cards for our Jun family. How can I not know about something like this, you little devil? You even tried to use your third uncle's face as an excuse. Jun Wui let out a laugh, and then he pinched his face. He suddenly had a startling thought. In his heart he realized this brat was once his most beloved nephew. Yet, how long has it been since the both of them were so intimate? On the other hand, perhaps it was precisely because they have not been so intimate for such a long time. Maybe that was why he had such a strange feeling when he saw him again today. Portraying himself on the surface as a debauchee for so many years, could it be that there was a different face hidden underneath? Jun Wui's gaze was locked onto Jun Zai's back as he turned and was about to walk away. Jun Wui's heart bubbled with anticipation. He looked forward to seeing whether or not his injury can be treated successfully, and even more so, he looked forward to seeing if his nephew truly had a hidden face. Third uncle, you have already reached Earth Xuan rank, correct? Jun Zai asked with laughter. You peeping Tom. Jun Wui chuckled. His heart felt an incomparable sense of carefreeness, and replied, I've just reached this realm this year. It's not stabilized yet. You're being modest. Jun Zai curled his lips. What is above Earth Xuan rank? Jun Wui's face looked startled. He replied, Xuan Kai cultivation begins with 9 levels. After the 9 levels comes the silver level, gold level, jade level. The levels end here. Above it are the Earth Xuan, Sky Xuan, and the Supreme Divine Xuan. From the first level to third level, the released Xuan Kai will be noticeable. The colors are dim red, pink red, and thick red. Fourth level to sixth level, the color is purple with the same 3 stages. From 7 to 9, the color is black moxie. When you go outside, you must keep a careful lookout for these signs. One careless interpretation could end in disaster. I understand. Third uncle. Jun Zai smiled. His face remained indifferent. Jun Wui passionately recited, silver is the beginning, gold is growth, jade signifies the budding process, 9 and below are but ants. Earth Xuan splits everything, Sky Xuan leaves only the air, Supreme Divine Xuan becomes formless, comparable to the 9 heavens transforming into a soaring dragon. This is the recitals for the Xuan Kai stages. Only when you've reached the silver Xuan will you be considered a beginner. As for you, Jun Wui looked at Jun Zai. A gentle look appeared in his eyes. You will have your own path to take. Just because one is a man, that does not mean he must use his own hands to kill. Jun Zai smiled. I understand. I am not someone who will kill people all the time. He personally added within his mind, without any remuneration, there is no way I will kill anyone. Naturally, there is one condition: do not mess with me. The current Junzai had absolutely no interest in this so-called Xuan Tai, so he did not try to take any steps towards understanding it. After sending Jun Wui back to his room, Junzai walked back with a slow pace. While walking halfway though, he turned around and went towards the library building. The reason he entered this place was none other than the fact that the previous third young Master Jun had too little information in his brain. With the exception of information pertaining to sensual pleasures, gambling, eating and drinking, his head was basically filled with nothing else, a sticky blob of worthless mud. No matter how much Junzai wanted to glean some useful information from his memories, it was impossible. This was why he needed to spend some time to reorganize everything within his memories. At the very least, he must tidy it up that way, even if this third young Master Jun's brain has no useful information. He could at least understand the state of the Jun family. Junzai entered the library building and stayed inside for the whole day, not going out at all. Senior Master, after young Master left your place, he had a good chat with the third Master for some time. From the looks of it, third Master seems happy. In recent years, it is rare to see the third Master looking so happy. Within Junjan Tian's study, an old man bowed before Junjan Tian, reporting the whereabouts of Junzai. Junjan Tian's face, which had maintained a calm demeanor all these years, expressed a stunned look. This uncle and nephew have always been as incompatible as fire and water for so many years. Whenever they meet, both of them will throw looks of ridicule at one another. The more they see one another, the more their eyes will feel sored. How could these two suddenly decide to start a conversation today? In addition, they had a good chat. To think that Jun Wui would end up becoming happy from that conversation, this was too surprising. It would not be far-fetched to consider this an abnormal occurrence. What were they talking about? Junjan Tian asked as he drank some tea. His voice remained casual. In recent years, even though the third master was disabled, he was still able to cultivate himself at great pace. Considering that he is now at the early Earth Xuan stage, I dared not get too close and was unable to hear the contents of their conversation. I was only able to see that both third master and young master were obviously happy while chatting agreeably away. The old man answered respectfully. Agreeable. Junjan Tian stroked his beard. How is that possible? For them to be together for so long without anyone dying is already an extremely fortunate event. And yet they were actually chatting agreeably. This matter is absolutely true, Senior Master. After the young master left the third master, he actually went straight into the library building and has yet to come out. The library building does not have many external factors or influence. I believe it is of minimal importance. But the matter of the young master having a conversation with the third master is too surprising. That is why I decided quickly report it to Senior Master. You did the right thing. But you said this kid went into the library building. Junjan Tian's beard trembled, and his eyes widened in shock. Are you sure you said it right? That little bastard Jun Moxie actually went to the library building instead of the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, Wafting Fragrance Pavilion, or others like that. The old man nodded firmly. It is the library building. There is no mistake, Senior Master. Junjan Tian practically jumped up from his seat, then paced back and forth in the room. His usually calm exterior was gone, replaced by a deep frown as he tugged his own beard. Old Pang, do you know what this bastard plans to do inside the library building? He suddenly stopped. It can't be that he's going to set it on fire, is he? The young master was reading books inside. Judging by how quiet he was, I felt that he would not be leaving anytime soon. That is why I could feel at ease and return to make a report. Old Pang replied, his mouth restraining the desire to laugh. Reading books, Grandpa Jun cried out in surprise as he tugged out a strand of his own beard. Curling his lips, he asked, "He is really reading those books?" "He is, senior master." After thinking for a long while, Jun Jan Tan waved his hand. "Reading is a good thing. Since that is the case, do not disturb him for now. Once he leaves the library, get me those books that he was looking over for me to inspect. I am really curious. Just what is he planning? Could it be he was looking for erotic paintings? Well, it is all right even if that is what he is looking for. Since he is coming of age now, having a look at those things is no big deal. I still remember Old Pang. Do not allow anyone to bother that kid." "Understood, senior master." Jun Jan Tian walked for another 2 rounds, then he raised his head upwards. Calming himself down, he thought, if those are not ero, could it be this kid has finally woken up and decided to turn over a new leaf? He shook his head and sighed aloud. If this is truly the case, then this old bag will really need to go burn some incense and pray to the spirit of the ancestors. Once night time arrived, the butler Old Pang went ahead to collect all the books that Jun Zai read before. In total there were a few dozen, which he bundled over. Jun Jan Tan placed each book on the table, his face frowning. Chuan Continent's current situation, Continental Travelogue, Continental Mountains Records, Person of the Year list, Records of Strange Flowers and Exotic Grasses, Continental Wars discussion. Chuan Art of War. Grandpa Jun spent the entire night looking over the books that his grandson read. His expressions would change constantly in confusion, surprised happiness. He would sigh, puff, shake his head and nod his head. It was estimated that he has used up half his entire life's worth of facial expressions in that one night. Chapter 7 Exquisite Hongjun Pagoda. Chapter 007 Exquisite Hongjun Pagoda. Regular chapter. During the next few days, Jun Zai chose not to go out at all. Once he woke up in the morning, he would head straight towards the library building, staying in there for the whole day. He maintained the routine without any exceptions. As for the books that he had read, they would all be sent over to Grandpa Jun's side for analysis yet again, after which Grandpa Jun would shake his head, nod his head, sigh and puff, his face alternating between disappointment, shock and pleasant surprise. It seemed he had yet to finish using up all his lifetime's expressions. In addition, the servants of the Jun family realized that the young master has acquired yet another strange hobby. During the day, he would enter the library building for the whole day without ever coming out. However, when night descends, he would instead walk out to the courtyard and seat himself there. The spot he chose to sit was always the darkest spot where the light cannot reach. Truly heretical. Regarding his new hobby, the servants were actually not too concerned. After all, this was by far better than his previous hobbies. Tonight, Jun Zai was once again seated below a flower tree, enjoying the thick atmosphere of darkness of the night. In this atmosphere of darkness, one would not be able to glimpse their own fingers even when it was stretched out before them. In Jun Zai's heart rose a feeling of safety and security. Indeed, it is the feeling of security for Jun Zai, who had once become invincible throughout the world as the king of assassins. The safest place can only come from the pitch-black darkness of the night. The night was the only thing that Jun Zai had ever considered to the best and most reliable partner. As he gazed upon the stars in the night sky, Jun Zai suddenly felt as though he was in a dream. For the past few days, He had read through all the books containing information regarding this world. He had more or less understood the current situation of this continent. However, the more he understood, the more confused he became. If it were not for the fact that it was written in black and white within the books, Zhang Zai would have assumed that he had transmigrated back in time to the ancient Chinese kingdoms. The people, the accents, the culture and the clothing are all similar to that from the Tang and Song dynasties. It is too similar. Zhang Zai groaned as he plopped his head in between his knees, both his hands clutching the back of his head. He grievingly thought, Why am I not in one of the ancient eras of China? If only that were the case, then I would be in a highly advantageous position. The amount of resources I have regarding those eras would be most beneficial. Even if I do not want to change history, I can still take advantage of my foreknowledge, which can put those divine prophets to shame and coast my way through history, avoiding any misfortune. Xuan continent, where in the blazes is this gold Xuan, silver Xuan, earth Xuan, sky Xuan, kai Xuan, your granddaddy? Why is it not internal martial arts? The only thing that remained familiar was perhaps the ancient and everlasting sun and moon, and the gentle caress of the night. This was the only thing that could give Zhang Zai the feeling of familiarity. Zhang Zai's face was set like a cold hard stone. His cheek muscles throbbed with pain as he restrained his desire to curse impulsively and loudly at the heavens. At that very moment when Zhang Zai was surging with extreme emotions, he suddenly felt a violent wave of headache swept over him. Even with his extraordinary endurance, Zhang Zai was still unable to retain a calm face and was forced to grimace his face. The headache suddenly transformed into a wave of dizziness. Observing through his eyes, it seemed as though the whole world was rotating at an unbelievably intense speed. Even the night sky was transformed into a scattering display of madness. The entire world had suddenly become an illusory existence and unreal. Throughout the painful ordeal, Zhang Zai panted while biting down his teeth, blood flowing down from his lips. Both his eyes glared forward as he continued enduring, not allowing even a single sound to escape his lips. I came into this world alone, and thus I must also accept all this pain by myself. In this strange world, I have only myself to depend on and not others. I will never depend on others. Kill, utilize all my killing skills. I will forge a path of blood, annihilate the skies, decimate the lands, kill. Zhang Zai was thrown into a state of haziness when he suddenly felt something appeared within his sea of consciousness. It was a spark of seemingly distant light. However, it appeared that the light was gradually moving closer towards him. As it got closer, it also became brighter, bigger and clearer. In the end, it transformed into a luminescent rainbow-colored pagoda that overflowed with brilliance. The pagoda kept rotating within his sea of consciousness. With every rotation, it released a misty form of sagely radiance. His body had long since become numb, his four limbs paralyzed, his consciousness slowly blurring, and yet Zhang Zai continued staring ahead with bloodshot eyes. He kept on glaring, persisting non-stop as he glared ferociously upon this strange realm without as much as a blink. After an indeterminable period of time, a cold wind suddenly blew by, causing Zhang Zai to feel cold. The night of the early autumn is indeed still chilly. As this line of thought came to Zhang Zai's mind, he became startled as he realized what it meant to be able to feel cold means that my senses is working again. But was I not already? He suddenly stood up and found that he was covered in cold sweat. His clothes had been completely soaked with sweat to the point of being uncomfortable. Zhang Zai was inexplicably overcome with a strange feeling of a newborn. Zhang Zai, who woke up within Jun Moxie's body can be said to be supporting this body, perhaps by means of transmigrating his mind and soul into it. Nonetheless, Junzai remained Junzai. But after having endured the unspeakable pain earlier, Junzai had truly melded with this body as one. Junzai had become Jun Moxie, the true master of this body. TL. Disregarding the messy state of his body, the first thing Junzai did was to sit down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He pushed his spiritual awareness deep into his sea of consciousness, as he carefully tried to comprehend something. Junzai had long since realized that the excruciating pain from earlier on was the work of the small pagoda within his body. However, Junzai also concluded that there must be something else, which the small pagoda did. Otherwise, how could a simple matter of melding of flesh and soul be accompanied by so much pain? He firmly believed that something else must have happened. This small pagoda is the only thing in existence that Junzai can rely on. Thus, without understanding what has happened, Junzai will never feel contented. Within his sea of consciousness, Junzai felt that he could clearly see with his own eyes, an exquisite pagoda glowing with a brilliance of 7 colors, slowly rotating atop his sea of consciousness. Junzai was able to distinctly perceive that each rotation was synchronized with his body's blood and chi flow, each and every time, again and again, an endless cycle. What is going on here? Junzai stared at the small pagoda in surprise. This item's capabilities had exceeded all common sense, causing Junzai, who was a staunch disbeliever, to fall into a web of confusion. I wonder if I could get closer to take a better look at it. Just as Junzai was thinking about this, he suddenly realized that the small pagoda had slowly become larger and larger. After that, the doors to the lowest level of the pagoda suddenly opened. A thick white mist rushed out. In that instant, Junzai's awareness became utterly suffused with that white mist. The white mist was so thick it almost felt as though it was solid. Junzai took a deep breath and suddenly felt an extreme sense of tranquility and indescribably comfort, where even the soul felt buoyed to the point where it wanted to sing happily. Junzai scanned his surroundings only to find out that he had somehow arrived at the very front of the pagoda. Above his head, 2 ancient texts unveiled themselves. Hongjun Pagoda. Junzai headed inside the room only to find it empty, save the thick white mist flowing around. Suddenly, the thick mist flowed together to form 2 lines of characters, 9-layered, exquisite pagoda, first eternal art. Then, the white mist rolled together with a sense of urgency, forming a dim and hazy formula that appeared before Junzai's awareness. Junzai only had enough time to become startled before the countless characters, symbols, and drawings all came together in a revolving spiral. Instantly, he felt a vast amount of information rushing into his awareness. It felt as though a speeding train had just charged straight into a small hut, yet the train sped all the way inside without any changes happening to the hut. All of a sudden, Junzai could not help but become dizzy. His head felt as though it was about to explode as he tumbled onto the ground. Opening his eyes, he realized that he was still lying on the same cold, wet spot as before. Nonetheless, the cultivation formula clearly exists within his sea of consciousness. There was also drawings depicting the pathways throughout the human body, together with the accompanying forms and actions. Art of Unlocking Heaven's Fortune. Junzai mumbled aloud, his eyes flashing sharply as his fists clenched itself. Chapter 8 Art of Unlocking Heaven's Fortune. Chapter 008 Art of Unlocking Heaven's Fortune. Regular chapter. Junzai realized that his strange situation had further granted him a mysterious encounter of epic proportions. This art of unlocking heaven's fortune is immeasurably mysterious. and its effectiveness will undoubtedly be far superior to others. As for the 9-layered exquisite pagoda, he had no doubt that this is an incomparable treasure. No matter how ignorant John Zai may be, even he had heard of the mythical legend of Hongjun Leazu. It is said that this great god is the master of the 3 great sage gods, Taishan Dao Jun, honored lord of the Tao and its virtue, Yuan Shi Tianzan, honored lord of the origin, and Tonshin Jiraju, grand master of heaven. These individuals are heaven-shaking myths without equal under heaven. For this pagoda to be named after Hongjun Leazu, its abilities can never be questionable. I must be a super ignorant person, then sigh. John Zai was almost overwhelmed by the desire to immediately practice the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, but was finally able to restrain himself. Calming himself down, he inspected his own body and could not help but feel surprised. The surface of his skin was completely covered by a layer of black, greenish, muddy liquid. The unbelievably disgusting muddy liquid was releasing a sickeningly foul stench. In addition, it was a very thick layer. A name with legendary qualities and origin suddenly appeared within John Zai's sea of consciousness. Pulp-rending meridian cleanser. Could it be after just that one time of extreme pain, all the impurities within my body have been ejected out? John Zai became uncontrollable, ecstatic. If only I knew earlier that there would be this kind of miraculous effect. Even another round of pain would be no big deal. Indeed, as far as John Zai was concerned, no amount of pain can be compared with the benefits of increasing his body's strength. As long as his body strength can be upgraded, what was a little bit of pain, no matter how unbearably painful it might be, it was still worth it. John Zai stood up in excitement. Enduring the stench emanating from his body, he swiftly ran towards a pond within his family residence. Unhesitatingly, he jumped in with a resounding plop. Suddenly, several voices rang out in unison, asking, "Who is it?" John Zai snorted and replied, "Me. This young master wants to take a bath. Nobody is allowed to disturb me." It is the young master. After that, no more sound was heard. Within the study, Grandpa John wrinkled his brows. What was that? Housekeeper Peng quickly went out to check. He immediately returned and replied with a bow, "It is the young master. It is reported that he jumped into the Liuoyu pond to take a bath." A bath? He jumped into Liuoyu pond in the middle of the night to take a bath? Grandpa John's temper began to rise again. His nose became twisted, his breath became short. He shouted with an uneven voice, "This damned creature!" In a huff, he went to sleep. For the past few days, he had been looking forward to his grandson turning over a new leaf. At this moment, his expectations had been shattered into a million pieces. All that remained was an unspeakable discomfort throbbing within his chest. Such is reality. The greater the hope, the greater too the disappointment will be. At this moment, Grandpa John really wanted to drag in the damned brat and beat his ass with a stick until its peaky flowers blossom. Then this ungrateful grandson of his will realize why the flowers are so red. John Zai was floating quietly upon the water surface. His body was straightened and he relied on both his hands and feet to gently stabilize himself from time to time, allowing him to float on without sinking. John Zai felt himself awash with a feeling of comfort. After having washed away all the thick layer of dirt on his body, John Zai felt as though he had just climbed out of a pit of excrement. His body was completely refreshed. The only problem was that even though his mind and soul had completely melded as one with this body, its strength is still nowhere close to where he was back in his past life. However, after having ejected so many impurities from his body, the current state of his physique, muscles, and bones must certainly have improved to a shocking level. Right thinking about this, Jun Zai's mouth curled into a smile. A distance away, the house guards saw their young master floating on the water surface. They bulged their eyes as they stared at Jun Zai, who was floating on the water surface while remaining motionless, not sinking in the slightest. What kind of divine art is the young master practicing to think that one can float on the water surface just like that? If one were to utilize their Xuan Kai to achieve this feat, then they would require at least a minimum of Jade-level Xuan Kai to do so. Now this is just a wild guess, but I am guessing these people do not know how to swim. After dunking himself for a while, Jun Zai quickly rose out of the pond. While his body was indeed refreshed, what follows was a feeling of weakness, an extremely exhaustive feeling of weakness considering how the original third young master Jun never took good care of his body, and considering the painful process of pulp-rending meridian cleanser that he just had to undergo. Not fainting on the spot was quite the superhuman feat for Jun Zai. Supporting himself through sheer will, Jun Zai reached his room. After having changed into a set of white robes, the tender little Key brought in a bowl of bird's nest soup, her mouth set with a playful smile. No matter what world it is, strength remains the number one priority. People may be able to live without having influence, but they must never be lacking in personal strength. Even in his past life, Jun Zai had never been so impatient and desirous of enhancing his strength. Being thrown alone into this world, the only thing that could give Jun Zai peace of mind is strength. A strength so powerful, he can hold the life and death of multitudes within the palm of his hand. As of now, Jun Zai confidently believed that he had mastered another treasure, the mysterious pagoda. It remained the biggest trump card for Jun Zai in this new world. Jun Zai believed that the secrets within this unfathomably mysterious pagoda would not be limited to just a mere art of unlocking heaven's fortune. There would surely be other secrets hidden within it. As for what they may be, that will be up to Jun Zai to slowly unravel them in due time. In addition, for the art of unlocking heaven's fortune to be proclaimed as the first eternal art strengthened Jun Zai's inner conviction. This mysterious art cannot possibly be an average run-of-the-mill technique. Slowly recalling the practice methods of the first part of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, great overflowing illumination, Jun Zai sat down cross-legged on the ground, mind and body as one. Entering a tranquil state of respiration, he slowly began. The aura moves nature, the great illumination overflows, to surpass the 9 heavens, to thread upon the celestial fountain. Grasp the universe. The heart becomes a treasure mountain, the divine spirit's 9 refinements, never to fall into the yellow springs. After having commenced practice following the method in his mind, he unexpectedly felt nothing at all. Not the slightest bit of Kai can be felt, but this did not discourage Jun Zai at all. He started practicing again, monitoring his body at all times without letting it relax at any moment. After who knows how long, Jun Zai had already practiced following the methods inscribed upon the art of unlocking heaven's fortune to regulate his body no less than 200 times, and yet there was still no reaction. His meridians have remained inactive from the beginning to the end. Furthermore, the prolonged amount of time sitting cross-legged had caused Jun Zai's legs to become numb. Even though his body had undergone the pulp-rending meridian cleanser process, the capabilities of the body had yet to be developed. At this point, even his mind had started feeling dizzy and the signs of fainting could be perceived. Jun Zai took a deep breath one more time, trying hard to keep his mind clear, a resolute spirit emanating from his heart. I don't believe I cannot succeed in forcing out the Kai when it comes to being evil. I am number one. Who can be more evil than I, the evil monarch? This senior will succeed. This senior will never fall before other evils, but other evils must fall before the evil me. I am the evil monarch. I am the sovereign of all evils. Once again, he entered the state of respiration. After a long period of time, Junzai felt that his entire body would no longer obey him, his every muscle feeling strained and stiff. He had regulated his body according to the instructions of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune no less than 300 times, and yet nothing can be felt. Junzai closed his eyes, forcibly pushing back all the feelings of exhaustion within his body. In his mind there was only one line of thought, a stubborn conviction: one more time, one more time, one more time, more. Finally, after an indeterminable period of time, Junzai suddenly felt a slight change in his Niwen palace within his head. After that, with a flush of heat, a little change could be felt in his meridians. But that feeling was weak and trifling, unnoticeable unless one were to constantly monitor every part of the body. While the Kai flow was as thin as gossamer thread, almost to the point of it being non-existent, its essence was truly abnormal. This flow of Kai was truly bewildering. For those who practice internal arts, even if they manage to practice to the point of feeling the flow of Kai, it should not have condensed to become a solid existence flowing within the body. However, the current Junzai who had practiced to the point of stupidity was currently unable to realize this. TL Niwen Palace is a cultivation spot located on the head. It is one of the 3 Danshan spots. At the very moment that the abnormal flow of Kai similar to gossamer thread appeared, the miniature 7-colored radiant pagoda suddenly rose up from Junzai's sea of consciousness. It slowly rotated in the air, exuding a huge amount of white mist with every cycle. The white mist slowly floated around countless white threads formed by the mist, unseen by the naked eye, suddenly formed upon Junzai's body surface. Those threads then slowly penetrated Junzai's skin, all the way down to his meridians. Chapter 9 Pulp Rending Meridian Cleanser. Chapter 009 Pulp Rending Meridian Cleanser. Sponsored chapter by Nader A. A big shout out to our sponsor. Thank you so much for your support. At the moment, Junzai remained in a dazed state. Neither surprise nor joy can be seen on him. He continued practicing the art, regulating his body, seemingly unaware of what had happened. This art of unlocking heaven's fortune is truly immeasurably mysterious, the most superior type of skill since time immemorial. Even if there is still a heaven, the path of cultivation has always been an act of defiance against heaven, one that puts a person's disposition to the test. As for this beginner part of this skill, it was truly difficult to practice to the extreme. Other than perseverance and indomitable will, one must also be blessed with this huge opportunity. Thus, since long ago, even if someone were to obtain the opportunity to practice this art of unlocking heaven's fortune, the chances of them succeeding were exceptionally low. Thinking about it, if the practitioner's heart was not firm, that person would likely have given up after practicing for 100 times and not see any results. This level of dullness is not something that any ordinary person could withstand. Furthermore, if a person's spirit was any weaker, it was unlikely that they would be able to endure it. From the perspective of cultivators, a freak like Junzai who could operate the practice routine up to thousands of times is simply one of a kind. Even if some were to possess this kind of perseverance, without a sufficiently strong spiritual awareness, they would end up suffering from Qigong deviation. As for Junzai, he happened to possess all the right characteristics necessary to practice the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Junzai had always been an extremely unyielding type of person. Once he set his mind towards something, he will never change it. To put it in a good way, He is a man of high perseverance. To put it in a bad way, he is a brain-dead zombie. Without crashing into a wall, they'll never turn back. But John Zai is the monarch of all brain-dead zombies who will crash into the wall until he breaks through the wall and still not look back. Today, he who had started practicing this art of unlocking heaven's fortune can be compared with a tortoise that had gone out and bumped into a turtle. As it turns out, they are one family. Besides having the right character and mindset, John Zai's luck also played no small role. Obtaining the Hongjun Pagoda was the biggest blessing for John Zai. If he had not had the luck to obtain it, then he would have no hope of stepping upon this path. In addition, John Zai's soul was one that had transmigrated over. His spiritual awareness could not be weak. With the help of the Hongjun Pagoda, Jun Moi's body condition was restored while his spiritual awareness became even stronger. All these factors added up, allowing him to abruptly break through the first heavy hurdle in merely one night's time. Not only was this achievement unprecedented, it would likely become unrepeatable. The Niwen palace within his mind began pulsating with an even stronger force. Eventually it began following a regular pattern. As it got hotter and hotter, Jun Zai's white skin slowly became completely red. At this moment, it was already the break of dawn, and the sky had cleared. Jun Zai could clearly feel that the Kai within his body, which was like delicate thread of silk, was becoming livelier as they gradually linked together to form a line. When the last of the threads came together in unison, completely connecting with one another, Jun Zai suddenly sensed a brilliant light coming to life before him. The light was filled with colorful and varied speckles, as though the entire world's flowers had bloomed before his eyes. The afterglow of all 7 colors revolved around him. At the same time, thunderous roars burst forth from his head, suddenly accompanied by lightning. Thunder and lightning rumbled. However, Jun Zai's eyes remained closed. This meant that all these were occurring within his sense of awareness. This was the first hurdle of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Calm heart. Even though Jun Zai could clearly see this strange atmosphere, he also firmly remembered that when he began practicing, he had closed his eyes. This imagery was something he should not be able to see. And yet he was able to. What could this mean? This meant that everything before him was nothing more but an illusion. With that in mind, Jun Zai chose to ignore it. Continuing with his exercise, his face was a mask of indifference. Boom! Akin to a bomb, an explosion erupted within Jun Zai's sea of consciousness. Jun Zai's body suddenly convulsed, feeling as though his body had lost something that was once part of it. His spirit swayed about, and then he abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood far away. He then fainted. These mouthful of blood fell onto the white sheets on the bed, but strangely a black color emerged from it, seemingly a solid substance. Unexpectedly, it did not flow down, and seemed just like a piece of dark charcoal. Jun Zai's body fell onto the ground, his body twitching unconsciously. Once again, a dark liquid was slowly forced out from the pores of his skin, slowly rendering Jun Zai's light-colored robe wet, bit by bit, becoming black in color. This was the true result of the pulp-rending meridian cleanser. Previously, when his body had discharged out a layer of filth, those were only the impurities within the skin and muscles at most. At the present moment, what he was forcing out of his body are the impurities within the skeletal frame and his inner organs. As for the blood that Jun Zai had spat out, those are the impurities within the 5 organs, the most difficult of all the human body parts to cleanse. Jun Zai's present situation, from the perspective of those who cultivate the way of the Tao, would be none other than the shedding process. That is to say, from now on, He had escaped from the shackles of worldly possessions and desire. He had officially entered the path of cultivation. For those who practice in the way, reaching the shedding stage would be preceded by a rather painful and lengthy experience. There are those who spent months, years, or even decades in order to reach this realm. Some even spent their entire lives in vain and failed to reach this stage. And yet, Junzai achieved it in the span of one night. This was truly a miracle amongst miracles. If this news were to spread, it is likely that none of the ascetics would believe it. Obviously, this was not because Junzai's body is special, or was it due to Junzai's high level of spiritual power? The reason lies elsewhere, and that was none other than the white mist. The white mist was the most important factor, as it is the purest form of spiritual ki from heaven and earth. However, Junzai had yet to realize this. In his past life, Junzai was a martial arts expert, but had never come across the realm of cultivation. From his viewpoint, all these so-called cultivation in order to achieve immortality was nothing more than a nonsensical subject as such. Even if he were to realize what had happened to his body, the only thing he would think of was that he had an unbelievably huge stroke of luck. When Junzai woke up, he found himself within a large barrel filled with warm water encompassing his body. There were also two little soft hands working hard, scrubbing his body. Opening his eyes, he saw the young maid, Little Key. Her head was wet from perspiration, and her face red from the heat. Her small hands were holding onto a piece of soft towel. She panted as she cleaned his body with it. Her tiny lips were pursed up tightly, her face filled with an expression of embarrassment, almost to the point of near crying. Her pair of pretty eyes were deliberately directed upwards, only glancing down for a moment when there was a need to scrub a different area. After that, she would move her eyes away again. This little girl's shy expression is simply too cute. Thinking about this, Junzai's thoughts suddenly returned back towards himself as he realized that he was actually bare naked. Unable to stop his own feeling of embarrassment, he gave 2 dry coughs and said, "I'll do it myself." After having said that, he reached out for the towel in Little K's hands. Giving a surprised yelp, Little Key ran far away while clutching the towel. She trembled as she looked at Junzai. Her eyes were filled with a sense of panic. Young master, you're awake." Junzai gave a helpless sigh and replied, "If I am not awake, then are you talking to a ghost now?" Ghost Little Key let out another scream. This time Junzai suddenly realized that he could clearly see the minute little hairs on her face standing up, her face becoming deathly white as though she had really seen a ghost. Junzai found himself sighing again. "Stop screaming. Even if there is a ghost, their face is probably not as scary as yours. Your performance is truly applaud-worthy." Bang! The doors of the residence burst open with a bang, and a stalwart figure walked inside, taking huge strides each time. "Moxie, you're awake. What happened?" It was none other than Grandpa Jun. Behind him were several bodyguards. Grandpa Jun's voice was filled with anger. He had just finished giving a thunderous lecture to those 36 bodyguards assigned to protect Junzai. What happened yesterday could be considered an unexpected accident, but how could he have guessed that it would happen again today? Grandpa Jun's temper was wholly incited to the point of detonation. "What do my Jun family look easy to you guys? Do you think you can bully us so easily? It seems this senior will have to show some of my might about if everyone decides to target my grandson. Then how are we going to spend the rest of our days?" Grandpa Jun had assumed that Junzai's fainting was due to an assassination attempt. Chapter 10 Grandpa Jun raises a storm. Chapter 010 Grandpa Jun Raises a Storm. Grandpa Jun naturally would not have guessed that last night's incident was in fact a huge heavenly blessing for his grandson. There was no assassins at all, and yet he managed to somehow connect these two unrelated dots together. After hearing that Jun Zai had jumped into the Liuyu pond to take a bath, he went to sleep with a heart filled with anger and resentment. Unexpectedly, while he was sleeping soundly, he suddenly woke up with a start, his heart filled with inexplicable fear. Asking around, he received news that there was a problem with Jun Zai, causing his anger to ignite. "I'm all right, all good, I am really all good here." Jun Zai subconsciously grabbed a towel to cover his crotch, his face filled with embarrassment. He who had been stripped naked without anything left to cover himself had suddenly faced tens of elderly men who came charging in, his body left vulnerable to all eyes. Even though Jun Zai has a very thick skin and a calm state of mind, he was still somewhat unable to accept this. "What are you trying to cover up? Do you need to be so ashamed to show that thing to your grandfather? I still remember back when you were still a baby, I would often carry you with one hand, while the other hand would play around with that thing." Jun Jan Tian's words almost caused Jun Zai to choke to death. At the back, the bodyguards' shoulders relaxed, everyone's face turning red as they restrained themselves, breathing heavily. Several of them stole side glimpses towards the area that the young master had covered. Some of them started glancing at one another, their eyes winking and signaling at one another, almost as if they were comparing something. "Who was it?" Jun Jan Tian's face fell, turning as cold as ice, his killing intent unleashed. Jun Zai was confused, but quickly came to understand what Grandpa Jun meant. He then made a face full of shame and lowered his head. "I fell before I could see anything. You wastrel!" Grandpa Jun swore, his voice filled with disappointment. After taking another close look at his own grandson to ensure that he was indeed all right, he no longer had any mood to continue looking at his naked body. With this small physique, his grandson simply does not look like a grandson from a military family. Not even a young lady's skin can be compared with him in terms of whiteness. HMPH, this truly is. He reluctantly nodded. "You go have a good rest then." After that, he turned and headed out, followed by the bodyguards. It was only after that could Jun Zai give out a sigh of relief, putting away the towel covering his bottom area. A cold sweat trickled down. The next day, the old Duke, Jun Jan Tian, let loose his temper within the Golden Imperial Hall. Pointing at several lords, ministers, imperial relatives, and even the chief chancellor, he unleashed a barrage of curses. Having had his emotions agitated to an abnormal high, he threatened that if anyone were to attempt to assassinate his only grandson again, then every family will have to give out one life as compensation. Having stayed quietly for the past few years, Jun Jan Tian's eruption of anger rendered the entire royal court, both civil and military faction, trembling in silence. Even the emperor himself had to repeatedly comfort him in person. But there were also those who were insensitive. The eldest prince's old supporter, the royal doctor, Song Shiyi, was a newly promoted noble. He was able to climb to his current position with the help of the eldest prince's influence, but did not have much knowledge about this old duke. Counting on the backing of the eldest prince, he contradicted Jun Jan Tian's words and tried to get the emperor to support him. He was thrashed on the spot by Jun Jan Tian to the point where his face became a pig's, also losing 2 teeth. The eldest prince steeled himself and came forth to persuade Jun Jan Tian, but was granted a kick to his stomach, causing him to roll backwards on the floor. After that incident, everyone became fearful, not a single one dared to move. In the end, the emperor had to personally come forth to pacify him, smoothing things over and promising him that he would personally guarantee the safety of third young master Jun. Only then was Jun Jan Tian willing to leave with a face filled with indignation. Just before he left, he stared at each and every one of the prince's supporters, causing their legs to turn unsteady like noodles. This old duke had been staying his hand for a good 10 years. After 10 years, he finally threw a fit, scaring the absolute crap out of every civil and military officials of the royal court. Within the Golden Imperial Hall, he even dared to strike the prince. What else would he not do? His Majesty, the Emperor, observed Jun Jan Tian as he marched off, and was the only one to give out a deep sigh from the bottom of his heart. The prestige and might that Jun Jan Tian showed today was truly imposing, but the emperor knew all too well that the third young master, who was the only successor of the Jun family, had thoroughly disappointed this old general. Thinking back on when Jun Jan Tian had personally come to him, requesting a marriage for Jun Moxie and Princess Ling Ming, that was probably Jun Jan Tian's final effort to preserve the Jun bloodline. However, His Majesty had mercilessly rejected the request. As long as Jun Moxie was still breathing, Jun Jan Tian would never throw such a huge fit in the Golden Imperial Hall. The reason he went out of control today was due to the fact that he could no longer see any future for the Jun family. The Jun family's enemies both within and without are incalculable. Once Jun Jan Tian dies, his enemies would never show any mercy towards his grandson. This was the reason why the old duke had no qualms about going all out. Whoever dares to harm my Jun family, my grandson, I'll harm you first, since my Jun family had already been forced to such straits. What else is there to fear? The Jun family was once the awe-inspiring patron saint of the Tangsing kingdom. Could it be that they will simply decline into oblivion like this? The emperor sighed. A pang of regret throbbed in his heart. Perhaps back then, after having experienced the might of the old duke, the military officials were all enraptured, while those who had made secret plans for the old duke immediately decided to drop those plans. Even the eldest prince, who had suffered a huge loss in face, did not show any grievances. At the end of the day, he would only blame that old supporter of his. Ignorant and disgraceful, did he not notice that this old duke had gone half mad? Of course, there were still many of them who held onto their grievances within their hearts. You old thing, you think you can continue living forever? The day you die is the day the Jun family become extinct. However, this was something that they can only think about deep within their hearts. There are no powers amongst them within the Tangsing kingdom with the courage to blatantly confront the old duke. Only the royal preceptor, Chief Chancellor Lai Sheng, had been staying seated without saying a single word, but once Grandpa Jun left, his eyebrows was secretly raised, his face shaped into a smile. It seemed that Jun Jan Tian was quite protective of this disappointment of a grandson. In that case, then Jun Moxie was Jun Jan Tian's weakness. Such a kind of weakness is simply too easy to grasp. When a person's weak point is revealed, then no matter how strong that person may be, or how much background that person may have, they are no longer worth fearing. Staying at a corner without being noticed by anyone, the palace army captain, Meng Rufei, who was standing opposite Preceptor Lai, looked at each other, their faces showing a mysterious smile. Jun family, Jun Zai's room. The doors were closed. Little K's face was blushed red, as she obviously wanted to escape. Are you scared of me? Jun Zai wiped his body. Since this little girl had already seen his naked body before, seeing a little more makes no difference. Since this girl does not seem to care Why should he? Scared, Little Key nodded her head immediately. But she then thought about it and quickly said, "No, not scared." John Zai laughed before standing up, getting out of the bathtub naked. Little Key screamed again, covering her eyes. John Zai quickly put on his clothes before going in front of Little Key, smiling. "You can open your eyes now, it is all right now." Little Key slowly opened a small crack between her fingers, secretly peering from the hole. After realizing that John Zai had truly gotten clothed, she was able to set her mind at ease and put her hands down. Her face was still of a reddish hue, truly lovely. Seeing how cute she was, John Zai could not stop himself from reaching out and gently patting her on the head. Little Key was surprised. She raised her head and found that John Zai's eyes were filled with warmth, akin to that of a big brother seeing his little sister. Not knowing why, her heart calmed down, no longer feeling fearful. She thought, right now, the young master actually looks pleasing to the eye. After having these thoughts, she was suddenly startled. How can I even think that he is obviously still the lascivious, debaucherous, and detestful baddie? I will not allow him to defile my innocence. If he uses force, then I'll just die. She could not help but took a step backwards, her face becoming completely alert. Chapter 11, Shedding's Transformation. Chapter 011, Shedding's Transformation. John Zai is a man of two worlds. In his past life, he was the world's top assassin who had seen the world and its countless hardships. With a glance, he easily saw through the thoughts within this little girl's mind. He let out a helpless sigh, lamenting at the original owner of this body. Even his own servant girl was fearful of him. What an extreme failure. After sighing, he said, "There's no need for you to be here for now. You can go out now." Little Key bowed. Within her heart she thought, "As long as I do not get too close to you, you will not be able to do anything. Besides, with your level of injuries and weak body, you won't be able to even catch me." After that, she left. John Zai went to the window and took a deep breath. He then willed the Kai within his body to move as he checked his body's current state. The moment he woke up, he had realized that there was a distinct difference between the current him and the him from the past few days. Unfortunately, he did not have the time to make a thorough analysis. Now that he had focused on analyzing himself, he was greatly surprised. His eyes can see clearly at a much farther range than before. Even at the range of 3 jangs away, he could count the number of little legs of an ant going about on the floor. Within his eyes, the entire world seemed to have changed. All the trees and grasses are lush green, glowing with abundance of vitality. TL1 Jang 10 feet 3.04 meter. John Zai turned upwards to stare at the rising sun. Even after a long time he did not feel any sting upon his eyes. It was to him but a ball of warmth. Even his ears can now hear differently. He could clearly hear the sound of small insects scurrying about back and forth within the grasses. He could also hear the sounds of the earthworms wriggling about. He suddenly felt that this world was incomparably wonderful. He recalled that in his past life, this wonderful feeling had only occurred when his cultivation in internal arts had broken through into the pre-celestial stage. Even then, it did not encompass his entire body. A transcendent realm born from heaven and earth. John Zai could not help but feel highly elated. Could it be with just 1 night's worth of practice? I have once again attained the pre-celestial stage. Isn't this a bit too fast? He delved into his body to observe the Kai flow and was unable to stop himself from falling into despair. The flow of Kai was still weak and faint, although it had become more coherent. With such a kind of Kai, it can only be used to cut vegetables and not in a real fight. If he had truly stepped into the pre-celestial stage, there was absolutely no way that the Chi flow would be so weak. But thinking about it from another point of view, since he had yet to achieve the pre-celestial stage, how could his body perform at such high specs? This must have been due to the wonderful contribution of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Having reached such a conclusion, his originally dispirited self was uplifted. Folding up his sleeves, Junzai suddenly felt stunned. Can this even be considered the arms of a real man? Delicate snow white with a hint of pink, not even a female lady's arm can compare with his. Junzai rushed towards the bronze mirror and stood before it, his heart crumbling apart. His face retained the same features. However, it had obviously become much more tender and white. This type of face was the one which Junzai despised the most in his past life. A super flower boy. This is a super milky white flower boy with an extremely frail-looking body. This is truly akin to meeting a real-life ghost, Junzai muttered as he laughed. Since I came into this world, my situation was no different to meeting a real-life ghost in the first place. Even if something more bizarre happens, how can I be surprised? However, last night he had a session of pulp-rending meridian cleanser. In addition, he should have successfully opened a slight gap in the doors of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. As such, how can his body remain so weak? Considering those factors, he rechecked his body. This time, the results gave Junzai a great surprise. If one were to examine his external appearance, then he was truly an extremely weak person. But in reality, his muscles and flesh had been reorganized to become extremely dense and tough. Even if he were to compare it with his previous body, its structure would likely be less powerful. The quality of his entire body, including the skeletal frames and meridians, has reached a very high stage. His current body can be described as blessed, truly the best possible body to practice martial arts. Moreover, anyone who sees him would never bring themselves to believe that the owner of such a frail body could turn out to be a peak-ranked assassin. This was truly the most incredible form of natural camouflage. With such thoughts running in his head, Junzai naturally became more passionate towards his training. He wanted to quickly regain his original strength as soon as possible. During the following month, something unthinkable occurred within the Jun residence. The #1 debauchee in the kingdom, young Master Jun Moxie, actually stayed at home for well over 1 month. He did not go out to play the gangster, he did not go visit the Flowery Night Lodge, he did not go for cockfighting and hound racing, and he did not even commit arson or murder. At home, he was either always staying in his own residence or in the library building. He did not even take liberties with the maids. He even became polite towards the servants. All the things stated above had caused everyone in the Jun household to feel bizarre. Could it be that the sun had risen from the west, or perhaps the sun had risen from the south or north? At any rate, they were confident the sun did not rise from the east. "Oh dear heavens above, oh great earth, you have finally opened your eyes. The third young master is finally showing signs of turning over a new leaf." Observing all this, even Grandpa Jun felt relieved. It seemed as though this kid is finally showing signs of turning over a new leaf. After 1 month, Junzai finally managed to breach the first gate of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. He had also managed to consolidate his level of cultivation by quite a bit. He had also come to understand more regarding this Xuan continent. Even though his knowledge cannot be compared with those of historians, when compared to the original Jun Moxie, Junzai was practically at the level of a professor. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. There was only one thing that Junzai was dissatisfied with, and that was the 7-colored, 9-layered Hongjun pagoda resting within his sea of consciousness. After 1 whole month's worth of hard work, he was still stuck at the first layer. He had tried countless times to breach the 2nd layer. Whenever he felt any progress within himself, he would go forth to try it. But every time would end with him suffering huge level of pain. The pain was like having 10 million long needles striking at his sea of consciousness. This caused an unbearable itch to rise for Junzai. The first layer was able to provide him with such a heavenly defying art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Judging by that fact, the stuff within the 2nd and 3rd layer would undoubtedly be even better, but access denied. Since he cannot get in, what should he do? He tried again and again, only to be met with failure. Even someone of Junzai's character and tenacity could finally not continue on. In the end, Junzai had to resign himself to the fact that the 2nd layer could not be opened through normal means. He believed that, similar to the 1st layer, the opportunity must arrive for him to be able to walk in accidentally. As long as the opportunity had yet to arrive, his attempts to breach it head-on would be futile. Since it had nothing to do with the number of attempts, he should just continue practicing. Of course, Junzai had also increased his understanding towards the Xuan Kai passed on by this family. He realized that this Xuan Kai and the internal strength that he had practiced back in his past life was quite similar. Its properties were tuned to become similar to the properties of Battle Kai. It can be classified as a Kai art that existed in between the two arts. However, every time the Xuan Kai practitioner breaks through a level, a qualitative change will occur and trigger a transformation in the color of Kai. This aspect reminded Junzai of the 5 poisons art which he encountered before in his past life. But Xuan Kai, on the other hand, do not contain any poison. With the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, it was only natural for Junzai to look down upon the so-called Xuan Kai. However, in order to deceive the public, he decided to train in Xuan Kai as a symbolic gesture. He barely managed to get himself up to the 4th level Xuan Kai, after which he decided was enough and chose to stop. In Xuan continent, Xuan Kai begins from the 1st level to the 9th level, followed by Silver Xuan, Gold Xuan, Jade Xuan, Earth Xuan, Sky Xuan, Supreme Divine Xuan. The 1st level until the 3rd level is marked by the color red, light red, pink red, thick red. The 4th level until the 6th level is marked by the color purple, light purple, stable purple, thick purple. The 7th level until the 9th level is marked by the color black, purplish black, gray black, brilliant black. Silver level is marked by the color silver. Gold level is marked by the color gold. Jade level is marked by the color green. Earth rank is marked by the color yellow. Sky rank is marked by the color blue. Supreme Divine rank is colorless. Advancing through each stage of Xuan Kai was extremely difficult, as it will also be accompanied by a great deal of pain. It was quite similar to that of internal strength practice of scouring the marrow. The current Junzai can only emit a light purple 4th level Xuan Kai. Considering his status, this was a very poor result. Chapter 12 The Young Master Tang. Chapter 012 The Young Master Tang. Regular chapter. Today, Junzai, who had nothing to do, was talking to Little Qi. During this past month, the great changes which happened to Junzai caused Little Qi to be less fearful of him. Even though she was still unwilling to go too near him, at least she was no longer showing such extreme rejection towards him, especially towards his storytelling. Every time at this hour the little girl would carry an incense pot with her 2 hands as she listened attentively to his story, lest she missed a single sentence, her big eyes blinking as she sat in front of Junzai. She followed each story as each of the characters encountered happiness and sadness, laughter and tears. When a handsome prince appears, her eyes widened as she became uncontrollably excited. Junzai once told the story of the Little Mermaid. It made the little girl so moved she burst into tears akin to a river breaching the dike, sobbing and weeping for one whole day. Ever since that day, Junzai swore to himself never to tell tragic stories to women. Those tears can drown a person to death. Young Master Tang has arrived. Junzai was telling the story of how the monkey son was being captured in the 8 diagrams furnace. The little leader once again held onto the incense pot as she stood before him. Her eyes kept blinking non-stop as she listened attentively, when a bodyguard suddenly rushed in to report. Young Master Tang. Junzai raised his head, feeling confounded. He then pulled out the memories regarding this person out from his head. Invite him in. From far across the courtyard, a meatball started rolling towards him. As it rolled it shouted, "Third young master, Brother Moxie, save me, this is a really terrifying problem." Junzai stared with wide open eyes, his mouth left hanging in the air, completely startled by the sight of the rolling meatball. It was simply unimaginable that a meatball could actually talk. It was only after the meatball came close to him did he realize that it was actually a human. This person must certainly not have a neck, or at least it was not observable even with third young Master Jun's eyesight. His shoulders were wide, his arms short and thick, and his head round, spiriting the streamlined shape. Both his thighs were extremely short and thick as he moved. His body fat surged magnificently, just like the constantly superseding waves of the Yangtze River. In short, he can be described as anything but bamboo-like. However, he does not look like a human. Walking in from the door of the courtyard, which spanned seemingly but a few steps, had left him gasping for air, wiping his sweat non-stop and obviously very tired. This person was none other than young Master of the Tang family, whose position and fame was on par with the Jun family Tang Yuan. He really does look like him, but he seemed even bigger than before. Junzai thought to himself. A young Master Tang. What is wrong with you? What could possibly happen for you to scream, "Save me"? Which blind idiot provoked you this time? Junzai asked as he observed Jun Mox's best friend standing before him, holding back his desire to laugh. Bloody grannies, who else if not those slops from the Lai and Ming families? Young Master Tang was outraged. He strove to force his eyes to reveal themselves from among the thick flesh, succeeding in opening a narrow slit. "Brother, for the past few days I had been inside the 1,000 gold hall for a good 10 days, losing a total of 150,000 silver liangs. Third young master, you have to help, otherwise when I go home, my old man will beat me to death." TL liang is a form of currency. 150,000 silver liangs. Junzai was shocked. How did you lose so much money? Wait, where did you even get so much money? Tang Yuan gave a loud sigh. In the beginning, I was actually winning. I won up to a total of 50,000. If they do not let you win, would you continue gambling? What exactly were you playing there to lose so much? You really got some guts. Junzai stared at him. Tang Yuan dared not refute, and just grumbled. Last month, didn't you end up losing 100,000 liang yourself? Mine is just a little bit higher than yours, and yet you. What is the point of telling me that? Besides, a mere 150,000 silver liangs is not something your Tang family cannot part with. Was there any need to come here yelling save me? Junzai suddenly realized that these people could not be evaluated using common sense. These people are your typical spendthrifty young masters. Even if it's your old man, he would not possibly murder you just for a mere 150,000 silver liangs. It's not like you have never lost so much before. But after I lost all my money, I told them that I would go home to get more. It was then that Libo incited me, saying that everyone is already tired and that they would go away if I were not there. I became reckless, and Tang Yuan looked at Junzai with a pitiful expression, his face filled with regret. And what? Junzai suddenly had a sense of foreboding. One can lose men, but not lose formation. I became impulsive and pawned my accompaniment jade and precious sword, pawned for a total of 300,000 silver liangs. I thought that I would be able to win them all back quickly. I did not expect I lost it all. Tang Yuan's face was distressed as he hesitantly spoke. You dare say lose men but not formation. I can still remember that your father spent a huge fortune to buy that famed snow bluster sword for you. That terrifyingly divine weapon can cut iron like cutting mud, and that accompaniment jade of yours was made from warm jade back then. These two treasures used up at least 1 million liangs to get, right, and yet you pawned both of them for only 300,000. Even in bargain sales, there won't be such a sale. Junzai was left speechless. This man is too damned capable of a wastrel. I'm not someone who do not have rules, you know. It's just that. Back then my mind suddenly became numb. I don't even know how to explain it. My mind just became a messy paste of confusion. Tang Yuan grumbled again. But even if you did lose these two, you still have the pledge note. You can just go redeem it later on. Considering how much your father loves you, at most he will just rebuke you with some words. Why would he kill you? Besides, what else do your family have if not money? Around 1 million worth of silvers. Is this really a serious problem for someone like you? Junzai just grunted. Hang twice. Nonsense. These two items are absolute treasures. How can I not want to win them back on the spot? Tang Yuan replied indignantly. It is not like you do not know the rules of my grandpa. Last time you saw for yourself what I had to endure. That kind of beating can tear off one layer of skin. So, you continued gambling. What did you pawn this time? I know you have a lot of good stuff, but I am sure you don't have any one worth up to around 1 million liangs. Junzai was a man with exceptional amounts of experience, especially when concerning the psychology of gambling. This fatty would not be so anxious unless he had gambled away something he should absolutely not gamble with. Yes, back then I really did not have anything valuable on me. In the end I went ahead and pawned my wife. Tang Yuan's face was again distressed. It was a face filled with despair and the desire to kill himself. I have yet to have a wedding with her. Our little Qi, who was standing beside, gasped. Her eyes widened as she stared at Tang Yuan. Her eyes were filled with shock. Within its depth there was even a hint of disgust. She secretly resented it was not easy for the young master to become good, and yet this bad friend came. What, you pawned off your wife? You actually pulled your wife into this mess? Junzai nearly fell off from his chair and fainted on the spot. This was too shocking, simply unthinkable. Tang Yuan's fiancée was not only his wife, she was the daughter of Sun Chenghe, the vice minister of the Ministry of Justice, a beauty from a prestigious family, sent into the 1,000 Gold Hall. If this news were to spread out, then the amount of ridicule and laughter would be considerable. The son of the Minister of State Revenue went gambling, losing the daughter of the Vice Minister of Justice. If this news were to spread, Grandpa Tang would pump out all the fat and oil in this fat's body to be used as fuel for Sky Lantern. I did not drag her there. Tang Yuan was at the point of crying out. But I signed a promissory note, using her as mortgage for 1,000,000 liangs. It was written in black and white. Here and there was my signature. Pig 1 was a daughter from the Minister of Justice, the other was a son from the Minister of State Revenue. This type of connection would affect the future and reputation of the two prestigious factions, and yet he only pawned it for a mere 1,000,000. Zhang Zai ended up laughing. You actually signed off on it as well. What happened to that 1,000,000 liang? Lost as well. Tang Yuan fell with his buttocks on the ground, causing the ground to tremble, and started bawling and wailing. They said that if I don't bring over 1,500,000 liangs within 3 hours' time, then they have no need for the money anymore. They also do not want her. They will make this promissory note public. My God, Zhang Zai was speechless again. How did it become 1,500,000 liangs? Isn't it supposed to be only 1,000,000 liangs? That was the price for the 3 hours. Tang Yuan sniveled. Third young master, you must save me. I have nowhere to go. You want me to save you? How am I supposed to save you? What makes you think I have that much money? Zhang Zai flatly refused. Are you kidding me? This senior haven't had my fill of killing guys like these, and you want me to fork out money to support this kind of gambler? Forget the fact that I do not have such a huge sum. Even if I do have it, I still will not borrow. You do not need any money. Tang Yuan's spirit immediately lifted, his small eyes blinked. Lai Feng and Meng Haizhu made a condition, saying that since third young master Zhang had not visited in a while, they will return the promissory note to me as long as I can bring you over to gamble with them a few rounds. I actually have that high level of prestige. Zhang Zai shook his head, considering the past actions of this debauchee whose body he had taken over. His fame in the gambling halls was probably only so-so. As for his past life, his evil name in the casinos was probably the pinnacle of transcendence. Chapter 012 The Young Master Tang, Who Lost His Wife. Chapter 13 Who is Plotting Against Me? Chapter 013 Who is Plotting Against Me? Regular chapter. It is the absolute truth. Third young master Tang Yuan grasped his arm. Zhang Zai suddenly felt his arms being wrapped around by a layer of oil. They really promised me that. They promised that as long as third young master appears, they will immediately hand over the promissory note and won't do anything else regarding this matter. Oh, they actually said that. Zhang Zai's face frowned, his eyes flickered for a moment. Something clearly felt wrong with this. How could this matter suddenly change its course in such a manner? This was supposed to be a case of the fatty losing his wife. So how did this matter suddenly turn all the way towards him? It appeared there was some trickery involved here, and the target was none other than himself. This was undoubtedly a set-up. Considering the super-idiotic temperament of the original Zhang Moxie, once he heard about how his brother was bullied, he would certainly fly into a fit of rage. Then, hearing the way the opponents were giving him such face, he would get carried away to the point of losing himself. His cockiness will prompt him to set off without any considerations whatsoever and walk straight into the trap that had already been arranged by the enemies. If this scenario was set up by those who were trying to antagonize Zhang Moxie, then the schemers behind this scenario can be assumed to be very understanding of Zhang Moxie's character. No, this plot only appears to be targeting Zhang Moxie. No one would be interested in laying down such a detailed scheme for a completely harmless debauchee. His or her true target was none other than Grandpa Zhang. It may also be possible that behind these perpetrators lied yet another mastermind. After all, both the Jun family and Grandpa Jun were not something that normal people can provoke. Jun Zai examined the fatty before him, secretly wondering what role did this fatty play in this scheme. Is he a friend or a foe? Observing Tang Yuan's current expression of almost crapping in his pants, Jun Zai concluded if this fatty is not faking it, then he must be an absolute sucker. If this fatty is truly faking it, then he would be a god-level actor amongst actors. Not only that, he would also be a very dangerous person whose true face is very well hidden. Should he go or not? Jun Zai made the decision in an instant. How can he miss out on such an exciting event with his gambling skills? Could he actually lose? Besides, if he chose not to go, then how will he find out who was trying to plot against him? Jun Zai was not one to allow his enemies to plot against him within the shadows. Bring them out and kill them. This has always been his style of handling matters. Secretly circulating the divine art of heaven's fortune, Jun Zai's mouth broke out a hint of smile. Even if it were gambling, I still would not lose. With such a kind of internal energy at my disposal, it is simply too easy for me to cheat. How many silver bills do we have? Having made up his mind, Jun Zai turned towards Little Qi. Hearing Jun Zai ask the question using the word we, Little Ke's heart was overflowed with the feelings of both shame and joy, her heart inexplicably feeling a little sweet. She replied with a blush, "After the old master deducted young master's spending money last time, the silver box currently holds 120,000 silver liang bills, gold bills at 30,000 liang, gold leaf at 300 liang, white silver at 100 ingots, fragment silver. Enough. That's enough. I won't be using that much." Watching Little Qi carefully calculate everything with such detail, Jun Zai quickly stopped her. Otherwise, this stubborn little girl might even count out how many copper coins there are. Take out 50,000 silver liang bills, and prepare another dozen pieces of fragment silver, Jun Zai said. How can this small sum be enough? Tang Yuan practically jumped up, his face crying as he begged. Brother, third young master, these are not even enough to cover a fraction of it. You are not trying to send me to my death, are you? I am begging you, brother. Fatty, didn't you say earlier that as long as I appear, then your promissory note problem will be settled? We are going to gamble, not going to send them money. Young Master Tang, why do we want to take so much money with us? Wouldn't it become a burdensome excess baggage? Don't you have faith in my gambling skill that is unrivaled in the world? Jun Zai replied. Your gambling skill that is unrivaled in the world? A pair of thin eyes stared stupidly until it became round in surprise. This feat was no easy accomplishment for Tang Yuan's fat face. It was no doubt a highly difficult maneuver. Tang Yuan's mouth twitched. If it was not for the fact that his heart was currently filled with dread and depression, he would probably laughed out loud. He let out within his heart, your so-called gambling skill that is unrivaled in the world. I do not seem to recall seeing you win before, unless you are talking about the number of times you lost. Then your claim of being unrivaled in the world might not be too far off. No matter, as long as you go, then everything will work out. As long as I can get back the promissory note, what do I have to fear? Son of a bitch, how did I lose my head to go so far as to pawn off my own wife? This matter is really too strange. Taking less money might be better, at least the losses will be limited. Jun Zai placed the bills within his clothes, and then commanded 2 horses to be prepared. Tang Yuan had already become impatient. His pudgy body rolled all the way to the door. His small eyes shuttled around everywhere, looking extremely frightened. Hurry up, third young master. If we are unlucky enough to bump into your grandpa while he is coming back, then it will all be over. You do not know about this, but every time I come visit your house, I have to endure a tremendous amount of pressure, sigh. Jun Zai laughed as he jumped atop of the horse. Looking over, he said, "The way I see it, you don't seem to be that scared today." The moment Tang Yuan jumped on top of his designated horse, he weighed down on the healthy horse, causing it to neigh aloud. Its 4 hooves turned soft, almost bending down onto the ground. Putting in more strength, it was finally able to stand up. The horse may be wondering to itself, I have carried no small number of people. Even when carrying generals clad in full armor and weapon in hand, I can still run freely. But why do this person feel so heavy today? One miscalculation, and I almost lost my front hoof. Jun Zai could not restrain himself, and laughed out. He then moved his own healthy horse forward. Behind him, 8 bodyguards, with sturdy bodies, carrying swords on their back, followed. Tang Yuan's horse too started moving, but with difficulty. It neighed heavily as it caught up to them. They went out to the Great Dinfeng Street, which was regarded as the most extravagant street in Tangsang City. The street was bustling with activities and was filled with a steady stream of people. Tang Yuan did not spare any thoughts for the horse and rushed out, taking the lead. He rushed far ahead while constantly looking back, his face filled with worry, apparently fearing that Jun Zai was moving at too slow of a pace. After turning out of the Great Dinfeng Street, there is a restaurant located not far to the north, known as the 1,000-Mile Fragrance Restaurant. The Lai family runs this restaurant. Behind the restaurant lies a large unused courtyard. This is the 1,000 Gold Hall mentioned by Tang Yuan. This secret area is the place for young masters of noble families to spend big money in there. There are no limits to what they will bet for. As long as one can imagine it, one can bet on it. Jun Zai was just about to steer his horse forward when a few people suddenly appeared from the roadside. In the lead was a young maiden. She was walking ahead sulkily and angrily shouted, "Stop following me, you're annoying me to death." The other person was trying to persuade her not stop while chasing after her. Following closely behind the both of them were 8 bodyguards. She seemed like the daughter of a wealthy family. Jun Zai took a brief glance at the young maiden. The young maiden was pouting, but was blessed with good looks. The young maiden, who was already in a fit of anger, noticed Jun Zai staring at her like that, took a deep breath, and started cursing him. "What are you looking at, you lecher?" The young maiden was already feeling highly irritable. Seeing the notorious playboy, Jun Moxie, who also happened to be staring at her, she suddenly decided to use him as an outlet for her anger. Chapter 14 Dugu Zairoyi. Chapter 014 Dugu Zairoyi. Redula Chapter. Jun Zai's heart was startled as he was suddenly reminded of his past life. Back then, he was also wandering around the main street when he saw her. She was so beautiful that he unconsciously turned to look at her again. Unexpectedly, that young maiden was also in the midst of anger. She turned around and cursed him. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before, you rotten scoundrel?" Unexpectedly, they would become acquaintances. As an assassin, Jun Zai had always been careful to avoid causing any troubles all the way until the day he transmigrated. Now they were separated by 2 worlds. Thinking about it, Jun Zai could not help but feel a sense of loss. The current Jun Zai felt as though he was looking back in time. His heart felt an unrestrained sense of warmth bubbling up. Looking at the young maiden brought the same feeling of warmth back into his heart. He smiled and said, "Milady, have we met before? You seem familiar." The young maiden gritted her teeth as she stared at him. "Pooh, this lady is well aware of who you are, you scum." "Third young master Jun, What kind of tricks are you thinking of playing today? Playing first encounters? So, she is actually someone I know. Junzai quickly accessed his memories to find out the information about this unruly girl. Unable to stop himself from feeling embarrassed, he laughed lightly and thoughtlessly replied, to think that we were actually acquainted. This must be fate, Miss Dugu. This is fate. What nonsense is this? The Miss Dugu stared with dumbfounded eyes. One of her female bodyguards suddenly could not hold back and laughed out. As for Tang Yuan, after he realized that Junzai had not caught up to him, he backtracked back and heard Junzai's words. Respect. Third young Master Jun was truly a professional when it comes to caughting women. However, his courage was even more worthy of respect. Those who dared say these words to the #1 unreasonable female in Tangsing Kingdom, Miss Dugu Xiaorui, were far and few in between. Dugu Xiaorui stared at Junzai, her eyes slowly glowering as it grew fiercer. Jun Moxie, could it be that you think that the pain from that last beating was not enough? As it so happens, this lady is in the middle of a bad mood. I can help you out in loosening your bones for you. Junzai was startled and was finally able to recall that this Dugu Xiaorui happened to be the one person Jun Moxie fears most. In short, he did something which resulted in Dugu Xiaorui beating the absolute daylight out of him, which took him half a month before he could crawl out of bed. Miss Dugu, I hope you have been well. What I actually wanted to say was, little brother here still have something to attend to. I'll take my leave first. I'll see you later. Junzai prepared to slip away. Looking at the little Spitfire's menacing posture and face, it seemed as though she was about to rush up to Jun Moxie and start a beat down. In Jun Moxie's memories, even though this little Spitfire was still young, her battle prowess was highly reputable. Even if there were several Jun Moxies, they would still be no match for her. That was not to say that Junzai was afraid of her, but at this point in time, it was imperative that he conceal his true strength. Naturally, one must play it safe. Good guys do not beat females. Stop right there. Dugu Xiaorui lifted her chin high up into the air, then looked at Junzai with an arrogant face. Where are you planning to go? Are you planning to go do something bad? Jun Moxie, since you bumped into me, you can forget about doing any bad deeds. Just come quietly and let this lady vent out her anger, then I will let you leave. Tang Yuan's face was dripping with sweat. He stomped with gusto. His heart continuously cried out, third young Master Jun, people will usually run and hide when they see this auntie. Why did you have to tick her off instead? No matter how beautiful she is, it's not worth as much as your life. Looking at Dugu Xiaorui's big, bright eyes as she put on an arrogant and domineering face, Junzai suddenly had an idea. Pretending to be very secretive, he whispered, Miss Dugu, the place that we are going, it is quite inappropriate for girls to go. What are you guys planning to visit the brothel? She was undoubtedly a bold person, to think that she would spit out these kind of words from her mouth openly. Dugu Xiaorui gave out a cold hang, glaring at the two men in contempt. Shameless garbage. Who said we were going to visit a brothel? Do you think everyone is like you? Junzai immediately made a wrongly blamed expression. We were just heading towards the 1,000 gold hall. We are just going for a few rounds of gambling. Seemingly realizing that he had slipped up, Junzai quickly shut up. 1,000 gold hall gambling. Hearing Junzai's first part of the retort, she became even angrier. Unexpectedly, when she heard about the last part, her eyes lit up. Squinting her eyes, she smiled, revealing a pair of cute white teeth. I have never been there before. Bring me together. A commanding tone, which will not allow any rebuttals, resounded. Truly admirable, the distance and speed that a woman's train of thought can move at was simply powerful. Miss one of the accompanying females pulled Xiaoyi's sleeve, trying to discourage her. This action of hers was very reasonable. The place where the two big debauchees of Tangsing City was heading towards could not possibly be a good place. As the most precious person of her family, how can she hang out with them? Dugu Xiaoyi did not care about it in the slightest. She said excitedly, "Don't worry, those two brothers of mine would talk about the 1,000 Gold Hall every day. It must be a very special place. This time, this lady will go and have a good look." Having said that, she reached out and grabbed Jun Zai's ear. "Bring me there quickly. As long as you do that, then I will let you go today." Jun Zai could have easily avoided her, but thinking about his plan, he chose not to. He only made a pained expression, letting her tug his ears as they went forward. The 8 bodyguards at the back smiled bitterly, looking at each other. They simply followed. As for the 8 bodyguards of Dugu Xiaoyi, they too went agreeably, mostly because it does not matter whether they agree or not. These 16 bodyguards were stuck in the same situation. Those who followed the young master Jun Zai had to restrain themselves, but Dugu Xiaoyi's bodyguards went much better off. Every one of them had to hold themselves back to the limit, each blaming the other family. Tang Yuan sighed in exasperation. Why did a tigress suddenly appear in our way if she accidentally sees that promissory note? Tang Yuan shivered. This person is someone capable of spreading this news throughout the city within half a day. In 2 days' time, all the important characters in the kingdom will know. When that happens, I might as well just commit suicide. The group of people arrived at the 1,000-mile fragrance restaurant, passing through the outer courtyard, then entering into the large courtyard at the back. Tang Yuan impatiently rushed inside, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Third young master John is here, quick, give it to me." Accompanied by a short burst of laughter, 6 youngsters appeared at the doorway. Before any of them could say anything, they saw Dugu Xiaoyi coming in while pulling Jun Zai's ear. Their faces instantly changed, the color of their faces becoming as the ground below. At the current, 2 groups remained neutral towards the prince's fight. One was the Jun family and the other was none other than the Dugu family. These 2 families occupy a pivotal position in both the military and the court. This little Miss Dugu Xiaoyi was the only daughter of the Dugu family. The Dugu family was quite prosperous with a total of 7 sons and 1 daughter. As the only daughter, she became a precious existence and was pampered greatly, being spoiled to the point of conceit. However, this little girl was highly talented. Even at her young age, her level of cultivation in Xuankai has already reached a superior level. She was also endowed with a strong sense of justice. Her name resounded far and wide in Tangsing City, and was known as the nemesis of debauchees. All the young masters present here today have all had the honor of suffering under her. It was said that the old Gramps from the Dugu family, Dugu Zinhang, was a highly capable Xuankai expert, reputed to have reached the Sky Xuan rank. He was the only one within the kingdom who could challenge the Jun family's Jun Jantan. As for his position, he too was a Grand Duke. As for Dugu Xiaoyi's father, Dugu Wudi, and her 3 uncles, all of them were great generals of the kingdom. Her 7 brothers were also serving within the military. If one were to compare, then her family's sky-grasping authority and influence was only a few steps behind the current Jun family. Chapter 15 Inside the 1,000 Gold Hall. Chapter 015 Inside the 1,000 Gold Hall. As it was, all the members of the Dugu family share a specific habit, and that was their extreme protectiveness towards their weak link. This is especially true of Dugu Zairoi's father, Dugu Wudi. His overprotectiveness has reached the point of being unreasonable, causing him to be labeled as the kingdom's first tough shank. If anyone were to bully his only daughter, he would even go so far as to mobilize his entire army to retaliate. TL tough shank is used to replace Jian Du Ru. Its Chinese meaning is a very tough piece of meat. It means someone who is very hard to deal with. A tough shank who would recklessly mobilize the army, disregarding the rules, who in their right mind would dare to provoke him even though Jun Moxie was under Jun Jan Tan's protection. Dugu Zairoi still dared to give him a beating. This did not mean that Grandpa Jun was incapable of reigning in the great General Dugu Wudi. The fact was that if Grandpa Jun were to mobilize his own army, then Grandfather Dugu would definitely make an appearance. And the reason for that was because the great General Dugu Wudi's overprotective nature was simply inherited from none other than the old Grandfather Dugu. That was also why the person that Jun Mox's memories feared most would be Grandpa Jun, followed by Dugu Zairoi. Oh, wait, it's the other way round. The number one most fearsome person would be Dugu Zairoi, while his Grandpa Jun ranked second. After all, the most his grandfather would do to him was preach to him, unwilling to actually hurt him. However, such was not the case with this horrifying auntie. If he was to fall into her hands, he would be thrashed for no reason at all. If even someone of Jun Mox's background dared not provoke this gigantic figure, then the other debauchees were not even worth mentioning. And now, that precious princess of the Dugu family actually came here on her own. There's nothing I could do about it. Jun Zai slanted his head, pointing towards his ears where a soft white hand remained, twisting his ear. Just look at me. Is there anything I could do about it? If any of you have any good ideas, then by all means please go ahead. Just do not drag me into it. What is wrong? Are you not going to welcome me, or do you think that this lady do not have any money? Dugu Zairoi stared at them, pulling out her purse and smugly shook it to show them. Raising her eyebrows, she said, "This senior lady have plenty of money." The entire group of debauchees faltered, almost crapping in their pants. "So, you have plenty of money, but the problem is who dares to earn your money? Whoever wins against you will get a visit from your old man and his army, coming to collect their debt. And that is the best case scenario if your old grandpa happens to be in the mood and decides to make a trip here. Aren't we as good as dead?" Tang Yuan did not care what they were thinking in their hearts. His eyes blazed with fiery light. "Let's not sweat the small stuff. Just return me my item. Third young Master John is here, and he will not run away. You all promised me a real man is a man of trust. Those who are untrustworthy have no right to stand between heaven and earth." Listening to the Fatah's last words, even someone with Jun Zai's ever-calm emotions nearly puked. "You actually dare to claim that you are a real man? Please do not degrade the value of real men." Among the 6 young men, there was one who remained calm. This person is Lai Feng, the grandson of the Grand Preceptor Lai Sheng. The other 2 behind him are Lai Zhen and Lai Lin respectively. All 3 were brothers. Standing beside him is a slim-looking young man, sporting a pair of thin mustache and a pair of deep eyes. He is Meng Heizu, the eldest son of the Minister of Personnel, Meng Jianghu. He is reputed to be a person of high talent. Behind him stood another 2 members of the Meng family, Meng Liang and Meng Fei. Lai Feng was all smiles as he said for Miss Dugu to personally pay a visit. "How can I not welcome you? Please enter." After saying that, he turned and ordered, Serve Miss Dugu properly. If Miss Dugu becomes displeased, then I'll peel off your skin. He turned his head. This time his face was all smiles again as he winked at Minghezu. Since third young Master John is here, then we should also conclude our little joke. Look at how anxious Master Tang is. He is already sweating. A real man is born between heaven and earth. How can we be untrustworthy? Give him that item. Minghezu nodded and turned towards Tang Yuan. Master Tang, I can give you the item. However, the 1,500,000 silver lings cannot be reduced. Tang Yuan was only here to get back the promissory note. As for the 1.5 million silver lings, he did not care about it in the slightest, even though it was not a small sum. Once he heard Minghezu's words, he agreed repeatedly. Calmly observing from the side, Zhan Zai sneered in his heart. There was no doubt that Tang Yuan was scared senseless by this matter, but those two may not necessarily be without any qualms. Even if Tang Yuan did not invite him here, they would not have the guts to publicize the details of the promissory note. Doing so will only invite the wrath of both the Tang and Sun families, possibly causing the two families to regard them as blood enemies. The final outcome of doing so would be absolute disaster. If one were to consider all the details, then one would realize that this matter was in fact not as big as it seemed. The final goal was still none other than Jun Moxie. However, that problematic outcome will disappear once Tang Yuan takes back the promissory note, after which they will certainly start spreading rumors about the note, using those rumors to strike a blow at the Tang family. This matter was something he could already foresee. What kind of item can make young Master Tang so anxious? Let me see. Let me have an eye-opening experience. Dugu Zairoi clearly did not want to be left out. Her curiosity soared. Seeing Tang Yuan's face suddenly becoming relieved after receiving a piece of paper, she was suddenly curious and reached out with her small, white hand. Tang Yuan's face turned miserable. He quickly shoved the piece of paper into his mouth and swallowed it down after just chewing it twice. His face then turned innocent as he smacked his lips. That action happened at lightning speed as his fat neck actually stretched out like a giraffe. Bloody fatty, you dare mess with me? You have some guts. Dugu Zairoi rushed out in anger. She grabbed Tang Yuan's collar, actually lifting up the near 400 jin body up into the air, and shouted, "Spit it out." TL1 jin 0.60479 kg. That's 241 kg. She's lifting. The 7 people, Zhan Zai included, watched as their eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. They secretly swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva, their lips crooked, their eyes slanted, their lips blue and faces white. Oh, Miss Dugu, this matter is actually nothing much. This matter started from third young Master Jun. Since his grandfather grounded third young Master Jun, he was unable to come out, causing us to miss him. So, we initiated a bet with Master Tang earlier. We wrote the following words, coming or not, on a piece of paper. If third young Master Jun does not come, then I promised to eat the paper. But if third young Master Jun did come, then Master Tang would eat it. Yes, this matter is actually that simple. Master Tang is truly a real man, truly a man of his words. Har har. Minghezu laughed twice as he quickly came out to smooth things over. This man truly possessed some talent, to be able to make up this seamless story on the spot. If Fatty Tang were to vomit out the paper and let it fall into the hands of Dugu Zairoi, then this matter will really blow up. Zhan Zai raised an eyebrow, secretly observing Minghezu and thinking to himself, This man could come up with such a seamless excuse in such a short period of time, and say it out with a straight face and steady heart. A man with guts, rational thought process, and the ability to act. He truly is an exceptional talent. Truth be told, John Zai had for an instant wanted to secretly cause Fatty Tang to vomit out the paper. Borrowing Dugu Zairoi's power, this matter will turn into a bloody storm. However, even though Fatty Tang was unworthy, he was still Jun Moxie's best friend. Besides, John Zai had absolute confidence in his ability to easily rein in these few debauchees. In the end, he had to reluctantly give up on the idea. But I really want Sai. Dugu Zairoi looked at them with a skeptical stare as they suddenly nodded furiously like chickens pecking down on rice. That's true, that is exactly what happened. After that, she released Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan's face was purple due to the earlier bout of strangulation. He released a successive number of retching sounds. Fearing that he might end up vomiting out the piece of paper, he forcefully refrained himself. "Dear guests, please come inside." As the owner of the residence, Lai Feng invited them in. Exuding an arrogant and domineering attitude, John Zai smiled and marched inside. He propped himself onto a grand chair and raised his legs. His current posture emanated the image of a standard rogue, fully equipped with a typical dissolute attitude. Dugu Zairoi's eyebrows frowned. This image of Jun Moxie suddenly felt sore on her eyes. She almost felt like rushing up there to kick him a few. "Well, haven't you guys been missing me? As it so happens, I was also missing your money." Jun Zai smiled an evil smile. "How do you guys want to play? Just tell me." Chapter 16 Lai Yoren. Chapter 016 Lai Yoren. The third young master is truly straightforward, Meng Hezu praised, while giving a thumbs up. As expected from the third young master of the Jun family, your heroism pierces the heavens. Your aura resembles that of your grandfather's in his heroic days. Even though this remark sounded respectful, it was lined with sarcasm. However, the original Jun Moxie may not be able to realize it. Meng Hezu glanced at Tang Yuan as he spoke. "Earlier, we were playing a game of dice with young Master Tang, but young Master Tang was no longer able to continue. How about we continue on with a dice game? I wonder if third young master has the guts for it." Hearing that, Tang Yuan's face blushed red. Giving a few hang, he stayed silent. "A game of dice?" Jun Zai thought aloud. "What does this young master have to fear in a game of dice?" he sighed in his heart. Here comes another provocation. If the original Jun Moxie heard this, not being led by the nose would truly be a strange occurrence. "Count me in." Dugu Zairoi happily chimed in, causing a struggling expression to suddenly appear on Meng Hezu's face. "Quick, serve the guests some tea," Lai Feng hastily ordered. A few cups of tea were immediately sent over, each cup being placed before each of them. Tang Yuan finished drinking his cup with one gulp. Wiping his mouth, he said, "Third young master, your brother is counting on you. You must help me vent my anger." Jun Zai gave out an overbearing laughter and reached for the cup of tea. While doing so, his eyes glanced over the faces of everyone present. At this moment, Jun Zai could clearly notice that Lai Feng and Meng Hezu had become delighted. His heart could not help but feel suspicious. Looking down at the cup of tea, he brought it close to his mouth and sniffed it. "You actually use this type of low-quality tea to serve your customers? Your service is really disappointing." He slammed the cup down on the table. One sniff was enough for Jun Zai to detect the presence of a psychedelic type of drug within the tea. This strange scent is somewhat similar to the scent of opium. The effect would likely be the same. Consuming it may not cause any harm to the body, but it would likely affect the person's state of mind. Turning his attention back to Menhaze's clothing, he noted that it was brightly vivid and the design on it was very disorderly. In addition, it also gave off a strange scent. Normal people would be confused with this strange clothing, but this set of clothing and its strange scent, coupled with the effects of the psychedelic drug from the tea, would badly affect a person's emotions. It seemed there was a problem with not only the tea, but also the clothes and its scent. Furthermore, they were all connected. Behind these men, there was probably a very skilled pharmacist. No wonder Tang Yuan would even put his wife up in the gamble earlier. This was the reason. Glancing over towards the cup of tea in Dugu Zairoi's hands, he observed that it was crystal clear, without any sign of drugs placed inside. Considering the circumstances, it seemed that they were fearful of provoking the Dugu family. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and change the tea for third young master," Lai Feng cried out. Seeing Jun Zai refusing to drink, he immediately implemented another act. "Forget it, that will be too much of a bother. I am here to gamble, not to enjoy tea. If I wanted to enjoy tea, I won't be here," Jun Zai languidly said. "There is no need to change this tea." Raising his head, he gulped down the tea. "Hurry up and start. I am already impatient." Lai Feng and Menhaze's faces lighted up. "We will follow your decision then, third young master." After saying that, they ordered a servant to lead the way. They were all brought into a vast empty hall. Within the empty hall, the only thing in sight was a big stone table and several dozen chairs. Even on their way here, they did not meet anyone at all. Looks like they suspended their business today just so then can deal with Jun Moxie. While on his way here, Jun Zai had suddenly sneezed, spraying his saliva outwards at Tang Yuan, wetting his clothes. Tang Yuan shrieked out loud and quickly wiped it away. Jun Zai rubbed his nose, spitting out his saliva with a pay. "Strange, why do I feel so dizzy? I also feel like sneezing." Lai Feng and Menhazu glanced at one another, their faces lighting up in glee. The medicine has begun to show its effect. War har har. The Grand Preceptor's residence. The Grand Preceptor Lai Shang leaned upon a soft couch with half-closed eyes. As he leisurely listened to the melodious song of the singer beyond the curtain, he asked with a smile, "For this matter, why did you entrust it over to those incapable fellows? If they screw it up, then we would have missed out on a good opportunity. That Jun family brat is nothing to fear, but the old Jun behind him is not someone we can easily provoke. Even if we do not fear him, this matter will still invite trouble for us if he were to find out about it." His words seemed to contain reproach, but his tone was soft and relaxed. Even though he brought up the question, his face showed his assurance and confidence towards the person opposite him. Standing opposite him was a handsome youngster in white robes, red lips, white teeth, delicate features and a tall stature. This handsome man was seated like a mountain, his each and every movements unhurried, revealing a noble elegance. Hearing the question, he smiled and replied, "Grandfather is always very careful in everything you do." This grandchild feel admiration for grandfather. However, that Jun Moxie is a downright debauchee. To send our more capable individuals against someone like that would be giving him too much face. Considering his character, even if this plan fails, we will still have other opportunities. There is no need to think too much about this. Besides, if we were to send out our more capable members, for them to acquaint themselves with that debauchee would make things look out of place. This could cause our plans to be exposed, leading towards us missing out on this chance. Even though Jun Moxie is a debauchee, his evaluation of himself is too high. If we were to send some highly capable person with resourcefulness to deal with Jun Moxie, then the plan would backfire on us. He raised his eyebrows as his mouth revealed a trace of irony. Even though Lai Feng and Lai Zhen are unworthy, they are actually like-minded compared to Jun Moxie. This is where everyone has their own uses come in using a debauchee to deal with a debauchee, especially a brainless debauchee like Jun Moxie. With the two of them as the main characters, we might even receive an unexpected surprise. If we were to send out our core members to deal with Jun Moxie, I fear even he would not fall for it. Besides, he smiled lightly. His remaining words need not be said for it to be understood. Will anyone use a beef splitter to slaughter a chicken? An expert was sent out only to deal with experts. A good blade should be used wisely. If an expert was dispatched to easily deal with a defenseless and ordinary person, they would only feel insulted. If the song White Snow in Early Spring was played before a butcher, not only will the song performer feel baffled, even the butcher will feel drowsy. Well said. Lai Sheng looked at his eldest grandson, Lai Yoren, with an approving expression. He was completely convinced and satisfied with his statement. His grandson Yoren is the leading figure of his generation in the Lai family. His manner of speech and gestures, expression and style of leadership is simply perfect. Both his level of effort and resourcefulness were no less capable. He is also a genius amongst geniuses in Chuan Kai cultivation, having reached the realm of gold level at the young age of 25. He is the only one with this level of cultivation speed in all of Tangxing Kingdom. But the most valuable aspect that Lai Yoren possessed is his calm and steady mind. He is neither conceited nor hot-tempered and very low-key in his way of conduct. He is also very talented in devising strategies that takes everything into consideration. Even at a young age, he had begun making strategies that allows him to win from 1,000 miles away. Not even Lai Sheng could compare when he was at this young age. He could foresee that if the Lai family wished to soar, then the hope of the next generation lay upon Lai Yoren's shoulders. With such a capable grandson, Lai Sheng felt exceptionally proud. Lai Yoren's greatest virtue is that he never underestimated anyone. When implementing a plan, analyze every aspect of the plan. When moving against a person, analyze every aspect of that person. Even when dealing against someone like Jun Moxie, Lai Yoren retained an indifferent attitude, not showing the slightest bit of disdain when discussing about him. Such a figure would be immediately recognized as a leader, regardless of where they were placed. This strategy can be considered thorough, but we must also prevent any possibility of what-ifs. It would be for the best if it could succeed in one go. They believed that it was absolutely impossible for Jun Moxie to escape from this setup. After all, Lai Yoren personally devised this plan. It was launched through a roundabout way using Tang Yuan. If Jun Moxie could escape, then something was certainly going wrong. As long as Jun Moxie falls into this trap, the second phase of the plan will be put into action, making him unable to escape forever. When that happened, even if Jun Jan Tian still would not serve them, he would fall apart due to this disappointing grandson, and can no longer pose any threat. What ifs? Lai Yoren frowned. Every aspect of the plan was instantly recalculated in his mind, and he shook his head. There are no other possibilities. Not to mention, we have included Meng Heizu into this plan. Even though Meng Heizu cannot be considered a talent, he is more than enough against someone like Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie cannot escape the palm of my hands. Then what if he manages to escape your grasp? Lai Sheng joked. Escape? He seriously pondered the question before laughing. Lai Yorn leisurely looked at the door and said, if that happens, then that person is not Jun Moxie. Chapter 17 Really Good Luck. Chapter 017 Really Good Luck. Regular Chapter. Lai Yorn's strategy against Jun Moxie was indeed perfect, having completely considered Jun Moxie's character and having arranging every aspect in detail. This plan was certainly perfect, but heaven toys with the will of men. Within this perfect plan, a unique defect had unexpectedly appeared. If the target of this strategy was still Jun Moxie, then the rate of success would be 100%. However, the Jun Moxie of today was actually Jun Zai. Can their plan still proceed smoothly? 1,000 Gold Haul. Shall we proceed with third young master's usual amount of bet starting with 1,000 liang, or should we increase it a little? Lai Feng asked after everyone were seated. From 1,000 liangs, Dugu Zairoi cried in surprise. Her soft white face was blushed red. You guys are going to bet so much? She was the only daughter of the Dugu family. Normal necessities like food, clothes, and others were often prepared beforehand for her. With the exception of buying some gold and silver jewelry, her expenditure was often not much. She originally thought that the 100 silver liangs she brought with her was a huge sum. How could she have imagined that the minimum bet was actually at 1,000 liangs? The total amount in her purse can only amount to 1/10. This was in fact a very normal thing. 1,000 silver liangs weighed at least several dozens in Jin 0.60479 kg. Not even a terribly rich family will actually bring out dozens of Jin worth of silver liangs as they wander about. After all, this world has something called bills. 1,000 liang, that amount would take too long. This young master do not have that much time to waste. Let us make this merrier. Every game starts at 10,000 liangs, no upper limit. Let's proceed with this. Jun Zai laughed out loud. This young master have plenty of money. This small sum is not worth mentioning. Tang Yuan was shocked. 1,000 liang as the starting line is already no small sum. Third young master. He knows all too well that Jun Zai only has 50,000 liangs with him. If the game truly was played with 10,000 liangs as the baseline, he could end up losing everything in minutes should his luck be bad. But after thinking about it again, losing everything instantly may not be bad. He had already lost so much today. In addition, the note had already been reclaimed. He should not push his own brother towards such a dangerous spot. Losing that 50,000 liang should not be too big a deal. After pondering about it, he decided not to interfere. The third young master Jun is truly a straightforward man. The game of dice happens to be my favorite. A game of luck. Both sides can see the results of the roll, making it fair and reasonable. Meng Heizu laughed. Enough nonsense. How are we going to play this game? The smaller value wins, or the bigger value wins, or are we guessing the values? Jun Zai looked as though he could no longer wait. If a detailed person were to observe him, he would note that Jun Zai's eyes had become red, signifying that the drugs had begun taking effect. The time was approaching. Meng Heizu quietly looked at Jun Zai's eyes and replied, "Let's make it simple and bet on either big or small. What do you think?" Jun Zai nodded. Paul, to be fair, those who participated in this game would first bring out enough silver bills, then proceed to roll the dice. The one with the biggest dice roll would become the banker. Depending on the number of people participating, the number of dice used will differ. If 7 people were participating, then 7 dice will be used. If 6 people, then 6 dice will be used. After that round comes the last round where the winner becomes the banker. This was confusing. At the current, Zhun Zai, Meng Heizu, Meng Fei, Lai Feng and Lai Zhen were participating in the gamble. 10 Yuan was already wiped clean and was only qualified to watch by the side. As for Dugu Zairoi, who came with an overbearing attitude, she did not have enough money on her. Without enough money, even the emperor will not be given any face, and can only sit by the side as a spectator. Her face was flushed red and covered with shame. The gears within Zhun Zai's mind moved. How can he not take advantage of such a powerful backer? Miss Dugu is a female. It is only natural that you do not join in with us. Why don't Miss Dugu play across the board? What is playing across the board? Dugu Zairoi's eyes lit up. The so-called playing across the board is basically making an outside bet. This means that even though you are not participating in this gamble, you can still make a bet. For example, you can make a bet of 5 silver liangs on me to win. If I lose, then I would have dragged you down, and you would have lost that 5 silver liangs. That way both sides lose. But if I were to win, then your returns, including interest, would be 10 silver liangs, Zhun Zai explained carefully. Very well. Dugu Zairoi's mood soared. In the first round, I will bet 5 liangs on you. Zhun Zai laughed aloud. With a beauty betting on me, my luck will undoubtedly rise. Lai Feng, who was observing everything, sneered in his heart. Go ahead and laugh. You are about to cry very soon. Everyone had already thrown the dice, leaving only Zhun Zai. The one currently in the lead was Meng Heizu with 1 dice at 6 points and 2 dice at 5 points, 16 points in total. This was quite a high amount of points. The only way to beat him was to get either 18 points or 17 points. Lai Feng exposed a triumphant look on his face. As long as Meng Heizu became the banker, then the chances of grasping onto Zhun Moxie would be assured. They would ensure that Zhun Moxie lose to the point of leaving without his pants. Once he had lost to the point of madness, then the plan would smoothly advance onwards. Zhun Zai gathered the 3 dice into his hand, his face filled with smiles, but in his heart he was cursing. Not only did they added something into the tea earlier, they even tampered with the dice. It was obviously filled with something else. The balance and feel was exceptionally wrong. The substance used to fill it was certainly not lead, because that would cause the dice to weigh heavily on one side. However, the dice was clearly uniform in weight. The only substance that could mysteriously transform like that would be mercury. And only someone who was very familiar with this dice can cast out the desired outcome. Even if the average person was to discover this fraudulent aspect, they would still be unable to do anything. Zhun Zai, on the other hand. Zhun Zai exhaled his breath. With a spin of his wrist he tossed the 3 dice into the dice cup, causing it to collide with a sound. At the same time, Zhun Zai's right hand that was on the table issued out a thin strand of kai as thin as a needle. The thin strand of kai stretched mysteriously without anyone noticing towards the dice cup. Everyone's breath were held as they watched with wide-opened eyes. The 3 dice rolled down for a bit before stopping. How is this possible? Lai Zhen cried out as he stared with a depressed look. Meng Heizu's group issued out a sigh of disappointment. 10 Yuan was the only one who cheered, laughing and dancing happily. 2 dice at 6 points and 1 dice at 5 points. It was just 1 point higher than Meng Heizu's dice roll. Meng Heizu's group had their hopes dashed and can only look at Zhun Moxie in shock. Zhun Moxie, this bastard must have stepped on some lucky dog poop today. Stepping on dog poop is supposed to bring good luck. Zhun Zai cried out in delight. Har, Miss Dugu truly is a bringer of good luck. You have graced me with prosperity. This truly is heaven complying with a sincere today. This scenario will start a bloodbath. He then grasped the dice cup in his hands, which shook as he urged. Put down your bet. Put down your bet. Quickly put down your bet. An impatient look was expressed on his face. Jun Zai slammed the dice cup on the table, letting go of his hand immediately. The other hand though was gently placed on the table, his face seemingly tense. However, his internal energy had already reached the dice cup, ready for action. Chapter 18 Winning Money. Chapter 018 Winning Money. Regular chapter. Lai Feng and the rest turned towards Meng Heizu. Amongst all of them here, Meng Heizu is the most proficient in gambling. His skills in listening to the dice movements was particularly high, especially when the dice was one he had prepared himself. Everyone here were simmering in excitement, just waiting to strip Jun Zai off everything he had. Meng Heizu's set of closed eyes were opened. He confidently said. His hands grabbed 50,000 silver bills and placed them onto the big section. Lai Feng and the rest followed suit, their faces expressing excitement as they await what would happen next. Watching all this, Tang Yuan felt shocked. He knew that Jun Zai had only brought a total of 50,000 silver bills with him this time. If he lost this round, then he would not even be able to pay everyone. This was bad. Jun Zai's internal energy moved, causing the dice to turn over silently. Jun Zai leisurely shouted, All bets have been decided. I'm opening it now. He opened the dice cup to reveal one dice with 2 points, 2 dice with 1 point, totaling up to only 4 points. Small. Meng Heizu's face turned pale. How was this possible? He had obviously heard the dice movement indicating at least one of the 3 dice had the value of 6 points. The chance of the results being big was at least 90%. However, when the result was revealed, not a single dice had a 6 point. Could he had made a mistake and misheard a 1 for a 6? Without any modesty, Jun Zai collected everyone's silver bills towards his side. He then gave Dugu Zairoi 10 silver liangs, before adding an extra 1,000 liangs. Miss Dugu, congratulations as thanks for your good fortune. Please take this 1,000 liangs as bonus. Dugu Zairoi received the silver bill with her small hands, her big eyes narrowing into a thin line from her joyful face. She patted Jun Zai's shoulder with an extremely righteous demeanor. Well done, little Jun. I will bet on you again in the next round. I will wager in this 1,000 liang as well. She completely forgot that this person before her was the one she fervently detested, a super debauchee. Lai Feng smiled dryly. Third young master's luck is truly good to start the game with such good results. However, he secretly shot a look of inquiry at Meng Heizu. Meng Heizu's face sank as he shook his head, apparently uncertain of what had transpired. Jun Zai had already taken the drugs, while the dice is the one he is most familiar with, the liquid jade dice. Could this actually be just a coincidence considering the fact that his skill in listening to the dice movement had yet to reach a very high level? It was not impossible for him to have made a mistake. After all, it was only one time. All he needed to do was to win in the following games. He still had plenty of time and money. However, Jun Zai still managed to win the next few games effortlessly. Winning again and again, his silver bills piled up high as though they were holding a conference, totaling up to 3 million liangs. Dugu Zairoi, who was betting on him, had also won up to 20,000 silver bills. The Lai and Meng brothers' faces were all painted with the color of the ground. You are being dishonest, you cheater. Lai Shen jumped up with red-hot expression. His bets had been the biggest, and now his 700,000 plus silver bills were reduced to merely a few miserable slips. He pointed his fingers at John Zai, anger evident on his face. It was not only him. Even Menghezu was becoming more skeptical. How could he guess wrongly time and again? John Zai's eyes, on the other hand, had become more and more dazed. Then, why was he winning again and again, as though the god of wealth had suddenly decided to attach himself to him? One or two coincidences may be possible, but for so many coincidences to happen was simply illogical. If you have no money, then leave. If you cannot afford to lose money, then don't play. John Zai did not even bother looking at him. He contemptuously said as his nose rose to the skies. When catching thieves, one must also catch the stolen goods. When catching a cheating partner, one must also catch two people. Did you see me cheat, Miss Dugu? You are a high-ranked expert. Did you see me do anything? Lai Zhen stared at him viciously, as though he wanted to swallow him whole. But once John Zai pushed Dugu Zairoi onto the stage, the fact that they were actually in the wrong caused them to become fearful. Dugu Zairoi had no clue what the rules were at all, and was definitely not the so-called high-ranked expert that John Zai had said she was. However, she had constantly won as she betted on John Zai, winning a total of 20,000 lings. She was so happy, she could not help herself but reply, "What a bunch of wimps. When you were winning, you were laughing. You even forced them to go get help. But when you lose, you accuse people of cheating. You guys from the Lai family sure got guts to be doing something like this." I was beside little John all this time. All he did was cast the dice normally. How can he do anything dishonest? How can he cheat? Who forced people to ask for help? Lai Zhen asked, his clout falling. Him. Dugu Zairoi pointed at Tang Yuan. He went to get Jun Moxie here. It would be really strange if he was not calling him for help. Besides, with so much gambling going on here, the famed gambler Tang Yuan is only spectating. That can only mean that he had already lost everything to you people. He would only choose not to gamble if he has absolutely no money to gamble. Did you take this lady for a fool? Everyone was surprised. How could they have expected that the usually hot-headed Spitfire actually had such a shrewd mind? Grand Preceptor's residence. Report. Jun Moxie had already entered the 1,000 Gold Hall. However, he also brought the Dugu family's Miss Dugu Zairoi, a bodyguard reported. Dugu Zairoi, why would she go to the 1,000 Gold Hall? Lai Yoren frowned slightly. It was probably not deliberate. They coincidentally met on the road, and Miss Dugu had actually cursed Jun Moxie quite a bit. In the end, she forced Jun Moxie to bring her over to the 1,000 Gold Hall. The bodyguard was watching everything in the shadows and clearly saw everything that had occurred. Even if it was not deliberate, a variable have appeared. Jun Moxie, this little bastard's luck is really something. Lai Yoren inhaled and smiled. If that is the case, you must quickly inform Lai Feng, Lai Zhen, and Menghezu to abolish the plans made for today. Tell them to make an excuse to get away, even if they have to lose some money in the process. They must also set another appointment with Jun Moxie. Go. Yes, the bodyguard swiftly rushed out after replying. Well done, a prompt decision, truly ingenious. Lai Sheng chuckled. If Jun Moxie is to fall into our trap when Dugu Zairoi is around, then she will surely spread it when she returns home. Those old fogies would be able to think it over. Beating the grass to startle the snake, this is not a desirable outcome. Giving up is the correct choice. Besides, giving him some money is no big deal. That would only pump up his confidence and make the next plan easier. Beating the grass to startle the snake is one of the 36 stratagems in the art of war. A double-edged strategy where you do something to surprise the enemy and watch what they do next and try to take advantage of it. Lai Yoren smiled indifferently. His mind suddenly thought, could John Moxie had deliberately brought Dugu Zairoi there? Thinking about it, he felt the urge to laugh. That stupid John Moxie, how could that idiot have such an agile mind? It seemed that this bastard's luck today is really good. At this moment, Lai Yoren still did not know that it was already too late. Losing a little bit was not enough to solve the problem at hand. 1,000 gold haul. Due to their protests, the gambling rules were changed thrice. Jun Zai clamored arrogantly, causing the 6 debauchees to fume to the point of having smoke rising off them. His mouth shot out words of poison, and yet he kept winning. He had unexpectedly wiped them out to the point where their mouth became crooked and their eyes tilted, their pockets completely emptied. The triumphant Jun Zai and the joyfully laughing Dugu Zairoi were busy dividing their spoils. Seeing the pile of silver bills, those sitting across could only stare in stupefaction. When they saw Jun Moxie counting the silver bills one by one in a highly exaggerated manner, their livers ached from anger. That belongs to us. While Jun Zai was not paying attention, Dugu Zairoi's eyes swiveled around, her hands abruptly grabbed a handful of bills. The bills were at least valued at 100,000 liangs. It were stuffed into her beautiful bosom at lightning speed. She hummed and said, Jun Moxie, your victory this time is all due to my presence, boosting your luck. I'll take some more, you won't mind, would you? You have already stuffed it into your bosom. If I try to take it, won't I become a perverted rogue? Touching his nose, he smiled bitterly. Of course I do not mind. Why would I mind if it was not for Miss Duggar's good luck? How could I win so much? It is only natural that you take more. Dugu Zairoi's eyes lit up, her rabbit tooth reappearing. In that case I'll grab another. Jun Zai was shocked. He tilted his eyes. Auntie, you have already received your winnings. You have also taken my bonus. As a human, we cannot be so shameless. Keek, I am only teasing you. This is just a little bit of money. Look at your stingy face. Dugu Zairoi shouted out happily, feeling that her decision to come out today was the right one. Not only did she get to experience a handful of addictive gambling sessions, she also managed to net such a huge profit. Her total winnings, in addition to the one she grabbed earlier, was currently at nearly 200,000 liangs. This was truly joyful. A little bit of money. 100,000 liangs is considered a little bit of money. The fatty on the side also felt the desire to get a share, but he did not have the nerve to do so and can only helplessly stare at Jun Zai. But Jun Zai did not even bother looking at him. Tang Yuan suddenly felt depressed. No matter what, I am still a man. I cannot possibly follow a lady and forcibly grab the money for myself. Why am I not a female? Jun Zai's heart felt stifled. You are a 400 jin big fatty. Do you think you are qualified to make this bitter look that daughter-in-laws make? It is just like putting a bitter gourd on top of a pig's head. Originally, I had wanted to give you some pocket money, but after seeing this face, forget it. Chapter 19. The gloves are off. Chapter 019. The gloves are off. Regular chapter. Jun Zai stood up, stretching himself while smiling frivolously. Do you guys have any more money? If you people do not have any more, then it is time for me to go home and sleep. I have only won so little money after gambling for a while. What a disappointment, don't you agree, Miss Dugu? Jun Zai was well aware that he had already broken a portion of the enemy's plan. As of now, they would likely begin to go all out. You cannot leave. Lai Zhen became anxious. At this moment, their minds had become a mass of sticky mud, Menghezes included. They do not understand how they had lost. Their loss was one that had completely befuddled them. Every one of their gambling skills should have been higher than Jun Moxie, and yet they who had come together against him had actually lost it all. Not to mention, Jun Moxie had clearly drank the psychedelic drugs they had prepared. The dice used were ones they had tampered with. Menghezes' clothes were sprayed with a unique perfume meant to stimulate the minds of those who had consumed the psychedelic drug, rendering them confused and totally at the mercy of others. But instead, the four of them had lost to the point of losing their pants. What kind of explanation can be given for this? Could it be that Jun Moxie's luck was too good? However, the dice points he obtained in each round was only slightly higher than theirs was. Not even coincidences can possibly reach this level in coincidences. But if they want to say he was cheating, how exactly was he cheating for a person who had consumed psychedelic drugs and had his gambling skills turned into a complete mess? To cheat, that would be akin to meeting a real-life ghost. Their well-crafted plan that had first involved Tang Yuan proceeded smoothly. However, once their real target, Jun Moxie, appeared, they found themselves unable to proceed to their next phase of the plan. Having lost everything, how could they even talk about completing their plans? However, the consequences of failing to complete their task caused them to shiver, a trace of fear leaking out from their eyes. To these people, the gentle look on Lai Yoren's face was more terrifying compared to the fearsome grin of a demon from hell, and that was because Lai Yoren's face would show that same gentle and kind face even when issuing orders for murder or genocide. He was an existence that was even more demonic compared to a demon. I still want to bet with you. I still have assets to gamble with. Menghezu took off the accompaniment jade on his waist and threw it on the table with a purr. Har har, did you guys think that I would accept damaged goods? Junzai smiled in disdain. You want to gamble with me using that kind of worthless item? I might as well just go home and have a good sleep. Junzai shook his head and turned, obviously leaving. Hold on, Menghezu screamed. He stared at Lai Zhen and the rest. Bring out everything you can. Lai Zhen and the rest were also well aware of the miserable consequences of returning with such a result. They immediately took out everything valuable that they had on their bodies, be it precious stones, pearls, and jade ornaments. This is Sir Tang Yuan's personal sword and accompaniment jade. I will put it in together for this wager. The original price should have been 1.5 million liangs, but I will now put it up for only 1 million liangs. Menghezu stared tightly at Junzai. Jun Moxie, I believe you also wish to win this back for him, right? Dugu Zairoi stared blankly for a moment. She too knew of the remarkable origins of Tang Yuan's personal sword and accompaniment jade. As an intelligent person, she instantly picked up on the fact that this was no mere gamble. However, she did not feel fearful at all. She also did not intend on staying out of this matter. This kind of situation was simply too interesting. He is him. I am me. What does his stuff have anything to do with our gamble? Junzai looked at him as though he was appraising an idiot. If I win, then those items will become my booty, my belongings. If I want to throw it into the sewers, I will throw it into the sewers. If I want to give it to others, then I will give it to others. What does that have to do with Tang Yuan? Win it back for him. You people sure can think up a load. Tang Yuan pawned off those items for money. That is his business, not mine. Later on, when Tang Yuan brings money to redeem those items, that too will have nothing to do with me. As he spoke, Junzai gazed down at the accompaniment jade and sword. His heart was filled with laughter. These are no ordinary items. Jun Zai's mouth revealed an evil smile. Young Master Meng, don't you think what I said is right? Hearing Jun Zai's words, everyone present felt blindsided, inclusive of Tang Yuan and Dugu Zairoi. Tang Yuan had earlier expressed a joyous face, but now had become bitterly sad. Meng Hei's face turned pale. He clearly understood the meaning behind Jun Zai's words. Precisely because he understood, he was now caught in a difficult dilemma on whether to proceed or not. If this sword and accompaniment jade were to be lost to Jun Zai today and tomorrow Tang Yuan comes with the money to redeem them, what should they do then? Jun Mox's words sounded very righteous, but in truth, there were rules to be observed. Collaterals that have been pawned off can only be sold if they cannot be redeemed after a certain period of time. If they were to sell it off now, then their actions were unjustifiable. Tang Yuan had suffered such a huge loss today. Would he just let this slide? Judging by his vengeful personality, he would certainly stir up a calamity for them if they could not produce the items when he arrived to redeem them. Moreover, the opportunity for him to create such a havoc would have originated from his own shortcomings. However, a thought crossed his mind. The current hurdle right before me is already too difficult. How can I care about the future? Besides, I would not necessarily lose. We will naturally have our own ways to deal with Sir Tang Yuan's matter. There is no need for Third Young Master John to worry about it. Moreover, Third Young Master John may not be able to win these things. Meng Heizu pushed all the jade, pearl, and sword onto the table. Biting his teeth, he went straight to the point. Third Young Master John, this Rui jade of mine was granted by His Majesty, the Emperor himself. This is my uncle's most precious sword. This glowing pearl was given to Lai Feng by the Grand Preceptor Lai himself. All these are precious items with no market value. I believe that if one were to value it, then it would fetch upwards of millions of liangs. Considering how much money Third Young Master have, it seemed insufficient. But if Third Young Master is willing to gamble, then I can make an exception and allow you to bet with something else. Then what do you want me to bet with? You are not going to ask me to put my body up, are you? Or could it be that you want me to marry your little sister? That could not be married off. But I have never heard about this little sister of yours. Jun Zai tilted his eyes as he picked his ears. Dugu Zairoi was unable to restrain herself, and momentarily burst out in laughter, but immediately assumed a straight face. From under the table, she delivered a vicious kick at Jun Zai, causing him to bite his teeth, and smiled. The muscles on Meng Hei's face spasmed. He was furious to the point of almost vomiting blood. Forcing himself to hold back, he replied, "Third Young Master sure likes to joke. This bet is very simple. If I lose, then everything here naturally belongs to Third Young Master. But if I win, Third Young Master must promise to fulfill my one request and help me do something. Is that acceptable?" "Are you kidding me? How is that acceptable?" In his mind, Jun Zai shouted. "A show is coming." It must have been really hard for them to hold back for so long. He could not help but gave out a chuckle before refusing. "If you guys tell me to go commit suicide, then should I really have to go die? If you guys want me to give you all the possessions of my Jun family, then do I really have to give it all to you? This condition of yours is really tusk. Do you guys take me for a fool? I can guarantee that those scenarios that Third Young Master described will not happen. This request will not require a single silver from Third Young Master Jun. It will also not bring any harm to Third Young Master. In addition, this request is certainly one that you can accomplish. If Third Young Master feels that the request is impossible, Then you may just forget that this ever happened. Menghezu was almost unable to restrain himself from violently beating up this despicable bastard before him, and then giving one final kick. Just like that. In that case, why not? Junzai agreed. What will we be betting? We will bet on the dice. A desperate look was evident on Menghezu's face, just like that of a classic gambler. His face grim. He said, this bet will be between just you and me. We will bet on the size of our rolls. No banker. The biggest point wins. Jun Moxie, do you dare? Har har, would I be afraid of your losing hand? A dice gamble. You think you can beat me? What a joke. Junzai expressed an insolent look lacking in thought or care, almost to the point where he would ascend to the skies. It was likely that he would have actually soared to the skies if not for the anchor below his legs. Chapter 20. You are really the god of gamblers. Chapter 020. You are really the god of gamblers. Lai Zhen, Lai Feng, and the others were excited. Their eyes gleamed. They were well aware that Menghezu was quite accomplished in the game of dice rolls. He had never lost on normal occasions. Furthermore, the dice was one that Menghezu had prepared himself. If Menghezu still could not win, then they have truly bumped into a ghost. Everyone here were very familiar with Jun Moxie's level of skill in gambling. Despite not knowing how he had won the earlier games, this time the gamble was between only him and Menghezu. Jun Moxie's chances of winning were non-existent. Who will go first? Junzai's legs shook. His legs were still in pain from the earlier kick from Dugu Zairoi. I will go first. Menghezu grabbed the dice into his hands with one sweep. He held the dice in his hands, weighing them as he calmed himself. He strove to suppress the riding flow of blood in his chest. With his eyes closed, he murmured as though he was begging for something. This one roll of the dice would involve the entire net worth of everyone here. If he were to lose this, then the consequences would be disastrous. Junzai sighed as he gently tapped the table. He then whispered to Dugu Zairoi, do you think he is trying to summon the spirits of his ancestors to help him? I keep feeling a strange atmosphere, so spooky. It just feels very wrong. While talking, he pulled up his sleeves, then shouted excitedly, look, I already have the goosebumps on my skin. Dugu Zairoi, who had maintained a straight face after realizing that this gamble was peculiar, was unable to hold back and burst out laughing. She never realized that this debauchee was actually such an interesting person. Lai Feng and his group glared angrily at Junzai from the opposite side. He was obviously trying to disturb Menghezu's concentration with this banter. Junzai and Tang Yuan, however, refused to yield and stared back at them. After a good amount of time, Menghezu let out a roar. He lifted his palms and revolved them successively. Following a series of movement, the 3 dice rolled down, spinning on the table. 666. Lai Feng and the rest of them roared as they nervously stared at the spinning dice. The atmosphere around them became intense, as though they had arrived at a grand casino filled with hundreds of people. The first dice stopped spinning and was indeed a 6, following which the second dice too stopped spinning at yet another 6. Lai Feng and his company became overjoyed. Every one of them reacted as though the winner was already decided, even though the third dice was still spinning. Every one of their eyes glinted with fanaticism as they shouted even louder, 666. If the third dice too stopped at 6, then Junzai would definitely lose. The only exception would be a tie if Junzai managed to roll 3 6s. Anything else would result in a loss for him. But would 3 6s appear so easily? Some of them glanced at Junzai with a triumphant expression. The last dice finally started slowing down. Judging by the speed and the current spinning pattern, the result would most likely be another 6. Meng Hezu gave out a long sigh. Today's roll had exceeded his usual standard. Normally even 2 sixes would be considered good. This time, victory was assured. Who could have guessed that the dice would suddenly, slowly, spin towards the other 2 dice? Spinning in between the 2 dice, it knocked over the dice on its left, causing it to roll over. After that, the 3rd dice spun slowly, akin to a drunkard, towards the dice on its right, crashing into it and causing it to roll over as well. It was only after that did the dice stopped spinning. The room suddenly became deathly silent. Lai Feng, Lai Zhen, Meng Hezu and the others stared continuously. The ecstatic expression on their faces froze instantly, but their eyes had completely turned red. The younger Lai Lin and Meng Fei curled their lips, being on the verge of crying. The 3 dice laid quietly, a 1, a 2 and a 3 under the rules. If Meng Hezu was the banker, this result was known as the common loss. This meant that he would lose regardless of what results the others may roll. It is over. Meng Hezu's eyes closed as he fainted. The remaining 5 people remained slumped and motionless, as though they were in a funeral. They stared at the 3 dice with a dull expression, each feeling the desire to burst into tears. Warhar Tang Yuan jumped up high, causing others to wonder how someone like him could manage such a feat. He ecstatically grabbed Jun Zai's shoulder. 3rd young master, your luck today is truly out of control. The god of wealth has arrived. Wahar. What do you mean the god of wealth has arrived? This is obviously the god of gamblers arriving. It is now my turn. Jun Zai portrayed a face filled with lingering fear. You really scared me to death earlier. No wonder Brother Meng used so long to prepare before rolling the dice. It turns out you actually wanted to throw out such a high-leveled dice roll. You are truly worthy of admiration. Jing twice, he continued. This standard of play is truly a play that allows you to roll any number you want. Everything shall comply before the heart's desire. How unbelievable! This level of technique is not something that normal people can achieve. You are really the god of gamblers. What do you mean? It's your turn. 3rd young master, there is no need for you to roll. You have already won. He got a 1, 2, 3, a common loss. Tang Yuan jumped up again. His fat body surged magnificently yet again. After surging up and down for a while, the layer of fat on his body finally settled down. Nonsense, you have not won. This play does not separate between banker and player, Lai Feng shouted. His eyes red and his body trembled. What if you also end up rolling a 1, 2, 3? Do you think that is possible? Tang Yuan scornfully looked at him. To think that he actually asked such a demented question. How did I previously lose to this kind of demented person? You have a point, Jun Zai laughed out loud. Then, allow me to show you my unparalleled world-encompassing gambling technique. Also, someone wake up young Master Meng. What do I do if he shamelessly claims that he did not see the results? Seeing is believing, Jun Zai pointed out. Darned, why is this bastard so smart today? Lai Feng and the others looked at one another. Their last method has disappeared. Dugu Zairoi fearlessly joined in the fun, smiling merrily as she said, he is still not awake. No problem, a few kicks from me will surely wake him up. Meng Hezu, who was lying on the floor, had in fact awoken earlier, planning to deny seeing anything. As long as Jun Zai had thrown the dice, all would be solved once the dice were collected. Even if everyone admitted that Jun Zai had won, Meng Hezu can shamelessly claim that he did not see the results, as he was still unconscious. Since that was the case, they must replay the round. Meng Hezu had even prepared what to say. The one you are betting with is me, not them. They say that you have won, but I did not see it with my own eyes. Since I did not see with my own eyes, then the results cannot be counted. How could he have guessed that Jun Zai could have seen through him if Dugu Zairoi kicked him? Oh, my God. Before he could get up by himself, Tang Yuan went to deliver a kick at Meng He's body. Stop playing dead, get up. All his grievances from this day was delivered solely into this kick, causing Meng Hezu to cry out, crying out in pain. He got up. When he got up, he saw Jun Zai, Tang Yuan, and Dugu Zairoi smiling at him. Meng Hezu stood up with a depressed look on his face, his eyes revealing resentment. If Dugu Zairoi had not come here today, he would probably have impulsively imprisoned Jun Zai by force. A man suddenly entered in a hurry from the door. Sir Meng, Sir Lai. He stopped talking. This man was none other than the bodyguard who came here bearing the message. However, judging by the expression on the faces of Lai Feng and the others, he immediately realized that the situation has drastically changed. How could anyone have guessed that the situation could end up in such a manner? Look carefully. Jun Zai grabbed the dice with a prideful and complacent demeanor as he looked at Meng Hezu. The faces of Meng Hezu and the others were painted the color of ash as they watched Jun Zai's performance. They gritted their teeth to the point where cracking sounds could be heard. I am rich. Jun Zai laughed loudly as he exited the premise. A bodyguard followed him from behind while carrying a huge package. After Jun Zai had left, one of the teacups on the table went missing. However, none of the dejected debauchees noticed. Chapter 21 Returning Victoriously. Chapter 021 Returning Victoriously. Regular chapter. Dugu Zairoi was walking behind Jun Zai, her eyes staring with great interest at the huge package carried by the bodyguard. Originally, she had thought that her earnings today were quite generous. But then, Jun Zai had suddenly won so many precious treasures in that last game. Many amongst these items were the type that could not be valued using money. This had caused a sense of conflict to arise in her heart, which had already been beset by an uncomfortable feeling. How was it that this useless freeloader could end up winning so many good treasures, and why was it that me, who have always been so obedient, end up with nothing? Dugu Zairoi's eyes moved about non-stop. Is there a kind of method that can allow me to get some items from him? But if I were to ask directly, that would be unladylike. Damn you, Jun Moxie, why aren't you taking the initiative to offer some of them to me? Tang Yuan's smile spread widely all the way up to his ears, looking almost like the Buddha matriarch. He walked up to the front energetically and vigorously, like a tiger. Third young master, your actions today had totally won me over. Wahar, seeing those bastards losing everything, they have made me feel so happy. Brother, isn't it time to give me the sword and accompaniment jade? Give you? Jun Zai stopped and looked at Tang Yuan with a surprised look. What are you talking about? Why should I give it to you? Why? Tang Yuan was suddenly startled. He stammered, could it be you have no intention of giving it to me? Give it to you? Jun Zai revealed an even more surprised look on his face. Do I owe you anything? Why do I have to give it to you? What are you talking about? That Tang Yuan's expression had become truly pitiful. He finally realized that those items were won by Jun Zai. That meant that those items now belonged to Jun Zai. How could he ask from him such a precious treasure? However, if his father were to ask about it when he returns home, then what? The money was not the problem. The problem was that the items were now in Jun Zai's possession and can no longer be retrieved. The young master Tang finally understood that even though Jun Zai had returned victorious, his problem still remained unresolved. Thinking about the fearsome face that his father will have, the fatty Tang shuddered. Getting it to you is absolutely impossible. John Zai shook his head fervently. I have never participated in a non-beneficial transaction, not today. Not ever. Having said that, he looked at Tang Yuan's depressed face and added with a different tone. However, selling to you is a different story. In this regard, how about you buy using the amount of benefits that you got from this matter? John Zai smiled mysteriously, as he held out a finger. Why you really are my good brother. Tang Yuan felt as though he had been reborn. He became so excited he forgot himself. Without considering what benefits he who had lost everything can gain from this matter, he jumped at John Zai, hugging him. He did not imagine that John Zai could not possibly bear the weight of his body. His act of jumping at John Zai caused them to fall flat together on the floor with a thud, with John Zai being squashed beneath him. Young Master Tang was indeed a heavyweight character. His body had squashed John Zai, leaving only his slabs of fat visible. As for John Zai, not even the corners of his clothes could be seen. Dugu Zairoi suddenly burst out laughing. These two clowns, they're simply too funny. Everyone rushed towards Tang Yuan and pulled him up. John Zai, who was at the bottom, looked as though he had been choked to death. Surrounded by fat to the point where not even air can flow in, John Zai felt incomparably dispirited to think that a man would press down on me today. This is what you call hell. Fatty Tang. I am now very angry. The price is now increased. That sword and accompaniment jade will not be sold for less than 1 million silver liangs. The due date for this price is tomorrow. Come tomorrow. The price will be 1.5 million liangs, John Zai ruthlessly said as he straightened himself. His nostrils felt as though it was still filled with the smell of fat, causing him to feel nauseous. Tang Yuan screamed miserably. The group walked out of the street and stopped. To the east lies the Zhang family and Tang family residences, while to the west is the Dugu family residence. Now that the time had come to separate, Dugu Zairoi suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling rising within her heart. Observing Jun Zai's crooked smile, she thought this bastard Jun Moxie does not have a good reputation, and is also a downright debauchee. But after having bantered with him for a bit, he seemed very interesting. Thinking about this, Dugu Zairoi shouted, Jun Moxie, will you be coming for my grandfather's birthday? John Zai was startled. If my family members want me to go, then I will definitely go. Then what if your family members do not want you to go? Dugu Zairoi bit her lips. Naturally, I will not go. John Zai felt baffled by her question. Since they do not want me to go, then why would I go and get a flogging? Bastard. After hearing Jun Zai's reply, Dugu Zairoi became inexplicably angry. She suddenly rushed at Jun Zai and started kicking him fiercely. If you dare be absent, I will beat you up every time I see you, understand? Jun Zai suddenly felt as though he was thrown into a mountain of hardships. How tragic. The dignified #1 assassin in the world actually had to endure being bullied by a little girl. When will this body meet up to my expectations? Trying to cover his face, he repeatedly shouted. I will go, I will definitely go, I will definitely go. That's more like it. At least you are sensible. When the time comes, you must prepare a good present. The present must not be worth less than what have you earned today. Dugu Zairoi stared fiercely at him. Her big eyes swiveled towards the big package for a moment before walking away. She turned away with a sweet smile as she rubbed her wrist, giving out a pampered hang. With her hands behind her back and her chin lifted up high, she hobbled down the road like a proud deer. It turned out that this girl still wanted more items from Jun Mox's winnings. However, this attitude from her was already far different from back then. Granted, in Dugu Zairoi's heart, Jun Moxie remained a good-for-nothing debauchee. Watching Dugu Xiaorui walking away, Jun Zai turned his attention back to Tang Yuan. He smiled faintly at Tang Yuan. Young Master Tang is truly masterful. Keek, you even ended up losing your wife. I cannot help myself but admire you to the extreme. Tang Yuan suddenly became furious, his face becoming blotched red. Observing Tang Yuan's reaction, Jun Zai's eyes slowly turned ice-cold. Tang Yuan, it does not matter if you want to clown about. However, this time around, you nearly got me killed. Do you know how strange today's matter was? Our nearly got you killed. Tang Yuan was shocked, senseless. Not even in his dreams would he imagine that these words would flow out from Jun Zai's mouth. Do you really think that your luck is so bad? Are you really that kind of idiotic fool? After losing all your money, you lost your sword. After losing your sword, you lost your accompaniment jade, and after losing your accompaniment jade, you were actually idiotic enough to pawn off your own fiancé. Tang Yuan, ask yourself, are you really that kind of an idiot? Even if you were that big of an idiot, how severe would the consequences of this matter be? The reputation of two great families will be discredited. Can you afford to bear those consequences? You actually did not consider these at all. Did you not think that something was wrong here? Chapter 22 Persuasive Temptation. Chapter 022 Persuasive Temptation. Regular chapter. Jun Zai glared relentlessly at Tang Yuan, his set of eyes transforming into a sharp knife, piercing deep into his heart. Ask yourself, do you really have the guts to do something like this? Tang Yuan's face, which had been bitterly crying, slowly became calm. He was no fool. On the contrary, he is actually a very shrewd debauchee. Listening to Jun Zai's words, he started to recall what had happened and realized that too many of the instances were very suspicious. The things that had occurred were simply not the kind of things that he would have done even if he were in a dream. It was not certain that he could have done it. However, he actually did such an outrageous act on his own free will. How was this possible? Am I really that much of an unbearable person? No way. I may not be a good person. I may be someone who always misbehaves, but I am someone who understands where the line is. The things that had happened today were obviously something that I would never do, even in the face of death, but I actually did these kind of things today. Furthermore, I continued perpetrating these actions, each more excessive than the other, each more shameful than the other. These were all actions which I would rather die than commit. These actions would cause my entire family to be disgraced. These actions would cause me to be thrown into an abyss of no return. But then, why did I do those things? All of a sudden, Tang Yuan's mind became a chaotic mess, his thoughts falling apart. When you entered earlier, was Meng Heizu also wearing that same clothes? Jun Zai's eyes were strict, but his mouth revealed a near devilish smile. Yes, but what does that have to do with it? Was there a problem there? Tang Yuan was not able to understand. Did you also smell some unique perfume from Meng Heizu? It was a very pleasant scent, right? Jun Zai continued asking. Yes, I think there was a bit. It was indeed a very special perfume, Tang Yuan continued with uncertainty. Before you entered, did they also serve you a cup of tea like they did today? Jun Zai continued, one after the other. Yes, that's right. What about it? What about it? HMPH. Jun Zai sneered twice. Well, it was nothing much. It was just the beginning of your eternal damnation. Tang Yuan was no fool. After pondering on Jun Zai's words for a moment, he suddenly jumped up, a look of shock expressed on his face. You mean the tea? There was a problem with the tea. Just the tea? Jun Zai sneered again. Meng Heizu's clothes, that perfume he was wearing, that tea, All of them had problems. When a bunch of gamblers gets together, the first thing they did was to drink tea. What kind of norm was that, you pighead? You actually did not notice such an obvious problem. But didn't you also drink the tea? How come you are still all right? Tang Yuan felt confused. Do you remember that after I drank the tea, I sneezed while going in? Zhang Zai's face was filled with an indescribable expression. Faintly smiling, he continued. That sneeze caused your clothes to become wet, right? Correct, that did happen, Tang Yuan suddenly remembered. When most people sneeze, the most they will discharge was some sputum. Instead, I actually caused your clothes to become wet. Could it be that you did not wonder about it? Zhang Zai tilted his head and looked at him. So that was what happened. Tang Yuan suddenly came to understand what happened, but was again puzzled by something. But how can you clearly know about all this? How can I clearly know? Zhang Zai hesitated. This was indeed a tough question to answer. Am I supposed to say that this Sina had already become so familiar with these drugs that I can recognize them without using my eyes or nose? In my past life, I can detect these things with just the reaction from my body pores. Zhang Zai rubbed his nose. The only way to explain everything was to throw a pot of dirty water on himself. About that, I have also done that kind of thing before. You understand. As expected from third young Master Zhang, what an undoubtedly exceptional tactic. Tang Yuan's admiration for Zhang Zai rose to great heights. He replied respectfully. You are truly a great expert. Zhang Zai was moved to the point of laughter and tears. He reminded, even though the promissory note is no more, I fear the fact that you lost your wife will likely be spread out by them. You should probably figure out something to do about it. That is right. What should I do? Discussing about this matter caused fear and anxiety to well up in Tang Yuan as he was lost about what to do about it. At the current, you only have one path to take, and that is to go back home immediately and tell everything that had happened to your old grandpa. You must not hide anything, and you must not exaggerate anything. You must launch a preemptive strike. Let your grandfather make the decision on what to do. He will decide what kind of countermeasures to take. But if you were to wait until he hears about this from someone else and asks you about it, then you are truly finished. Zhang Zai laughed sinisterly in secret. As for you, you are simply someone who was set up. I believe that your old grandpa would not put too much blame on you. Not to mention, this matter can only be resolved in this manner. Your old grandpa is far more capable in dealing with such matters compared to you. You must be feeling very furious at them right now, right? I will teach you another great trick. First, leave your sword and accompaniment jade with me for the time being. Then, take 1 million silver liang bills to redeem them, and when they cannot bring them out, you understand. Zhang Zai lowered his voice, almost as though he was a devil who was in the process of tempting the average layman to commit crime. Correct? Tang Yuan slapped his thigh. This is the only viable way, and also the only chance to gain the initiative, but all they need to do is redeem it from you with money. You fool, back then, they used those things as wager against my promise, and not against a specific amount of money. There is a world of difference here. Do you think I will give it to them? Stupid. After all that, are you saying you still do not understand? What are you still waiting for? Zhang Zai laughed. Oh, right, I will give you another good stuff. As though he was performing a magic trick, Zhang Zai pulled out a teacup from within his bosom. What was most surprising was that there were still a few drops of water within the bottom of the cup. This was the cup that contained the drug. I took it with me earlier. Zhang Zai smiled. There seemed to be a bit left inside. Truly a professional. Third young master is definitely a professional. Fatty Tang carefully took the cup. He then quickly rolled away with the sound of a horse breaking wind, just like a wild horse that had its rear sliced open. Trying to plot against me, then I will just plot against you first. John Zai observed the fatty Tang's back as he rolled away. John Zai smiled proudly. Considering the background of the Fat's family and his wife's family, the Lai and Ming family will probably be in for a busy time, right? John Zai had already prepared a small bench, ready to watch the incoming show. This time around, the results would have been different were it not for the accidental participation of Dugu Zairoi and the change that had happened to Jun Moxie. Even if he had no fear towards them, to disrupt their plans would end up exposing his real strength, causing him to become the target of countless enemies. When that happened, the losses would outweigh the gains. Even though his opponents were clearly also debauchees, these debauchees were backed by the first-rate families of the city. Without the behest of these families, would these few lumps of shoddy material actually dare to drug Tang Yuan and Jun Moxie? Would they dare to act with such arrogance, with such recklessness? Impossible. There was absolutely no such possibility of this happening. Even though Jun Moxie himself was an extremely disappointing debauchee, behind him was Grandfather Jun, the Jun family. Although it was clear to all that Grandfather Jun was the only one supporting the Jun family, a thin, starving camel is still bigger than the horse within the military. Nearly 1/3 of the military generals were under the command of Grandfather Jun. As long as Grandfather Jun is still alive, then these men would become the debauchee, Jun Moxie's solid support. Regardless of their willingness, their body were engraved with the mark Jun. Once something happened, then the consequences would create a monstrous storm within the royal court. Once the Jun family falls, these people will not have any good days either. They would be forced to fall apart and be suppressed by the other factions to the point of not being able to fight back. But as long as the Jun family existed, these people will have a place to stand by. They would be able to come together to fight against their enemies, regardless of whether it was domestic or foreign enemies. That was why nothing must happen to the Jun family. That was why these men would not stand by should anything happen to Jun Moxie. Even though each of them looked down on this young debauchee, when the time comes to act, none of them will show any hesitation. The same can be said of the Tang family. The strength of the Tang family may not be close to the Jun family, but in the city, their strength was definitely amongst the top few. Should these two families come together, even the currently flourishing Dugu family will be forced to take a step back. Of course, this does not mean that the Jun family's strength was worse than the Dugu family's. During its most prosperous period, the Jun family had once suppressed the Dugu family to the point of them not daring to lift their heads. This situation lasted for a good 7 years, but now that the Jun family's talents have fallen, and the Dugu family's new talents keep mushrooming out, they slowly produced new talents, one after another. It was here where they have overtaken the Jun family by a great distance. That is why the Dugu family is currently the one with the most potential. At least, that is how it would appear to outsiders. However, as long as Grandfather Jun remained alive, then the Jun family will never fall. Even for the imperial powers, they must carefully consider before doing anything to the Jun family. It can even be said that they do not dare. And yet, this Lai and Ming families actually came together at the same time to set up Tang Yuan and Jun Zai. This was very unusual. Extremely unusual. If this had seemed ordinary, then something was wrong. Indeed, the ones who were involved this time were only debauchees, genuine debauchees. Even if this matter were to be exposed, then the general population would only think that this was only some mischief caused by some youngsters. After laughing for a little, none of them would likely take them to heart. However, what if it had succeeded? Chapter 23 Tang Family's Reaction. Chapter 023 Tang Family's Reaction. Regular chapter. Jun Zai deduced with clarity that should today's plans end with success, then both himself and Tang Yuan would fall into the palm of the enemy. The Tang family may not suffer that much, since they still have other successors for the family. However, the Jun family only has him as the only successor, even though it was only a request, but who knew what kind of calamity would result in the end? Especially when this request was placed upon Jun Moxie, a debauchee who does not know how to judge the severity of the situation. Most of the time, when this Jun Moxie had caused a disaster, he would not be aware of it. He would even feel elated about the incident. After all, his grandfather would help him clean up the mess. What would happen when the struggle had become apparent and Grandpa Jun's authority had fallen into the hands of others? When that happened, even if Grandpa Jun was willing to make the sacrifice of severing relations, then what would those generals choose? Even if only a small number hesitated, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jun Zai felt the need to increase his capabilities. Even though he had a rich reserve of experience from his past life, the events of today had left him with an understanding of his obvious inadequacy. Chief amongst them would be the so-called political awareness. This was the one thing that he from his previous life had lacked the most. If he were still a solitary assassin in this new world, then this matter would be of no importance. However, in order to create a foothold within this great family, he will need to protect those he cared for from harm. Trying to maintain the stability of this great family without a keen sense of political awareness was a nonsensical pipe dream. He needed not become an official. He also needed not participate in the struggle to rise or fall in the royal court. However, he must possess the awareness towards the power struggles that was occurring. It was midday noon when Grandpa Jun returned home. On his way back, he coincidentally bumped into Tang Yuan's grandfather, Tang Wanli. Tang Wanli led a big group of warriors on horseback, charging his way forth down the great street, after which he turned north. From the way it seemed, he was on his way to find someone with bad luck. To the north was the location of the great families such as the likes of the Lai and Ming families. Tang Wanli's face looked similar to a black pot, his eyebrows seemingly almost burnt away by his fury. Grandpa Jun secretly felt elated. It had been so long since I had seen this old thing become so furious. To think that the rich old Tang, who was always at peace, could become so riled up. It does not matter who he plans to go against. There will definitely be a good show to watch. How could he have guessed? The director of this unfolding drama was none other than his detestable grandson, Jun Moxie. Grandpa Jun was overwhelmed by curiosity and asked, "Brother Tang, where are you heading off to in such a hurry? Why do you look so serious? Could it be that someone had stolen your son, granddaughter-in-law? Just look at that frenzied expression on your face." Grandpa Jun's words were intended as a joke, but how could he have known that the reason Tang Wanli was so furious was precisely due to that? "You old geezer Jun, you cheap bastard, you are no better yourself. Just you wait till I am done with the Lai and Ming family, then I will come back and deal with you myself." Blowing his white beard straight, Tang Wanli slammed with his whip, urging his horse to pull away and move forward. He too knew what kind of person Jun Moxie was, no better than his own grandson. Now that his grandson had fallen into such an unlucky situation, Jun Moxie instead managed to clinch such a complete victory. For that Jun Moxie to emerge smelling of roses must mean that there was an expert supporting him in secret. The most probable suspect was none other than the Jun Jan Tian before him. And now that Jun Jan Tian actually had the gall to openly make fun of him, it was only natural that he would become angry at Jun Jan Tian. He left Grandpa Jun standing alone, completely dumbfounded by what he had just said. What did this old Tang Wanli meant with just a few words? He cursed me a good 3 or 4 times. He didn't even state things clearly, just what is going on. After a while, he spat out a mouthful of spittle. The Lai family and Meng family offended you then? Why did you suddenly drag me into your troubles? This is what you call, when dogs bite one another, their mouth becomes full of gross hair. Tang Yuan followed behind his grandfather, his head filled with despair, his face smeared red with shame. When Fatty Tang returned home, his father was coincidentally sitting at the house hall. Crying, he shouted for help from his father and mother, screaming that something bad had happened. This action of his scared his father to the point of nearly falling off his chair. When he re-examined his surroundings, he realized that his fearsome grandfather was also seated there. Under Grandfather Tang's coercion, Tang Yuan did not hide anything. Forcefully pushing away his tears, Tang Yuan revealed everything that had happened. What transpired next could be imagined. Both father and son of the Tang family instantly erupted with rage. In addition, Tang Yuan produced the teacup that still had some residual drugs on it. When their family pharmacist tested it, he confirmed that Tang Yuan's story was true. These two Lai and Meng families were too vicious. Their actions were obviously intended to taint their Tang family's reputation and let it be known throughout the world. Grandfather Tang, who had always attached utmost importance onto their family reputation, could not let this slide. Grandfather Tang immediately became furious. Lifting Tang Yuan's round body, he scolded him with an ear-breaking voice, after which he threw him down to the ground and told him to lead the way to the Lai family and Meng family so that they can head off to seek justice. Grandfather Tang is someone whose age outstrips even Grandpa Jun, enough to be titled a minister of 3 emperors. For the past few years, he had been reclusive, not going out at all. His emergence this time actually involved a large escort of warriors, his killing intent soaring through the skies. It seemed that both the Lai and Meng families were bound to face an inevitable chaotic storm. Even though Tang Wanli cursed at Grandpa Jun did not feel angry at all. Watching Tang Wanli erupting in anger to the point of actively seeking the Lai family and Meng family actually made him feel somewhat comforted. There was no need to ask. That big fatty Tang Yuan must have caused this whole mess. Thankfully, my moxie had been obedient this whole time, studying poetry and literature. A lot of my worries have been reduced thanks to that. If he is still causing problems for these old bones of mine, keek, that pitiful old Tang, to have to do all this for the sake of his grandson at this age. Observing the near hysterical looks on Tang Wanli's face, Grandpa Jun was tempted to provoke him further. How could he have known, when he, who had proudly returned home, would receive news that Jun Zai had brazenly taken money to go gambling? Grandpa Jun, who had returned home with such high spirits, suddenly stumbled. Losing money was a small matter, but if something else had happened, then it may devolve into a serious situation. Once he heard the news that Jun Zai had returned, Grandpa Jun furiously rushed towards his room. After barging in through the door, he was stunned. A package full of precious treasures was casually placed atop the huge bed. Not one of those treasures were ordinary. The tender little key was smiling to the point of squinting her eyes. She evaluated each one of the items, her fingers moving around, calculating how much those items can be sold for. Examining carefully, Grandpa Jun was shocked. All things aside, there were at least 3 accompaniment jade, its luster crystal clear as it exuded a warm radiance. One glance was enough to tell him that this was no ordinary object. But that was not the cause of Grandpa Jun's surprise. What caused it was the inscription upon the jade year X month X. Congratulations on grandson Feng's birthday. Year X month X. Congratulations on grandson Jen's birthday. Wasn't this the accompaniment jade that can only be worn by the direct descendant of the Lai family? This quality jade was also a symbol of the Lai family. Furthermore, Feng and Jen were the names of the grandsons of the Grand Preceptor Lai. How could these 2 items end up in Moxie's possession? Could it be that this little guy had actually gone out to rob others? Grandpa Jun fiddled with his beard, looking somewhat alarmed. Looking around at the others, Grandpa Jun suddenly snorted out. He had accidentally applied too much force and pulled out a strand of his beard. Those 2 jade rui was obviously an item from the royal family. In addition, there was also the Ming family's accompaniment jade, as well as that pearl and that. Where did all these items come from? Grandpa Jun's face was twitching as he asked, fully prepared to help Jun Zai clean his butt. If this brat really did rob all these items back, then this was a really big problem. That was not to say that Grandpa Jun's mind was pessimistic, not believing that his grandson could end up winning all these items in a gamble. He simply knew his own grandson too well. There was no way that he could have the ability to win all these high-grade items. What a joke he had laughed at old Tang Wanli just moments ago. It turned out that what awaited him in his own house was this kind of unreasonable trouble. Grandpa Jun became momentarily speechless. Chapter 24 Grandpa Jun's Dilemma. Chapter 024 Grandpa Jun's Dilemma. Sponsored chapter by Josh P. Big thanks for the support. It was only then did little Key realized that the master of the house was standing at the doorway. She was momentarily shocked, then she quickly kneeled in salute before replying. These treasures were won by the young master when he went out to gamble earlier. He won. He really won. Zhang Jantian's voice became low, his mind filled with delight and surprise. If there were no one around, he would probably have shouted out. However, above the feelings of delight and surprise, there was suspicion within Grandpa Jun's mind. When did this brat begin to learn to win money? From what I remember, he had never won anything since the day he learned how to gamble. If it was not for Grandpa Jun limiting his pocket money, by now the entire Jun residence would probably have been gambled away by Jun Moxie. But now, not only did he won, he actually won these kinds of high-grade stuff. It is true, these treasures were won by the young master. No matter how much gall this maid have, I would never dare to lie to house master. In addition, the young master also brought back 3 million langs in silver bills. Little Key answered without hesitation. From what I've heard, these were all won from young master Lai and young master Meng. When the young master returned, he placed the treasure here for me to arrange before going to the library building to read books. Little Key was filled with pride, because the young master had never won anything before. But this time, Zhang Zai had actually won so much. In the little girl's heart, her young master had suddenly become more capable. Even though she still feared the young master, she felt that the young master of today was different. At the very least, he was no longer that detestable. That brat went to the library building again. At this moment, Grandpa Jun's feelings of joy exceeded that of his surprise. Not having to worry about how to clean up his grandson's mess was one thing. Hearing little Qi saying where his grandson had gone to was another. He stared ahead blankly, looking as though he was unable to handle this incoming emotion. With trembling hands, he reached up to his forehead to ensure that he was not having a fever. After that, he checked his sense of hearing to ensure that he did not hear anything wrong. It was only after that did he recover himself. "Oh, when he return later, tell him to come find me." After saying that, Grandpa Jun brought the housekeeper Pang out together, leaving the little Lolita counting over and over again, her eyes gleaming with silver. These 3 accompaniment jades can be sold for at least 100,000 lings. That bead and gemstone can be sold for at least 150,000 lings, and that at least added with these silver bills. Wow. Old Pang. What do you think? Jun Jan Tan, who was walking back, was unable to figure it out. The actions of his grandson for the past month had completely baffled him. What was he planning? What was he doing? This old servant do not know. However, the young master's current actions are definitely good. Old Pang also seemed confused. Nonetheless, not having to help clean up Jun Mox's mess can definitely be considered a good thing. If he is really interested in reading, what do you think about me sending him to Wanxing Institute of Knowledge? Grandpa Jun asked on a whim, a fantasy-like yearning on his face. Wanxing Institute of Knowledge is Tangsang Kingdom's leading place of learning for all scholars. Within it, the number of teachers and students combined are less than 1,000. This number is simply too small compared to the several hundred millions of Tangsang Kingdom's population. This meant that only those who were of worth, who possessed a high level of talent, would have the possibility and qualifications to enter this place to learn. As long as these students graduate, the kingdom would often employ them. However, even those infamous geniuses would be forced to undergo a very difficult phase of learning in order to graduate from this place. It could be said that Wanxing Institute of Knowledge is the golden road for scholars. Regardless of who or what your background may be, not even a prince or princess can be allowed to enter Wanxing Institute of Knowledge if they do not possess genuine talent. For Grandpa Jun to actually consider sending Jun Zai to Wanxing Institute of Knowledge, it seemed that he had already believed that Jun Zai had turned over a new leaf. It would probably be very difficult, based on Jun Mox's abilities. How was he someone that can enter Wanxing Institute of Knowledge? All those that have been accepted were those that had laboriously studied for tens of years. They who were qualified were the most illustrious and infamous amongst geniuses. How can that grandson of yours who had remained ignorant for 16 years and had only started reading for a month be qualified? Naturally, Old Pang was unable to be straightforward regarding this matter. He subtly continued, Wanxing Institute of Knowledge is much too pedantic for this old man. But if Senior Master were to personally go and end up suffering a setback, I humbly believe that we should take this slowly. Let's observe for a while longer. Alas, how unfortunate that this brat's level of Xuan Kai cultivation is simply too mediocre. It would be for the best if he could enter the divine Xuan Institute of War. For generations, our Jun family had always become generals, fighting through the battlefield. If our family were to actually produce a pedantic man, then our family will really become unremarkable. Jun Jan Tan himself realized that this matter was not easy to handle. Back when the second prince was entering the Wanxing Institute of Knowledge, the emperor himself had to endure Grandpa Jun's anger before sending the prince in. Grandpa Jun had always been at odds with the scholars, making this even harder, not to mention Mox's personality. Old Pang, what do you think? What kind of arrangement should I make for Moxie? Grandpa Jun sighed continuously. Sending him to study this brat is certainly not made of that material. Sending him into the military, this bastard does not have even the slightest talent. He cannot endure pain and cannot endure training. Send him to do business. I fear that he would lose money to the point where he cannot even pay for my coffin. Do I really have to just leave him as a useless freeloader waiting for death's call? Speaking of this subject, old Pang became frustrated and tried to comfort Grandpa Jun. The young master has started maturing lately. He may very well be trying hard to reach the top himself, turning over a new leaf. The young master is still very young. I believe that it is still not too late. This type of hypocritical comfort is what I hate the most. You actually learned to do this as well. Jun Jan Tan frowned and rebuked in a vexed manner. Old Pang, this is not like you at all. Look at you. Where is the Pang Lai who had fought single-handedly against tens of thousands of enemies on the battlefield back then? Old Pang smiled bitterly. It is not as if I wanted to say that. But what else can I say other than that? Am I supposed to say, each grandson brings with them a blessing? But you can forget about your grandson. Everyone knows that your grandson is a smear on the wall that cannot be developed in any way at all. No matter how much you worry, no matter how much you prepare a path for him, would he not end up ruining everything by himself? Was I really supposed to say that? I might as well tell you to decapitate me. There is one method that can protect the young master. That way, senior master will not need to worry about the young master, old Pang said as he suddenly recalled something. What method? Quick, tell me. Jun Jan Tian was surprised. He had only thought of blowing off some steam today. He did not expect old Pang to actually have a way. This method is actually somewhat difficult to implement. Old Pang was about to say it, but then began to hesitate. The method is for us to buy a young Xuan beast that is at least of the 8th level or above. After that, we can train it at all cost. Stop! Jun Jan Tan forcefully interrupted old Pang's words. Old Pang, are you sleep-talking now? Do you actually think this kind of method is possible? Old Pang thought about it with his eyes staring forward, then sadly replied, impossible. Since you know it is impossible, then why are you talking about it? Jun Jan Tian gave out a muffled sigh. Xuan beasts, they are a special life form in the Xuan continent. Any one of the high-leveled Xuan beast will possess extremely powerful strength. It is said that any 8th level Xuan beast could fight evenly with a Sky Xuan expert. As for the 9th level Xuan beast, they are no less powerful compared to the supreme god Xuan expert. However, even the Xuan beasts have their own form of hierarchy, much like the humans. Their ranks are even more stringent in comparison to humans. For human experts who grasped certain special skills, it was possible for them to challenge and defeat opponents whose Xuan Tai cultivation was higher than them. But this was not possible when fighting against Xuan beasts. Xuan beasts of the 4th level and below can only be considered the same as wild animals. At best, they may perhaps have slightly more destructive power when compared to normal animals. Only from the 5th level onwards will the Xuan beasts possess some special ability. However, the Xuan beasts of the 6th and 7th level are of not much use, even more so when they are young. Additionally, once the Xuan beast reaches adulthood, it can no longer be tamed. Some Xuan beasts require several decades to reach adulthood, others up to 100 years. Waiting so long for a cub to mature, what was the point? Not to mention, the strength of the 6th level Xuan beast can at best only be on par with a silver level Xuan Tai expert. Therefore, the price for this level of Xuan beast is not high and is relatively easy to find. However, from the 7th level onwards, the situation becomes different. Qian beasts of the 7th level onwards possesses the intrinsic ability to break through. These Qian beasts could be said to rival humans in terms of wisdom. Besides having innate skills, they also have a special ability. It is also due to this ability that the development process of these cubs becomes exceptionally difficult. Chapter 25 Operation. Chapter 025 Operation. The Qian beast's body of the 3rd level and above will automatically form a special crystal. This crystal is known as Qian core. The 7th level Qian beast's special ability involves the ability to absorb the condensed Qian energies from other life forms. This ability would increase their rate of growth. It was also due to this that the cubs of the 7th level Qian beasts were so rare. Even if one were to become available, the price on it would be astronomical. As for the 8th level Qian beast's cub, those would be priceless. They were simply the stuff of legends. In the recent decades, there have been no news of anyone possessing an 8th level Qian beast cub. High-leveled Qian beast's main area of occupation is deep within the cursed forest, a dangerous place where not even supreme divine experts dared to enter. The surface area of the cursed forest was vast, a boundless realm. It practically accounted for a quarter of the continent's land area. The ones found at the peripheral area were mostly low-leveled Qian beasts and some normal animals. As one enters deeper into the forest, the risk soared to new heights. In addition, should a high-leveled Qian beast find itself outmatched, it would simply shake its ass and run away. The cursed forest was the paradise of high-leveled Qian beasts, making it impossible for anyone to chase after them. If one's strength was insufficient, they may not even have any hope of coming out of the forest alive. In order to obtain the cub of an 8th level Qian beast, a minimum of 3 Sky Qian experts or above were needed. This number was the absolute minimum in order to defeat at least 2 adult Qian beasts of the 8th level, but this was easier said than done. Moreover, the defensive capabilities of Qian beasts were more powerful in comparison to the average Sky Qian expert. Also, if they were to bump into a group of 8th-leveled Qian beasts instead of 2, should that happen, then even a supreme divine expert will end up being buried there and then. For an expert to attain the Sky Qian rank, which one of them were not powerful heroes or characters with precious identities, things like great wealth was assured for them. So, why would they participate in this highly absurd deal? That was also why Grandpa Jun could only bitterly smile at this proposal. Let's head to the library building and watch what this brat is doing there. Grandpa Jun felt as though something strange was going on with his grandson for the past few days. The both of them then headed onwards towards the library building. After arriving at the library building, however, they found it to be empty. The young master left the library building 2 hours ago. I do not know where he went to, the bodyguard assigned to watch over the library building reported. Both of them looked at one another. Let's just go back to my study room. Grandpa Jun felt tired. Having walked so far, his heart was feeling melancholic. While walking back, he said, "Bring over all the books that he had read to my place." While Grandpa Jun had been worried about his dear grandson, Tang Yuan's grandfather, Tang Wanli was leading his group of men towards the Lai and Ming families to seek justice. Within the courtyard of the Lai family residence, Lai Yoran, who was dressed in spotless white robes, stood elegantly under a peony tree. Etched on his near-perfect, handsome face was the hint of a shallow smile. His eyes gazed passionately at the distant dark skies for a long time without issuing a word. A warm and harmonious breeze blew, lifting Lai Yoren's robes, causing them to flutter in the air and his entire being becoming similar to a precious jade tree. This sight would cause others to feel admiration welling up in their hearts. This manner of bearing was truly rare, a rare sight to behold. Lai Feng and his two brothers stood before Lai Yoren, their faces full of sweat even though it was the most pleasant period of the autumn season. However, they did not dare wipe off the sweat, allowing it to fall down, drop after drop. It dropped down their nose, down onto their eyebrows, into their eyes, causing them terrible discomfort, and yet none of them dared to blink it off. Whatever you say now would contribute towards nothing at all towards this matter, so we shall put an end to it. Let us just consider it as Jun Moxie's lucky day. But as for you hearing Lai Yoren saying this, the three of them trembled. Although they were of the same generation, the fear they have towards this gentle-looking youngster had permeated deep into their bones. No one had ever seen this youngster lose his temper, but every time the three brothers saw him, they would feel an atmosphere of danger resounding from the very depths of their bones. Each of you will go receive 40 disciplinary beatings, and also have your total expense deducted by half a year's worth. Lai Yoren smiled gently. His demeanor remained elegant as he gazed into the distance. He continued in a soft voice, much like the waves of spring water. Tomorrow, you must still do the things that you were supposed to do. Do you understand? Under 40 disciplinary beatings, even if their ribs were not broken and their muscles not snapped, they would at the very least end up with a layer of skin torn off, revealing their red flesh. In addition, them having to continue doing what they were supposed to do tomorrow, this punishment was extremely harsh, absolutely devoid of consideration. Especially since these three were Lai Yoren's close cousins. However, Lai Yoren calmly stated their punishment with an indifferent tone of voice, his eyes also exuding a calm aura. It seemed as though he was not dealing with his close cousins, or humans in general. His actions resembled the way people deal against 3 disposable dogs. However, Lai Feng and his brothers reacted as though they had been granted amnesty, uttering their thanks again and again. From their actions, it seemed as though the punishment was one filled with kindness, a light punishment. Jun Moxie. Lai Yoren smiled gently and said in a light tone, "You can leave." It was only after hearing these words did the 3 brothers dared to move. They were unusually well behaved as they meekly walked away, an expression of having found great fortune etched on their faces. "Come," Lai Yoren lightly clapped his hands. In an instant, 2 black-clothed figures quietly appeared by his side. They bowed down, awaiting orders. "Well, go investigate in detail why Jun Moxie was able to win this time. Also, investigate why the psychedelic drugs did not work. In addition, confirm whether the appearance of Dugu Zairoi was truly a coincidence. Even if Dugu Zairoi had appeared, Jun Moxie should not have had any chances of winning. Once you have clearly investigated those matters, report the results to me immediately." He spoke with the same indifferent voice, as though he did not want to spend too much energy even when talking. Affirmative. The 2 black-clothed figures saluted respectfully. Before they could turn around, they saw a green-clothed person, who was out of breath, ran in. As this person entered within 10 paces before Lai Yoren, he slowed down and controlled his breath, but his face remained red. Only after having controlled his breaths did he went before Lai Yoren. Reporting to young master, the Tang family Duke, Tang Wanli is bringing the young master Tang and hundreds worth of troops towards our Lai family. Their manner of movements looks threatening. Oh, they want to give us troubles. Lai Yoren's eyebrows gently moved upwards. Softly he continued. How unexpected. Even Tang Yuan would have this level of craftiness. It seems some adjustments are needed for our plans. He very well, go inform Lai Zhen and his brothers. When Grandfather Tang asks them about it, they should answer. Also, execute the disciplinary punishment immediately. Only after the punishment is halfway done should you bring Grandfather Tang to go question them. One of the black-clothed figures nodded and rushed off. Lai Yoren's mouth curled into a smile as he suddenly turned around and asked, "Among those that Grandfather Tang had brought with him this time, are there any that we had been keeping an eye on?" "Yes," the green-clothed man replied without the slightest hesitation. "There were 3 of them." "3, that is enough." A mysterious smile flitted upon Lai Yoren's face. He raised his head to gaze upon the billowing clouds upon the sky. The originally warm autumn wind was now mixed with a slight cool air. Lai Yoren whispered in an inaudible tone, "It is about to rain. Now that the Tang family's elites have moved out, this is probably a good opportunity." In his eyes, a trace of cautiousness and hurry appeared as he spoke. "Immediately notify Qin Hu to take this opportunity. Now that the Tang family forces have been emptied, he must obtain the item that I had mentioned before from the Tang residence. He can only succeed, failure is not allowed. This is the only opportunity." Raising his head upwards again, he continued, "Tell him that he has the whole afternoon for this operation. Also inform him to use those that have never appeared before. Regardless of success or failure, they must not leave the slightest trace." Affirmative. The other black-clothed figure flew off. Chapter 26 5 Type of Herds. Chapter 026 5 Type of Herds. Regular chapter. "You can go ahead, I have it under control. This time you've done well," Lai Yoren said calmly as he looked at the green-clothed man. The green-clothed man suddenly became excited. He clenched his fists and replied, "This subordinate will return." His actions were as though the words "done well" were a high level of praise. Lai Yoren nodded lightly, his face still as calm as water. The green-clothed man backtracked with his head down for 10 paces before turning around. After turning around, he walked away with large strides. It was only then did he release a long sigh of relief. He dared not even let out a gasp while he was before the young master. "Listen. Immediately go inform my grandfather, who is currently in the palace with his majesty. Inform him that Tang Wanli brought a group of experts to our Lai residence. But do not worry. Even though his coming will not be a good thing, it also represents a good opportunity. There are pros and cons to every situation. It all depends on whether we can grasp the benefits." Lai Yoren faintly smiled. His dark hair billowed amongst the gentle winds. In the darkness, an affirmative sound rang out. After a short while, that person left with a quick level of speed. Jun Moxie managed to escape this time, allowing the Jun family the fortune of staying out of it. However, if the old Duke Tang causes enough trouble for the Meng family, then the Meng family will be forced into a very difficult spot. When that happens, all grandfather needs to do is to act, causing the Meng and Tang family to become enemies. We can bring the Meng family to our side. We might even be able to make them submit. The Jun family only have Jun Moxie as its successor. Making plans to deal with them will not be difficult. As for the Dugu family, we still cannot move against them, or rather we are unable to." Lai Yoren lightly sighed. He held out his clean hands, his hands white and delicate. Looking as though he was fearful of disturbing the tranquil environment of the tree peony, he plucked out a piece of leaf. Lowering his head, he gazed placidly at the green leaf and said, "But even so, it is not so bad. At least, it is interesting. From afar, the sound of thundering hooves can be heard. Soon, the sound came before the doors of the residence. Lai Yoren smiled gently. Raising his eyebrows, he ordered open the gates and greet the senior Duke Tang with utmost courtesy. Finishing the sentence, his slender fingers suddenly flicked outwards. His body gave out a flash of yellow, and the leaf in his grasp flew out with a golden glow. It silently embedded itself onto the tree peony's tree trunk. At the same time that the green leaf shot outwards, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed, the clouds billowed, reaching the skies above. The fearsome wind had begun blowing. At the moment when the lightning flashed, Lai Yoren's white robes was swept upwards by the violent wind. With a flash, his upright body disappeared from the courtyard. Where did Zhang Zai go? The place Zhang Zai went to was one that Grandpa Zhang could not have guessed of even in his wildest dreams. This place was one which Grandpa Zhang had absolutely believed that Zhang Zai would never step into forever. This was the place where Zhang Moxie had suffered a severe beating twice. Each of these beatings left him unable to crawl out of bed for half a month. Furthermore, these 2 beatings were the only 2 times since birth that he had to suffer from domestic violence. And that location was Zhang Moxie's third uncle, Zhang Wui's courtyard. Zhang Wui devoted his entire life to the military. Even his living quarters was located as close as possible to the Zhang family's military training grounds. Zhang Wui was abnormally quiet as he sat on his wheelchair. He swept his gaze across the flower garden and stared at the Zhang family bodyguards exercising within the training grounds. His expression changed. The long-absent heart of a warrior seemed to have been rekindled. Zhang Zai was squatted before him, his hands utilizing the mysterious fortune art as he inspected Zhang Wui's legs. He checked from top to bottom, and from bottom to top. He checked very carefully, from every inch of tendons to every fiber of muscles. A month ago, Zhang Zai's body did not contain even a trace of internal energy, making it impossible for him to check. Now though, not only did he possess internal energy, it was one titled as the first eternal art, the art of unlocking heaven's fortune as such. Zhang Zai wanted to carefully check again to ensure that nothing was amiss before deciding the method of treatment. After a long time, Zhang Zai, who was drenched in sweat, stopped checking. He stood up with lit-up eyes. How is it? Zhang Wui's chiseled face seemed as though he was indifferent towards the result as he asked with a light tone. However, his pair of fists was tightly clenched. The veins on the back of his hands throbbed explosively. It was obvious that his heart was unable to remain calm. Although he did take note of Zhang Zai's lit-up eyes, he was unable to bring himself to believe that his legs that had been paralyzed for so long could have any hope of being restored. Zhang Zai was his final and only hope. He dared not even ask Zhang Zai if he could be cured and only asked, "How is it?" His desire for an affirmative answer was simply that high. Your condition cannot be considered optimistic, but there is no need to be pessimistic, Zhang Zai smiled. There is a need to exert some efforts, but I am confident that I can allow you to stand up again. Excellent. Zhang Wui was no longer able to refrain himself from expressing happiness on his face. Despite the excitement, there was some skepticism. After all, countless world-renowned doctors had assessed his legs before and concluded that it was hopeless. Even if he had been acting strange lately, how could the debauchee nephew of his come up with the ability to cure him? However, Zhang Wui, who was like a drowning man, had no intention of waiting for death. He would try to grasp even a straw in order to survive. Even if this nephew of his was only bragging, he would only end up being disappointed one more time. How could outsiders understand the third Master Jun's state of mind? I will list down the necessary herbs. Third uncle will need to make arrangements for people to buy it up. As long as these few herbs can be obtained, I believe that the day third uncle stand up again will not be too far off, Jun Zai said. Very well, which herbs are they? Are any of them especially rare and expensive? I will immediately arrange our men out to search for it. Jun Wui became very anxious. Intestinal cracker flower, common heart grass, nine-leaf grass, persistent severing root and blazing meridian lotus. Jun Zai listed out 5 types of herbs in one breath. Naturally, he had stated the names given to these herbs in this world. For the past few days, he had been searching through all the medical books in the library building, since the names of these herbs that he knew of is different from that of his past life. Thankfully, the library building does possess a significant number of medical books. Jun Zai was able to find what he needed by following the medical information of the herbs. Using that method, he found the name of the herbs in this world. I have heard of the common heart grass, intestinal cracker flower and the persistent severing root. But what kind of herb is the nine-leaf grass and blazing meridian lotus? Jun Wui frowned. He was someone who had been seeking a cure for his condition for a long time. His experience with the knowledge of medicine can be said to be quite extraordinary. However, he did not know of those 2 herbs. What was even more surprising was that these names actually came out of Jun Zai's mouth. Jun Zai smiled as he took out a book from his bosom. He showed Jun Wui a picture of a plant from the Book of Plants. This is the nine-leaf grass, and this is the blazing meridian lotus. Among the herbs I listed, the blazing meridian lotus is quite hard to find as it is rarely seen. The rest of the herbs are quite commonly seen and should be available in our residence's medical warehouse. If it is not, then it should be available in the city's medical shops. Great Jun Wui's eyes stared fervently at the few herbs on the book, as though it was a priceless treasure, his voice trembling. It has been a whole decade. He can finally feel a strand of hope before him. Chapter 27 Show Me Your True Abilities. Chapter 027 Show Me Your True Abilities. Regula Chapter. Third uncle, if our medical warehouse does not have the herbs we need, then you will need to pay extra care to detail. We cannot only send one person to go buy the necessary herbs. If possible, send a few of them, each charged with buying one of the herbs. Most importantly, no one must know the reason for buying these herbs, even if others may not know of what these combined herbs can do. We must still act to prevent any what-ifs. In fact, I must carefully check all the herbs even after we have finished gathering them before processing it. Jun Zai continued. As of now, our Jun family is in the decline, withering day by day. But once third uncle's body is restored, the situation will become totally different. I believe that there are many who wished that third uncle would stay paralyzed forever, and that is why this matter requires utmost discretion. Once third uncle is able to stand, then you will become a hidden trump card for our Jun family. Third uncle, I believe you understand what I mean. Correct. Jun Wui looked at his nephew with a pleased feeling. Moxie, you have matured. Even if I lose the opportunity to stand again with you in our Jun family, I believe that our family will not fall. Jun Wui had naturally understood Jun Zai's words. However, to hear those words coming out of his mouth, in addition to the amount of thoughtfulness and long-term planning within, caused Jun Wui to feel greatly elated. Jun Zai gave out a feeble laugh, turning his head to the other side. For someone who had once been the #1 assassin in the world to be complimented as such, you have matured. It somehow felt highly embarrassing. Junzai felt himself unable to receive such a praise in his mind. He was thankful that the praise was Moxie. You have matured. If the praise had been Junzai, you have matured, should that happen, his face was as good as lost. If anyone from his past life came to know that someone had spoken to the evil monarch in such a manner, they might just choke to death on the spot. Moxie, what do you think of our house guard's training? As he listened to the distant roars or vigor and observing the robust bodies drenched in sweat from training, Jun Wui felt a sense of restlessness which he had not felt for a long time. Nothing more than showing style but no substance. When Junzai, who was in the middle of his reverie, heard the question, he answered without hesitation. He did not even hide the tone of disdain in his voice. Style but no substance. Jun Wui laughed as he shook his head. You claim that these training done by our house guards with the cultivation of 7th or 8th level Xuantai are only style but no substance. Moxie, these words of yours is truly something. Can this even be considered training? What effects will these training have? Junzai retorted. This kind of stuff can at best be considered an exercise regimen. How can you call it training? No matter how you look at it, they are simply a bunch of idle people coming together to exercise their body shape. Actually, even the effect of improving their body shape is not really there. I really do not see how this training could help them in the battlefield. Or should I say, it will not help them inflict any damage to their enemies should they meet any. The way I see it, there is no difference between them and a wave of disposable fodder. They are simply a group of normal people, with nothing in them, wasting both time and effort with their worthless workouts, no more, no less. Disposable fodder, worthless workouts. Jun Wui was unable to restrain himself, and shouted, his eyebrows raised. Moxie, I know that you do not like to practice martial arts. That is why you do not understand the importance of basic training. But even so, you cannot belittle these men. Ignorance is not a terrible thing, but to allow your ignorance to insult these soldiers is unacceptable. Each and every one of these men are elite war veterans of 100 battles. It is only because there are no more wars right now that they would become our Jun family bodyguards. Every single one of them has proven themselves to be a real man. I will consider your words from earlier as a casual joke. But if you dare to insult them again, then do not blame me for being unkind. These kinds of words cannot be used even as a joke. When he finished his words, Jun Wui suddenly released an awe-inspiring aura. Even though he has a calm disposition, Junzai was also startled. His third uncle's body may have been paralyzed, but his heart could not be shattered. Once his body was restored, he would definitely become the best pillar of support. A joke. Third uncle may not understand what I meant, but everything I said is the truth. At the same time, those words were not meant as a joke. Junzai stretched his hands, his face expressing innocence. I did not mean to say that they are useless, nor did I mean to insult them. I believe that anyone that could return from the battlefield alive is an iron-blooded man, worthy of respect. As for their training, anyone could see that they are training assiduously with all their heart. But just because one trains assiduously with all their heart, will one be able to win the war? It is very normal for those who train assiduously with all their heart to die the moment they step into the battlefield. The reason I said they are simply doing worthless workouts is because their way of training is wrong. Their way of training is wrong. Even though Jun Wui's face retained an expression of fury, he had begun considering those words. Since a while ago, this nephew of his had been acting very different compared to the past. Every word of his would contain certain meanings. Could it be? Let us take these two sparring guards as an example. Third uncle, from your observation, do you think these two are playing a game or fighting each other? Every attack is done with reservation, their faces filled with smiles. He. Can this still be called training? Even basic training cannot be this childish. They are simply having fun in pairs. Is this not showing style but no substance? Junzai pointed with his hands. Let us look there instead. Those men are lifting logs to the point where they are drenched in sweat before putting it down. It seems to be quite difficult, right? But in fact, it is worth fart. They have not even reached the limit of their bodies. These men possess a huge amount of strength. However, they stopped lifting once they start perspiring all over, even though they still have plenty of energy to spare. In other words, even if they were to continue training like this for 10 years, their strength will not progress in any way. The only effect is that they will be more proficient with certain actions. By doing so, their slumbering potential becomes wasted. Is this not a worthless workout? For these people, they can survive in the battlefield thanks to their good luck. As for being labeled a warrior or a hero, that is something of a happy accident. Junzai heartlessly looked at those men. Men of this level can at best only be assigned to watch over the house. They cannot be entrusted with bigger forms of responsibility. Third uncle, after listening to all these, do you still think I am insulting them? Junzai's words can only be described as terribly blunt. However, Jun Wui did not become angry. Instead, he became submerged in his thoughts. Junzai gave out several hays in laughter. If Grandpa had really thought of depending on these people to preserve the Jun family, then I fear that this family would already have been destroyed hundreds and thousands of times. As such, I conclude that Grandpa must have another group of elites. These elites are the true pillars of strength of the Jun family. Even though I have never seen them nor did I obtain any confirmation, I am confident that they exist. As for these people, they are here simply to serve as a front. Third uncle, you are not possibly trying to tell me that you actually have that high of an evaluation towards these men who can only serve as a front, right? At this moment, Jun Wui was looking at Junzai with a strange expression. After a long time, he said, if these men's training were to be handed over to you, what can I expect? What kind of unbelievable strength can they obtain if you were to train them? Hand over their training to me. I do not have that kind of free time. Junzai curled his lips, smelling their sweaty odor every day. I will end up smelling them to death. The smell of soldiers does not equate the smell of sweat. The military spirit is also neither a product of sweat nor shouts. It is the product of killing in the battlefield. Bring me over there. Jun Wui gave a hang, his chiseled face looking contemplative but firm. Jun Moxie, show me your true abilities. Chapter 28. Are you not trash? Chapter 028. Are you not trash? Regula chapter. When the both of them reached the side of the training grounds, Jun Wui gave a cough and shouted, all military units assemble, line up before me. He actually gave out a military order. It has already been 10 years since Jun Wui issued a military order. However, these words that came from Jun Wui's mouth brought forth a decisive force fused with killing aura behind it. They were suddenly filled with hope that this great general had once again regained his heroic vigor. This was a great general capable of bestowing and snatching the life of others. All who heard the military order had the same feeling within them. If they did not go over to the designated place as soon as possible, then the consequence would be for heads to roll. There was no time to spare. In just a moment's time, 300 house guards stood orderly before the two of them. Observing their rough faces filled with sweat, Jun Wui nodded with satisfaction. Raising his hand, he pointed to Jun Zai and said, "From this moment onwards, third young master will be solely responsible for your training no matter what his orders may be. You must unconditionally obey, understood?" After he said those words, an uproar broke out. No one answered even after a long time. A furious expression filled Jun Wui's face, but he did not say anything. He only looked at Jun Zai. As he had said before, Jun Zai was now the highest-ranked officer here. In other words, the moment those words left his mouth was the moment Jun Zai was given this position. No matter what these people do in the end, it will all be Jun Zai's responsibility. Jun Wui would also not interfere in how Jun Zai exercised his authority as the highest officer. If this nephew of his could not even pass this hurdle, then it would signify that he was only boasting. For the past few days he should also cut off any hope he may have. Jun Zai laughed bitterly in his heart. Stepping forward, he started earlier on. "Third uncle and I were observing your training process. Third uncle asked me what I thought about your training. Was it comparable to the elites? Was it manly? He. Jun Zai's voice was in no way loud, however. His words had successfully attracted the attention of the 300 men. Each and every one of them stared at Jun Zai with gleaming eyes. What kind of evaluation would they have in the eyes of this useless young master? I replied, "You are all a bunch of trash. You only know how to eat and waste food supplies. A bunch of freeloading trash waiting for death's call. If a war were to suddenly break out now and you people were sent out, then each and every one of you will die almost immediately. Of that, I have no doubt." 300 warriors suddenly inhaled deeply, eyes simmering with fury stared at Jun Zai, their faces turning blotched red. Humiliation, utter humiliation. One of the warriors stepped forward and asked, his face looking as though it was about to spout flames. "Third young master, what do you mean by saying that we may be the house guards of the Jun family, but all of us are soldiers who have survived 100 battles? Even if you are the master, you should not insult us like this." "Insult you? No. The ones who are truly insulting you are none other than yourselves. Is there any need for me to insult you further? Do you even have the qualifications for me to insult?" Jun Zai smiled. He stuck out his index finger and waved it lightly. "Are you feeling resentful? Do you feel the desire to beat me up? Very well, I will give you a chance. As long as you can refute my arguments, then I will allow you to beat me up. Third uncle will not interfere. This is also my first order ever." Another uproar broke out. Jun Zai continued with a cool voice. "Let me ask you all who claimed to have survived 100 battles. Went there a handful among those who entered the military at the same time as you, who ended up being promoted to generals, sergeants, becoming military officers, and are no longer normal soldiers? Their positions are much higher than yours are. Surely, you will not deny this, right?" The warrior stared blankly before nodding hesitantly. "How can this be considered an argument in the field of war? There will certainly be good number of soldiers who end up becoming more skilled or becoming promoted. Many of their fellow soldiers had been promoted due to their contributions in the war, rising up the ranks step by step. This was a normal thing. Why would the young master talk about this? But why is it that you people did not become generals? It was because you were incapable. Thus, if you were to be compared to those people, you have all suffered elimination once." Jun Zai heartlessly continued while looking at them. "Next, I want you to consider those who served at the same time as you did. I believe many of their Chuan Tai cultivation were not as good as yours. Perhaps some may be a bit stronger, but mostly were only around the same as yours. Am I correct?" That is correct. Why did we not become generals? Everyone who was hit by those words found themselves feeling giddy and confused. Unable to recover, they could only involuntarily nod their heads as they listened on. There were also those who whispered to themselves. Those who succeeded in becoming generals were simply those who managed to grasp onto the opportunity to do so. In other words, their luck was simply that good. Besides, this following statement of yours is simply nonsensical. If those people do not have enough strength, why would they be allowed to serve in the army? If their strength far surpassed ours, then would they be assigned to become normal soldiers like us? However, many amongst them managed to break through the bottleneck of the 9th level Qian Kai during their military tenure, and in the midst of battle becoming a real expert. After the war was over, many families were eagerly trying to employ them. This is also a fact. No. This matter was naturally a common occurrence, causing everyone to nod their heads again. However, they were no longer as forceful as before. Some of them even exhibited a glimmer of shame in their eyes. Every level of Qian Kai is a bottleneck. The higher the level, the difficulty of breaking through becomes that much harder. The 8th and 7th level may have only one level of difference, but the gap is almost as big as the difference between heaven and earth. There were many people who managed to attain the 8th level of Qian Kai cultivation, but they ended up being forever stuck. They were never able to step into the subsequent 9th level for their entire lives. There was no need to even mention about stepping onto the higher silver level. 9 and below are but ants. This sentence was not made as a joke. They advanced, but you all did not. Thus, when compared to these men, you have all been eliminated yet again. Do any of you disagree? Zhang Zai looked at them with disdain. The training grounds became silent and motionless. Everyone had become speechless. After the war ended, many soldiers wanted to leave the army, but some were offered jobs from some secretive organizations of the kingdom or some other private military forces. Some were even transferred to different units of the military. This is yet another fact. No. Zhang Zai smiled as he asked. This kind of occurrence was even more common. Everyone on the field remained silent. The expressions of disgrace and shame on their faces became even more extreme. None of you were among these people who were transferred away. This is the 3rd time you all suffered elimination. Zhang Zai continued attacking them. After that, you came to our Zhang family. Who still remembers the original number of people who came here? Reporting to young master, the original number was 500 men. Even though the warrior had understood Zhang Zai's intention, he still answered, his face turning red. Right, in other words, there are 200 less men now. Where then did these 200 men go to? Zhang Zai slowed down for 2 breaths. I am certain that they were not forced out, nor were they killed. They were selected to carry a heavier responsibility. But why were you not selected? It was because you were not as capable as they were. Clearly, you have all suffered another round of elimination. Some of the house guards breathed heavily. Some had their eyes turned red, but none of them spoke a word. Now tell me, after having been eliminated time and again, ask your own hearts, are you not trash? Zhang Zai asked as he turned his head, placing his ears before them. Chapter 29 Extreme Provocation. They say some defeats are meaningful, and losing makes you stronger. Do you understand what that means for living creatures? Victory is life, and defeat means death. It's an extreme example, but humans retain that instinct. Those who know the terror of defeat hunger for victory. Tepe Kiyoshi Kuroko no Basket. Chapter 029 Extreme Provocation. No answer came forth. The house guards were all left breathless, their faces flushed red. as though they were all suffocating. An unbelievable degree of humiliation coursed deep into their hearts, causing them to feel utterly shamed. Why, if others can do it, why can't we? Others can break through to the next level, but we, on the other hand, could not. Those fellow comrades had once fought by our side, but are now occupying positions of authority, looking down on others from their lofty positions. Why is it that we are unable to look down on others as they are now? Some of you may say those who managed to become generals through their contributions are all people with good luck. As for those who managed to advance higher in terms of Chuan-Tai cultivation, their talents are simply higher compared to you. All others did not select you because they cannot recognize your potential. I will say only this, those are but petty quibble luck. Why didn't you people grab onto that luck? Those of you who think that you were born with bad talents are those who admit to being a trash by birth. Those who complain that others cannot recognize your talent, I say that is a stupid excuse. If you are the employer, would you choose a trash or a useful person? Everyone remained silent, each of them breathing heavily, their eyes completely red. The reason I am talking about all these is not because I wanted to poke at your old scars. It is because you people are living too comfortable of a life, leading to a loss of courage. As the saying goes, be aware of shame and move forward with courage. It is not scary to be in the wrong. What is scary is that all of you are still unaware that you are in the wrong, showing satisfaction at your accomplishments, being prideful of your own self. This is simply unforgivable. Those of you here have never considered this matter before. If any of you had considered what I had said before, then you would not be here. There exist many kinds of motivation for us humans. However, humiliation remains the most important of them all. Tell me, do you want to continue your existence as a trash? Do you want to continue on being a worthless freeloader waiting for death's call while watching over the courtyard? Do you want to continue being humiliated and stepped on by others? Do you want to continue being lectured by me to the point where none of you can lift your heads up high again? Before Junzai could continue, a loud voice rang out before him. No, at first, the cries were disordered, but later on, the shout resounded to the point where it could topple mountains and invert the seas. Everyone in the vicinity had their emotions incited as they shouted uncontrollably. Their shouts resounded loudly as though they were about to break their own throats, their blood having surged upwards into their heads. Excellent. This shows that there is still hope for you people. You people are not beyond salvation. Junzai walked forward 2 paces, and then suddenly tilted his head. Do any of you have this kind of thoughts? Junzai slowed down and waited for a moment before continuing. Even if we are trash, we are still stronger than you who are nothing more than a useless freeloading debauchee, one who can amount to nothing. Am I right? That is why, even though you are bound by my third uncle's order to obey me, all of you feel only contempt for me. Am I right again? Many of them raised their heads. Even though none of them dared to say a word, their expressions showed that their hearts had indeed felt that way. Unfortunately for you, your thought process is a mistake. Furthermore, it is an exceptionally big mistake. Junzai spread out his hands. I am merely a debauchee, whereas all of you are a survivor of 100 battles, an iron-blooded man. But I will say this, none of you have more worth than me. Why are you not worth more than me? The answer is simple. It is because I have a good grandfather. It is because I have a good uncle. It is because I have a good father, and also because I have 2 good brothers. It is they who sacrificed everything so that our Jun family can be where it is today. These are all things that you do not have. Even if I, Jun Moxie, am nothing more than a downright debauchee, even if I am to go kill innocents, there will be someone who will help me solve the problem. There will be someone who will help me succeed in life. This is yet another thing which none of you have. That is also why None of you have more worth than me. The laws of heaven has its own equilibrium. You must first sacrifice something before you can obtain something else. Even a debauchee must pay a price for being a debauchee. Moreover, this price is by no means small among the normal populace. There is no such thing as a debauchee. That is because they are unable to meet the necessary conditions. Their parents did not pay the price for them to do so. That is why none of them can be insulted as a debauchee, and that is why they will never be called a debauchee. There is no need for us to look at others. The best example is right in front of you. My grandfather, Jun Jan Tian, was a commoner from birth. He entered the military and was baptized by the blood of 100 battles, forging the Jun family of today. Did you think that my grandfather was far stronger than all of you when he first started out? The story of Jun Jan Tian's rise to prominence was basically a legend within Tangxing Kingdom. Naturally, these men knew about his life story better than anyone else. Hearing those words, their eyes emitted a blazing spark. Some of them began trembling all over, their hearts stirred to the zenith. Could we also have such a time? That is enough. Having said so much, I believe all of you understand what I am trying to say. All of you have enough luck, enough to survive the war, gaining enough contributions to live this kind of peaceful lives to the point of treating training as a game. However, the price that you have paid is enough only for you to pass the days like this, no more, no less. Jun Zai suddenly stopped pacing and turned to face them, stating each word with emphasis. I have only this to ask of you. Do you hunger to break through this current state and become a first-rate expert? Do you hunger to surpass those who had achieved more than you? Do you hunger to carry a greater and more important responsibility instead of being just a residential watchdog? And Jun Zai gave a peculiar smile. Do you want your children and grandchildren to be able to do what I do? They can become a carefree debauchee that nobody can bully. Did you ever consider that if you were to succeed one day, then as long as your children are born, your successes would become an unimaginably powerful form of assistance for them? Have you ever considered that this would allow them to climb to the top with much less effort than necessary? You can even become a big family like that of our Jun family, Lai family, or the Dugu family. The fate of your child and grandchild can be transformed by your efforts alone. The bright future that Jun Zai had painted out caused everyone to breathe heavily in excitement. Their fists were clenched tightly, green veins pulsing uncontrollably, eyes becoming bloodshot. Amidst the silence, Jun Zai suddenly roared, "Do you want it, yes or no?" "Why yes?" 300 men shouted loudly in unison. Their cries shook the skies. 300 voices exploded outwards from the bottom of their hearts at the same time. At this moment, it seemed as though heaven and earth itself trembled a few. "Since you want it, then listen to my orders. Under my training regimen, no one is allowed to complain. I will lead you in a way that will allow your sacrifices to bring you the biggest possible reward." Jun Zai coldly looked at them. However, everyone must keep in mind of this one important fact. Under my training regimen, there is a chance that some of you will die. Some of you may even end up being disabled. This is the price that you may have to pay. And so I shall give you the opportunity to reconsider. After thinking about it carefully, those of you who are still willing to accept my training regimen, take a step forward. Those who are afraid, do not move from your original position. I will warn you again, with the exception of dying, no one is allowed to quit before my training ends. That is why all of you must make this choice here and now. I will count up to 3. Before I count up to 3, you must make your decision. Jun Zai shouted loudly. 1. Before the words 2 and 3 were uttered, all 300 men, with a stern expression of warriors marching bravely to their death, took a big step forward in an orderly manner. This step of theirs was done with such force that the dirt on the ground trembled and dust were raised. Even the ground beneath them seemed to have shaken from their actions. Jun Wui, who was watching at the side, looked onwards with eyes filled with approval and respect. Jun Zai had raised their morale using provocative tactics. At this moment, none of them would raise an eyebrow even if they were ordered to march to their deaths. Jun Zai had stimulated their morale to the very limit. The bloodthirsty nature of these war veterans had been pulled out to the extreme. Jun Wui was a general who had always been the one to stir the hearts of soldiers. However, listening to these words, he too felt his blood boiling, his breath becoming deep. At this very moment, he felt as though he was overlooking a blazing battlefield, acrid smoke filling the air, corpses piling up as high as mountains, blood flowing everywhere akin to a sea of blood. A lengthy and desolate howl rose from within the soul, seemingly carrying within it a grand and magnificent image. It brought forth the image of 1,000 soldiers, marching indifferently to their bloody deaths, their hearts burning up from their fiery blood, charge through 100 battles without regrets, face life and death without regrets. The spark of bloodlust. At this point in time, Jun Wui and the 300 men all exuded the same spark of bloodlust from their eyes. In this one moment, all 300 men shared the same thought. In order to rid themselves of this humiliation, why should they not brave death? Not even Jun Zai could have imagined that this action of his, forced by Jun Wui to take over the responsibility of training these men, would result in him creating an invincible team capable of shaking the world. This team would strike fear into the hearts of the enemies, crippling their courage and forcing them to retreat without a fight. An unstoppable godlike team. This squadron was named Sky-Raising Soul Devourers. The otherworldly evil monarch's first ever team of warriors who will become invincible throughout the world was born today. An unstoppable godlike team was born of utter humiliation. What kind of brilliance will this team show to the world? Chapter 30 Harsh. Chapter 030 Harsh. Regular Chapter. Since you are all willing, I will now announce the rules of my training, Jun Zai coldly stated. I will say this only once. Anyone who violates the rules will be killed without exception. There are no second chances here. In my training, there is no corporal punishment. The word regret does not exist. There is only victory or death. These two are the only paths available for you. From this moment onwards until the end of your training, I am your highest authority. During this period of time, you are only allowed to listen to my orders. You are not allowed to listen to any other person. Remember well, even if it is my third uncle or even my grandfather, even they are not allowed to interfere. Anyone dares who violate this command, decapitation. Everyone must arrive on time for training. Anyone dares to be late, decapitation. Anyone dares to voice their dissatisfaction, decapitation. Anyone dares to disobey my command, decapitation, decapitation, decapitation. A series of decapitation shouts rang loudly, its murderous aura ascending to the skies. In correspondence to these shouts of decapitation, Jun Zai's eyes exuded an awe-inspiring aura filled with killing intent. 300 warriors stared straight ahead, their bodies stood straight, their muscles tensed, fear evident within them. Even Jun Wui, who was seated on the wheelchair, had been unconsciously affected. His blood boiled, his upper body part straightened. It felt as though he had returned back in time to when he first started, listening to his father's lecture. Staring at Jun Zai's eyes at that very moment brought forth a zealous expression to his face. The rampaging aura of an iron-blooded soldier, which had been lost, had surged back into him. Jun Zai's provocative words had transformed these house guards. These iron-blooded men had once again donned the identity of a fearless soldier. Their imposing battle aura had risen to its peak. Jun Wui can already imagine what kind of effect this provocation can accomplish in a real battle. All who heard those words would smile, exuding that form of heroic fearlessness as they charged towards death. Life and death no longer mattered. No resentment, no regrets. With such a kind of leadership, how can one lose? At another side of the training grounds, Grandpa Jun was standing within the shadows. His face turned red as his calm demeanor lost its ground against his boiling blood. His eyes stared widely at Jun Zai. Both his hands and beard trembled, showing just how excited his heart was. Is this really my debauchy grandson? Did these words really come out of his mouth? What a magnificent aura of aspiration, what a sky-towering spirit, what a Grandpa Jun carried away and started rubbing his eyes. He rubbed to the point of tears. After he managed to calm down the feelings of excitement, Jun Yan Tian turned away. His originally hunched body suddenly became straight. His eyes glinted akin to surging lightning, and his body glowed with a form of pride and self-confidence. The housekeeper, Old Pang, suddenly felt that the great general who had once become an invincible figure across the world had returned. After the Jun family suffered countless tragic and bloody battles, Old Pang had not seen this heroic bearing from Jun Jan Tian for countless years. But now, it has finally resurfaced. Indeed, Jun Zai's performance that had given this old man a great surprise and hope. It had allowed Jun Jan Tian to believe that his Jun family still had hope. Moreover, this was a great, radiant hope. This grandson might actually be able to let the Jun family regain its glory. Wrong, it is not a might, but a certainty. The heavens itself is blessing the Jun family. Relay my commands from this moment on. Anything pertaining to the young master, be it his words or actions, will all become our Jun family's #1 secret. This is a first-grade verbal command. Anyone who dares to violate my command will be killed without exception. In addition, those who violate my command will face the 9 familial extermination. Clear those spies sent by the other families that we were keeping an eye on. As for those sent by the royal court, find an excuse to transfer them away. Next, mobilize all our shadow operatives. They are to carefully observe the inner and outer movements of the Jun residents. Anyone found to be passing off messages to the outside must be killed without exception. We will take this opportunity to clean the house, put in every effort to ensure that nothing slips past us. Jun Jan Tian's tone carried with it the image of an unyielding tyrant, a determined tyrant with no tolerance for any form of doubt. At this moment, Old Pang could sense a strong murderous aura seeping out from him. Through this, he could tell how important this matter was to Jun Jan Tian. If someone were to actually leak anything out, then Jun Jan Tian would seriously start a bloodbath. Jun Jan Tian did not know why his own grandson would conceal his own capabilities to such an extent. However, since he did that much, then there would certainly be a reason. There must be a plan. Jun Zai's performance today had truly surprised him, an unexpectedly pleasant surprise. Nevertheless, in his opinion, this grandson of his had made a somewhat reckless move. If news of this matter were to spread out, then a great number of eyes will set their sights onto Jun Zai. Grandpa Jun had no desire to find out if these people had good intentions or bad intentions. Thus, this wise old man decided that the first thing he must do for his grandson was to help him clean his butt. He issued a verbal order, a first-grade verbal order. Any who disobeyed will face the extermination of 9 kindred. In reality, there was no such thing as concealment of abilities. Jun Moxie was simply no longer Jun Moxie. but was instead John Zai. He was the king of assassins from a different world, the evil monarch. Meanwhile, John Zai's shouts kept resounding from the training grounds. Now, listen to my orders. You now have 10 breaths of time to prepare. I want the 300 of you to form 2 teams. If you are unable to complete this task on time, all of you will go run around the training ground for 100 laps. Begin. Once the sentence was uttered, the formation became a chaotic mess as men moved in and out, interweaving between one another. In a short amount of time, they had already divided themselves into 2 groups, each consisting of 150 men. Good 150 men will form a company, and then divide it into 5 platoons. Each platoon holds 30 men. Next, divide the platoon into 3 squads with 10 men each. I will now give you half an incense stick's time. I do not care how you decide, but you must elect the leader for each company, platoons, and squads. Remember, this choice is one you made. As such, you will need to obey the orders of your leader. If anyone tries to disobey orders and show disrespect, then he will be punished according to military protocols. Decapitation. After saying that, John Zai ignored their discussions and turned to face John Wooey. John Wooey silently regarded him, then suddenly smiled out. His eyes exhibited a heavy sense of surprise. Moxie, your performance today had genuinely shocked your third uncle. John Zai brushed his nose as he laughed. What are your thoughts, uncle? John Zai did not specify his question, but John Wooey understood what he meant. Originally, I had intended to nitpick at you. However, I truly could not find any faults to point out. If our kingdom's military forces can undergo this kind of training, how can they not sweep uncontested across the world? Sweep uncontested throughout the world. A dark line appeared on John Zai's forehead. Third uncle is exaggerating. It is only that my starting concept is different from yours. The reason you train your soldiers is for the sake of tanks and kingdom. However, the reason I train these soldiers is for the sake of our Jun family. I am training them to ensure the safety of our family. When taking this into consideration, one can see a critical difference. For the sake of the kingdom, for the sake of our Jun family. John Wooey was originally a great general who was highly loyal to the kingdom. But, after having suffered such a tragedy and forced to idle away at home for 10 years, this thought had slowly faded away. He could see that the Jun family had rendered a great number of meritorious services to the country after suffering through innumerable hardships. However, both his brothers and nephews were killed in battle. As for himself, he was paralyzed for life. If these had happened on the battlefield and their enemies openly defeated them, then John Wooey would have no complaints. But everything that had happened to them occurred under suspicious circumstances, and yet the kingdom remained indifferent. His father, John Jan Tan, had constantly tried to investigate this matter. Several times he had managed to find some clues regarding the matter, but was suddenly cut off from any further information. There was no way that these occurrences were not caused by someone. Yet again, the kingdom remained apathetic to these occurrences, causing John Wooey to become detached. If this was 10 years ago, if this was the hot-blooded John Wooey from back then, hearing someone say that training soldiers was for the sake of their own family instead of for the sake of the kingdom, he would have jumped out to catch the culprit, accusing him to being a criminal, a traitor to the kingdom. But the John Wooey of today no longer have that kind of perspective. Instead, he was at a complete loss. Was it worth it? Was it truly worth it? Our Jun family is a great pillar which many had set their sights on, and is currently standing upon a precarious position. The kingdom, on the other hand, is filled with tumultuous undercurrents. Under these circumstances, Our Jun family could face an insoluble calamity at any moment if it was not for this. Is there really anything bad about being an unaccomplished freeloader waiting for death's call? Jun Zai sighed. This is the reason why you finally decided to reveal your true self. Jun Wui stared quietly at Jun Zai with falcon-like eyes. Are you saying that if our family was not forced to these kinds of straits, then you would have continued messing around as a debauchee? I find it hard to believe that someone as young as you can possess this profound level of insight. Chapter 31 Accumulative Layers of Pressure. Chapter 031 Accumulative Layers of Pressure. Regular chapter. Jun Zai remained silent. If he had not transmigrated over, Jun Moxie would certainly have continued being a debauchee. Jun Moxie possessed a profound level of insight. Obviously not, however. Should the day of Jun family's revival arrive, Jun Zai would still remain faithful to his role as a debauchee. In addition, if his hands ever felt itchy, then all he needed to do was go assassinate some of those men who deserved to die. Even if you say that, I would still choose to continue messing around as a debauchee in the future. Jun Zai looked at Jun Wui with a smile. As long as third uncle is cured, you will become a great tree that can shelter me. When that happens, I will still be the Jun Moxie of old, who dares to move against me. Jun Wui laughed. Do whatever you want. Besides, from what I can see, there is no way anyone can get the better out of you, you brat. As of now, the two companies had finished the task set by Jun Zai for them. Each company leader, platoon leader, and squad leader stood before their own men. Jun Zai turned and walked over to them. From this moment onwards, your two companies will treat one another as your ultimate rival. For now, I do not know the details regarding you people. That is why I will temporarily not be giving any new training instructions. For the next 10 days, all your training program will follow the original one. However, Jun Zai added emphasis to his tone. Every set of training will be increased by 3 times that of the original. Did I make myself clear? Every one of them gasped in shock. 3 days later, there will be a contest between squads. Each platoon is to select a squad to enter the contest. 5 days from now, each platoon select your best men. They will then enter the contest. 7 days from now, both companies will have a showdown. In the contest between the two companies, the company leader of the losing company will go up the stage, face all 300 men, and slap yourself in the face. Understood? Silence. I will repeat my question. Understood? Jun Zai asked in an imposing manner. Understood, everyone roared. The two company leaders will preside over the training programs. I do not care what type of training program you implement. I am only interested in watching the results of the contest. I would like to see which one of you will go up the stage and slap yourself in front of 300 men after losing the contest. This contest will be held once a month. The company leader who suffered 3 losses in a row will go up the stage naked and bark like a dog. When the time comes, I will gather everyone in the residence to let them enjoy this spectacle. As of now, I have no interest in knowing any of your names. That will have to wait until half a year later. I have already prepared the names for both companies. First company's name would be Sky Raiders. Second company's name would be Soul Eaters. However, only the strong would have the qualifications to join these two companies. As of this moment, none of you are qualified. Everything will depend on whether you can meet my requirements. If you can, then I will memorize all your names, but if you cannot, then you will be nothing more than a pile of bones by then. After you return, you must set a time limit for things like eating meals or going to the toilet. Those who end up breaking the allocated time will be punished heavily without question. No matter what the activity may be, a timetable must be established. Each company is to come up with its own punishment. Once that is done, hand over the details to me now. Go follow my commands. Dismiss. The two newly appointed company leaders had yet to experience the joy of being promoted, but were instead slapped with a burden resembling a trip to hell. Wearing a bitter face akin to eating bitter gourd, they ruthlessly led their respective company away. Everyone had the same line of thought. Not only were they exempt from going up the stage to slap themselves, they have the opportunity to witness the losing side slap themselves in the face. Then, there was the even more interesting show where they have to strip naked and bark like a dog. This will be interesting. As for the contest, what was there to fear? They will just have to increase their training intensity. If 3 times was not enough, then 5 times. If 5 times was not enough, then 10 times. A training where they place their own lives on the line. From this moment onwards, the 300 house guards of the Jun family had officially stepped into a life of living hell. Far away from the training grounds, Grandpa Jun exhaled a long breath and gently waved his hands, indicating for Old Pang to leave together with him. Housemaster, do I still need to get the young master to come over for questioning? Is there any need to question him anymore? Just let him do as he please, Grandpa Jun replied in a relaxed tone of voice, his heart feeling very refreshed. Housemaster, why did the young master only single out the company leader for punishment? Shouldn't the rest of the losing soldiers be punished as well? Hey, Old Pang, if you were placed in the company leader's shoes and your company of soldiers lost, resulting in you having to openly slap yourself in the face, and even possibly being forced to strip naked before barking like a dog, how would you feel inside? Would you spare those platoon leaders under you in similar fashion? After the platoon leader had his fill of the company leader's wrath, how well would he treat the squad leaders under him? Each level carries its own degree of pressure and responsibility. Each layer brings an even greater amount of pressure. By the time it reached the ordinary soldier's level, that thunderous pressure would accumulate to the point of being unprecedented. This is a form of peer pressure that was never heard of before. However, it is an excellent method to train soldiers. For Moxie to come up with this type of plan, if the army were to have him as a general, he would certainly shine as a great talent. Grandpa Jun felt very pleased. Oh, so that was why Old Pang thought to himself. This move from the young master is quite malicious. Malicious? No, it is not. Grandpa Jun looked as though he was considering something as he organized his thoughts and state of mind. This is the only way to make full use of their abilities, while allowing the one who holds absolute power to focus on other matters. This is also the most cost-effective method of employing men. From a business perspective, this is the best method of management, be it the management of the military or the management of the state. At least, I have yet to find a better way of doing so. This brat is something else. Moxie Jun Jan Tan's eyes squinted as his old face smiled without restraint. Fortunately, His Majesty, the Emperor, did not agree to the marriage. Otherwise, this old man would have ended up committing an error. Jun Wui immediately went to arrange for some men, placing a responsibility on each of them to go out seeking the herbs. The Jun family's medical warehouse had no small amount of goods stocked within, but the herbs listed by Jun Zai are quite rare. Those herbs had to be bought from the outside pharmacies. Jun Zai urgently hurried back to his own room. He did not even have any time to check his trophies as he closed both the door and windows before sitting down cross-legged. Today, Jun Zai spent a considerable amount of time walking through the streets. During these period of time, He felt the existence of an abnormal reaction coming from the undulating white mist within his sea of consciousness. However, what surprised John Zai was that this feeling disappeared after he reached home. This had caused John Zai no small amount of surprise. After calming himself down, he carefully exercised his arts again, but was unable to detect the presence of any abnormality. This caused him to become puzzled. Could it be that there were external factors in play here? There was something else that caused John Zai to become greatly puzzled. While he was not practicing his arts, the white mist would gush out from his sea of consciousness without his realization. The mist would then flow along John Zai's meridians for one cycle before returning. It was during such an occurrence that the white mist would appear the longest, bringing with it a great deal of benefits for John Zai's body. However, whenever John Zai tried wholeheartedly to exercise the arts, only a slight trace of white mist would appear. However, after being directed to flow through John Zai's meridians, the results were inferior to that when it had appeared on its own. The third thing, which John Zai could not wrap his head around, was the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Judging by its name and the bizarre circumstances of its existence, this skill must naturally be amazing. However, ever since he practiced to the point of being able to sense it, the energy flow within his meridians had remained the size of a hair. No matter how much effort John Zai put in, he was unable to increase its size. Even though this small amount was extremely solid, it was convenient to use and was of superior quality. Its quantity, on the other hand, left much to be desired. In comparison, the internal forces he had in his past life was as thick as a finger flowing through the meridians. But the current energy flow within his meridians was only as thick as a silky hair. There was a great deal of difference, almost incomparable. However, if one were to compare the quality between both, the internal energy of his past life was akin to a hemp rope, while his current energy flow was akin to the legendary divine silk, which cannot be harmed by even precious swords. It must be noted that this was only an estimate, as these two were simply incomparable. Chapter 32 Homesick. Chapter 032 Homesick. Regular chapter. This energy flow seemed delicate, but was in fact unyieldingly tough. Nonetheless, John Zai remained unsatisfied because this level of energy flow can only be considered the beginning stages. This energy flow could barely be used to do anything. It may have been useful in playing tricks and secretly affecting results while gambling. But what about a life and death battle against a sword user? This level of energy flow is simply insufficient. Even if it is the divine silkworm's silk, whose single thread can support the weight of up to 200 jin 120.9 kg, a highly commendable capacity, John Zai wanted more. He wanted 100 or 1,000 of those threads to come together and become his source of internal energy. His desire to nurture the energy flow to become greater to the point of filling his meridians caused John Zai to feel that he still has a long way to go. However, there was one advantage in his current situation, and that was his ability to use sneak attacks, which were truly mysterious and imperceptible. John Zai closed his eyes as he evaluated the possible uses of the energy flow in his body. Slowly, he entered a state of disconnection from self and others. Lai residence. Tang Wanli rushed aggressively towards the Lai residence backed by a huge group of men. However, he now felt as though he had instead run headfirst into a pile of cotton. The Lai residence's head, Lai Yorn, received him with a warm, affectionate, and hospitable manner, causing Grandfather Tang to feel a little uncomfortable, as he was not able to find any faults to argue about. Although he had determined to throw a fit when faced against Lai Yorn's cordial and calm smile, he found himself unable to do so. However, the act of keeping the pent-up anger on a leash was very hard to bear. After drinking a cup of tea, he slammed it down heavily, resulting in the teacup breaking into pieces. Lai Yoren continued smiling gently as he said, "Come, quickly prepare another cup of tea for the old duke." Then, his voice suddenly became heavy. "I was too careless earlier. Quick, go get the top-grade Han-Yan tea from my grandfather's room. I remember my grandfather had once mentioned that Duke Tang's favorite tea is the top-grade Han-Yan tea." After finished instructing the servants, he lowered his voice again, looking apologetically at Grandfather Tang wanly. "Senior Duke, this junior instructed my men on your behalf earlier. I hope you do not mind. Also, if this junior made a mistake, then please point it out. I will immediately get the servants to change it for you." Grandfather Tang stared with a wide open mouth, just like a dog that had bitten a hedgehog. He was unable to utter a single word. After staying speechless for a long time, he finally asked, "Get Lai Feng, Lai Zhen, those three little beasts out here now. This senior has something to ask of them." Lai Yoren revealed an obvious reluctant expression on his face. To be able to receive pointers from the senior duke is certainly a blessing for those juniors. However, senior duke's timing is a little off. Those three had committed a mistake and are currently undergoing disciplinary punishment. May I ask of the duke to show kindness and wait momentarily for the three of them to finish up their punishment before coming to receive your pointers? The Tang family members who heard this became startled. The whole group of people headed into the Lai residence's disciplinary hall. Seeing how Lai Feng and the other two were beaten into a bloody mess, Grandfather Tang, who was brimming in anger, found his fury dissipating by half. He settled for only asking them a few questions. However, he heard from them that the source of this matter was the Meng family. Meng Heizu had actually coveted Tang Yuan's fiancée for a long time. As for Lai Shen and the other two, they were punished for their involvement in this matter. Hearing all this, Grandfather Tang's fury towards the Lai family was mostly dissipated. However, his rage towards the Meng family surged to new thunderous heights. After quickly saying his goodbyes, Grandfather Tang immediately led his men back up the horses and sped their way towards the Meng family. Lai Yoren personally accompanied them out, his face showing a sorry expression as he kept apologizing for being a bad host. He earnestly bid them farewell as he watched Grandfather Tang lead his group of men away. Straightening himself, Lai Yoren's face fleetingly revealed a trace of elegant smile. In his eyes, a strange chill too appeared for the briefest of moment before disappearing. Lifting his robes, he entered the residence, his actions unhurried and relaxed, not showing any trace of anger. The sky gradually became darker. Suddenly, a thunder broke out and the rain started falling. As the rain fell harder and harder, it seemed as though both heaven and earth had become one. Lai Yoren suddenly stopped walking. Raising his head, he observed the curtain of rain. He lightly laughed as he shook his head and whispered, "It seems that the Duke Tang will have to extend his stay at the Meng family." Little Qi sat on the window, her hands holding onto the incense pot as she stared outside at the heavy rain. Her eyes had already become moist. After finishing up with his training, Zhang Zai straightened himself and walked up behind Little Qi. He gently asked, "Little Qi, what are you thinking about?" Little Qi screamed out in shock. Turning around, she was momentarily at a loss before she straightened herself and bowed. "Young master, what are you thinking?" Zhang Zai went to the side and sat down on a chair. By force of habit, he raised his leg up. Observing the little leader before him, she was a tender little likable girl. Junzai had always been unable to stop himself from teasing her. That was also why he felt concerned after seeing her filled with deep thoughts. I was thinking. In a few days' time, the autumn festival will arrive. Little Kess's eyes seemed on the verge of tears. I still remember, 3 years ago during the autumn festival, when I was 9, I went with my father and mother. Back then I was so cheerful, so happy. Father, mother, 2 big drops of tears rolled down, falling onto the ground. She was no longer able to continue her sentence. Then, where is your father now? Just as Junzai asked this question, he remembered that little Kess's father was a squad leader serving under the Jun family. He had followed Jun Moxie's big brother Jun Moyu out for an expedition, never to return. Little Kess's mother eventually died of illness due to sadness and overwork. Before her death, she sent Little Key to the Jun residence, beseeching the Jun family to take care of her daughter. As of now, Little Key was an orphan with no father and mother. Thinking back, that brat Jun Moxie had always treated Little Key badly, cursing at her all the time, but she had instead endured quietly. Junzai could not help but feel pity for her. Sighing lightly, he reached out and stroked her head, but remained silent. Hearing the words autumn festival, he calculated the days and finally realized that the mid-autumn festival will soon be upon them. Junzai's heart suddenly felt sour. It seemed that I would have to celebrate this traditional Chinese festival by myself in this world. Little Key felt Junzai lightly stroking her hair. His way of treatment was surprisingly soft. Even though he did not speak a word, she could feel Junzai's pity and heartfelt apology. A burst of warmth suddenly enveloped her, as though a little sister that had left home had suddenly bumped into her big brother. Her heart was awash with a soft, cordial feeling. She suddenly felt that this debauchee who had always cursed at her had at this moment become the one closest person to her. This change in feeling was very unexpected and bizarre. She could not help but lean her small body closer to Junzai's. Feeling the warmth from Junzai's body, she felt as though the heavy rain outside had become something that she was no longer concerned about. After a long time had passed, Junzai stroked Little Kess's hair again and said, "Get a good rest. It is better if you go get some sleep. I am going out for a bit." "Young master, it is raining heavily right now. Where are you going?" Little Key felt confused and became concerned. "What if you fall sick from the rain? I will go prepare raining gear for you." "I will be fine." Junzai smiled faintly, his face painted with an indifferent expression. He grabbed a bamboo rain hat and placed it on his head before opening the doors, heading out into the heavy rain with a straight stature. Little Kess's face was filled with worry. She could sense that currently the young master was suffering from an unspeakable pain and anguish. Sensing Junzai's disturbed emotions, the Honjun pagoda within his sea of consciousness rose up and began exuding the white mist. The white mist then flowed through Junzai's blood and flow of Kai as it made a cycle through Junzai's meridians, as though it was trying to uplift Junzai's current state of melancholy. Chapter 33: A Small Shop Within the Heavy Rain. Chapter 033: A Small Shop Within the Heavy Rain. The rain pit-pattered on the bamboo rain hat. Junzai left the Jun residence swiftly through the side door and strolled his way into the main street. The main street, which had been bustling with activities and pedestrians, was now empty due to the sudden heavy downpour. The shops on both sides, however, were brimming with crowds of people. Every now and again, the sounds of either laughter or curses can be heard coming out from the shops. Under the heavy downpour, the clamorous noise seemed as though it had merged together with both heaven and earth. Junzai strolled alone within the heavy rain, watching as the rain transformed into a curtain between heaven and earth. As the rain pit-pattered on his bamboo rain hat, Jun Zai felt his own insignificance and loneliness. So what if he had been the world's #1 assassin in his past life? So what if he had been granted a great opportunity to transcend death, transmigrating into a different world? So what if he managed to obtain the immeasurably mysterious treasure, the Hongjun Pagoda? So what if he has the opportunity to practice the mysterious art of unlocking heaven's fortune? In the end, he was but a droplet of water amidst an ocean between heaven and earth. So diminutive, so solitary, so alone. The predecessors will never meet their ancestors, the successors will never meet their descendants. Leisurely studying heaven and earth, and yet alone and inferior, Jun Zai laughed bitterly as he shook his head. He thought to himself that he should have written this poem. Born in another world, he was truly a man without precedents and without a descendant. The true descendant of Yan and Huang in this world was none other than himself. The descendant of Yan and Huang represents the Han Chinese of today. The heavy rain and its accompanying fog was extremely heavy. Water covered every inch of the ground. The rain and fog obscured the skies, causing everything to become illusory and hazy. Even the surrounding downpour seemed to have lost its sound. Jun Zai suddenly felt as though everything was a dream. Every single person and every single matter no longer existed. There was only him, walking alone through the heavy rain. Jun Zai suddenly felt as though he was a ghost, or perhaps he was simply sleepwalking. His heavy footsteps resounded in the rain, and yet it sounded so far away. This incomplete feeling caused Jun Zai, who was a cold-blooded assassin, to feel vulnerable and weak. He suddenly found himself facing a dark place and realized that he had unconsciously exited the main street into a narrow alley. In the midst of the rain, a bamboo pole stood tilted from a shop, singled out as it hung conspicuously. From within came the smell of wine. The only way to solve sorrows was to shut it out. The only way to make worries disappear was wine. Jun Zai hesitated for a moment before entering into the wine shop. The shop had barely anyone within it. It had 15 tables, yet all of them were empty. Considering how heavy the rain was, it was only natural for the shop's business to be affected, especially when considering how small this shop was. But within a corner of the shop, one person sat. Wearing a face-concealing bamboo rain hat, he sat down and helped himself. He seemed to be entertaining himself, but it seemed more as though he was feeling solitary and lonely. Jun Zai randomly ordered 2 side dishes and a jug of wine. He then sat silently in a corner, helping himself to it as well. He was alone in a small shop within the heavy rain. This cup I toast to those I've killed in my past life. Forgive me, for there is no chance for you to have revenge. Gulp. This cup I toast to those whose life I will take in my new life. Forgive me, for you are fated to die by my hands. Cheers. This cup I toast to my master and fellow brother and sisters. I wish you success in your missions. May you all be able to retire early and live a peaceful life. This cup I toast. Jun Zai drank alone, one cup after the other. Without making a single noise, he poured all his emotions, all his lamentations, all his loneliness into the cups of wine and drank them all away. Everything flowed together with the wine into his stomach. From today onwards, in this world, I am Jun Zai. The #1 assassin from another world is nothing more than a distant memory. The wine of the small shop was nothing remarkable. It felt slightly weak in taste. As someone who was used to drinking high-grade wines, this wine was actually a bit difficult for Jun Zai to drink. However, Junzai's mind at this moment was not considering whether the wine was good or not. Even if he were to be given the celestial fairy wine, he would not be able to taste any of it. All he could feel now was bitterness, tartness, and sorrow. Within this unfamiliar world, this will be the only time that he indulged in these feelings of weakness. From now on, I will thread the path of the evil monarch, an iron-blooded path. From this moment on, I will utilize the mountain of bones and ocean of blood from my past to achieve my unparalleled reputation as the evil monarch once more. The otherworldly evil monarch is I, Moxie. Yet another cup was downed, but Junzai had yet to feel drowsy. He simply continued pouring one cup after another, gulping it down. Junzai did not realize that his strange act, where he casted everything he had encountered aside, as though he was the only one within this world, had completely cut him off from everything: the skies, the ground, the wind, the rain. It was an independent loneliness of a person forsaken by his own world. The faint feelings of joy, solitude, and loneliness all merged perfectly into one upon his body. It was only at this moment that Junzai remained Junzai, the mysterious #1 assassin, and not Jun Moxie. In the corner of the shop, the only customer who had only given Junzai a glance when he came in was now staring intently at Junzai. He watched as Junzai sat alone, drinking away his sorrows, exuding an elegant form of loneliness, his tolerance deep and far beyond the average person, causing him to become curious. Junzai himself did not know how much wine he had drank. He only continued raising his cup. As he was about to drink another cup, he suddenly heard someone spoke out. "This brother is a remarkable drinker. Now that it is raining heavily outside, there is but the two of us here. Since we had such a fateful meeting, what do you say we drink together?" Junzai raised his head and saw that the customer had already placed down his bamboo rain hat, revealing a dignified face, showing a prestigious aura without being angry, his gaze as soft as water as he smiled at Junzai. Junzai laughed. He reached out, removed the bamboo rain hat on his head and left it hanging behind. The anxious autumn wind and rain brings a halt to men. For us to be meeting here like this is indeed the work of fate. Since it is fate, why should we not drink together? Come. The other party did not expect Junzai to be so young, and was momentarily startled before laughing. Indeed, observing fate is better than offering respects. He then ordered a few more dishes and 2 jugs of wine. Holding the wine cup, he came over and sat before Junzai. He smiled and asked, "A magnificent youngster such as you is truly a rarity in this city. I wonder which great family does this younger generation hail from?" "Great families, younger generation." Junzai gave out a laugh, and replied in disdain. "Floating namelessly through the world, treating the human world as a game. Ask not the gentleman his name. Could it be that in this brother's eyes, only someone from the great families can possess an outstanding demeanor? Oh he. This is really a mistake on my part. Then please consider this cup my punishment." The middle-aged man raised his cup and gulped it down, his movements casual and free of care. Observing his face, Junzai had since deduced that this person was no average person. The aura emitted from his brows were rich and coercive. Every move made was innately elegant, indicating great skill and care. A few spiritual forces kept probing inside the small shop from the outside, believed to be from this person's bodyguards. This person must be someone with a high position, and not easy to meet. To see such an individual admit his own mistakes towards a random person, and even smile as he punished himself, Junzai felt his stance towards this person changing. He felt that sitting together and drinking wine together with this kind of individual was not an unworthy act. "May I ask for younger brother's esteemed name?" That man gulped down the wine as he watched Jun Zai. Jun Zai's aura of indifference caused this man to become very interested in his identity. Chapter 34 Disagreeable Words. Chapter 034 Disagreeable Words. Regular chapter. Wandering through the world, must chance meetings end up becoming acquaintances? What you and I wish for is to be able to drink wine happily. After finished drinking, we will go our separate ways and may never miss today. The name is but a mark. Would it be a fortune if you can recall it? Would it be a misfortune if you missed it? Jun Zai remained immersed within his realm of sadness. Naturally, he would not give out his real name. If he had said out the words Jun Moxie, who knows if this man might end up panicking and flee out even in this heavy rain. After all, his notorious reputation as a debauchee can be considered quite the lethal object. Floating namelessly through the world, treating the human world as a game, ask not the gentleman his name. Wandering through the world, must chance meetings end up becoming acquaintances? The middle-aged man repeated the words. He could not help but be moved by those words. Good sentence, a truly good sentence. I did not expect that this young brother could utter such great words. Not even a learned scholar may be able to replicate this feat. It seemed I was being rude again. Looking at Jun Zai, he laughed leisurely. Little brother's logic is reasonable. It is I who was too rigid in following customs. I am willing to accept another cup as punishment. Jun Zai hastily stopped him. You keep drinking left and right while I have not even drunk a single cup. You are not by chance just finding an excuse to drink more than me, are you? The man became startled before breaking into laughter. He gulped down his cup before wiping his mouth. Even though this wine is nameless, it can still be considered a good wine, strong and spicy. A real man should be drinking this wine. True, for the sake of drinking more of this wine, finding some more excuses is nothing. This wine is considered good wine, Jun Zai sneered. I say, brother, could it be that you have never had any good wine? This wine is only something you drink a little of when you have no better option at hand. If this kind of wine can be considered a good wine, then won't there be countless good wine in this world? The man's eye lit up as he said, Old Song's wine shop may not be big, but this wine is highly reputed in this city. All wine lovers treat it with reverence. If it were not raining today, then this place would have been a full house by now. That is also why you and me can enjoy this wine today. This is a lucky day for both you and me. You may not know this, but Old Song only sell 20 jugs of wine per day, 10 in the afternoon and 10 in the evening. He will not sell even a jug more if your words were to be heard by Old Song. I fear he will not let you go. Har, you are a really great person. To think that you can make me smile at a time when I am feeling so depressed. Jun Zai had originally not wanted to laugh, but could no longer hold it in at this moment. How laughable! Such a weak wine actually has a limited supply. The wines that this young master has had before were at least 100 times stronger than this. These words were in no way boastful. This strength of this wine was at best only at 20% of a sorghum wine. In terms of quality, the wine was also slightly turbid. For Jun Zai, who was accustomed to drinking the world's finest wine in his past life, this wine was indeed inferior. In fact, people from the modern era might not even be willing to drink this wine. After all, the wine seemed turbid, as though it was lacking in hygiene. TL sorghum wine is a hard liquor with alcohol by volume of 40 to 60. Normal beers have only 15. So, that wine was even worse than beer. The middle-aged man's face became somewhat unsightly. "Little brother, I can see that you are an elegant scholar, but how can you say something like this? Rice can be eaten in whatever way we like, but the same cannot be done with words, even if you are to compare with the wine of the royal palace. This I have also had the opportunity to try it. In comparison, it only had some extra flavor of luxury, and instead less spicy and vigorous, it has less ability to arouse a man's blood. In my opinion, this wine is a fine wine that can rarely be found in this world." Little brother, saying things like "the wine that you've tried before was 100 times stronger than this wine" is simply too much. He. "Oh, you do not believe me?" Jun Zai looked at him with tilted eyes. "If you do not believe me, then so be it. I have no reason to make you believe me. However, drinking wine, fellow brother, do you know what it means to drink wine? Do you know what it takes for one to be considered to be drinking wine?" The middle-aged man frowned and was speechless. In his mind, he had started regretting coming over. This kid was too abnormal. He had come over with such good intentions, and yet this kid did not show any appreciation at all, not to mention, he was even so disrespectful. Even if he was a talent, he was still just a prideful and unrestrained scholar. It would be difficult for him to become a great renowned talent. Jun Zai gave out a hang and said in a low voice, "The true act of drinking wine is to drink in one's emotions or even one's thoughts. Pouring wine into one's belly alone cannot be considered the act of drinking wine. That is simply the act of wasting good wine. Wine, oh dear wine, to think that not only were there no good wine in this world, there is also none who understands wine. What more, the act of drinking wine, there is no such thing as wine tasting, no such thing as appreciation for wine. The virtuous sages of old were all solitary figures, only drinkers leave their names behind. How pitiful within this vast world, not a single drinker can be found. What a world encompassing sorrow, how uncalled for." Having drank his cup of sorrows, Jun Zai stood up. Raising his head, he gave a lengthy laugh. "A great distance of a million lie, an ocean of humanity numbering over hundreds of millions, yet not a single one can keep me company as I drink, and not a single wine is worthy of making me joyful as I drink. This world is simply too sorrowful. When drinking wine with a bosom friend, 1,000 cups are too little. When words exchanged are disagreeable, even a little is too much. When the wine is not good, the people become weary. Where is the meaning in such a way of drinking? I will take my leave. This kind of inferior wine is actually a limited edition wine. When I point out its inferiority, someone actually objects. What the heck?" Jun Zai's heart was filled with fury. He felt as though he was playing the lute to the cow. This world seemed to consist of nothing but country bumpkins. How can such a kind of person be worthy of accompanying me, the evil monarch, as I drink? A silver ingot fell onto the table with a par sound. Jun Zai then walked out the door with a prideful laughter. His body penetrated the heavy fog-filled rain, disappearing in an instant. Even with his level of character, the middle-aged man found himself somewhat angered. This youngster was so young, and yet he was so conceited. No matter what, he was still someone with a lofty identity. To think that the wine that he liked the most and had considered as the best was actually worth less than thrash to the youngster, wasn't that simply implying that he? However, his heart was a little envious of Jun Zai's carefree and willful nature, that personality of conceit and unrestrained arrogance. When will I be able to live such a life? This city is just like a huge cage. Even though he seemed unrestrained and arrogant, this straightforwardness may not be his true character. The virtuous sages of old were all solitary figures, Only drinkers leave their names behind. What a good sentence. The middle-aged man contemplated silently, raising his cup to drink. Could it be a psychological effect, or was there some other reason this wine, which he had always felt was insufficient for him, had suddenly felt harder to stomach? It is said that the ancients created poems for every 7 paces they take. I always thought they were just flattering the ancients. It seemed that a poem for every 7 paces is indeed nothing excessive, especially the last 2 sentences. It is truly something, he gently murmured to himself. When drinking wine with a bosom friend, 1,000 cups are too little. When words exchanged are disagreeable, even a little is too much. Not bad at all. This scholar really does have some skill. Having said that, the middle-aged man suddenly stared blankly as he thought of something, then he laughed. This bastard! He actually meant to say that I am not his bosom friend, and that the words we exchanged were disagreeable. He actually cursed at me before leaving, using such an indirect method to curse me. He is a truly learned scholar. However, in this entire Tangsing kingdom, the only other person who dares to openly curse me like this is but my royal brother. This brat had truly made me feel refreshed. In his life, Zhang Zai has had many kinds of label placed on him: a mad assassin, a bloodthirsty devil, and other incalculable names. However, this learned scholar was not one of them. Even Zhang Zai could not have imagined that his reliving of old memories and his few successive verses had caused him to be labeled as a learned scholar. Not to mention, he was believed to be indirectly cursing at others while doing so. If he were to know about this, he would be filled with a sense of ridiculousness. If Zhang Zai had wanted to curse at someone, then he would undoubtedly point at the person's nose when doing so. What do you mean indirect cursing? For Zhang Zai, even the act of cursing someone face to face would not suffice. The middle-aged man laughed for a good while. Suddenly, he felt something amiss. Turning around, he saw a short, thin, withered-looking old man gazing with dim eyes at the direction that Zhang Zai had taken. He stood motionless, his face expressing regret. This chapter had quite some ambiguous words, so I may have screwed up some friggin' poems. Chapter 35 Meeting in the Rain. Chapter 035 Meeting in the Rain. Regular chapter. Old song. What is wrong with you? Did that brat's words provoke you to the point of becoming muddle-headed? The middle-aged man gracefully lifted the wine jug, pouring another cup for himself. He is just a young, unrestrained scholar saying nonsensical stuff. You are someone with a high degree of tolerance. There is no need for you to be so petty about it. He may not recognize how good your wine is, but I do. Your Highness may not know this, but this fine wine is my proudest achievement, the accumulation of my entire life. As for the others, they are nothing more than things of the past. When I heard that little brat treat my wine with contempt, all I did was laugh and ignore him. Old Song stared at the direction Zhang Zai left with a blank, distracted look. What a pity that when I came out after hearing his last sentence, he had already left. To miss out on meeting a fellow friend who understands the realm of wine. What a pity. A fellow friend who understands wine. Pity. The middle-aged man who was addressed as Your Highness was startled. Indeed, it is a true pity. Old Song nodded without hesitation. To be able to utter those words, this youngster had proven himself as someone who understands wine. He then murmured, "The true act of drinking wine is to drink in one's emotions or even one's thoughts. Pouring wine into one's belly alone cannot be considered the act of drinking wine. That is simply the act of wasting good wine. One who understands the act of drinking wine, the meaning of wine tasting, the appreciation of wine, To miss out on meeting such a fellow friend who understands wine is truly the biggest regret in one's life. Glancing around, the bamboo rain hat that Junzai had left hanging had unknowingly disappeared. Old Song's eyes flickered, the pupils of eyes suddenly flashed with a pale blue color. Unfortunately, the one addressed as Your Highness was looking at him from behind and did not notice this. Yellow for earth rank, blue for sky rank. This Old Song, who seemed extremely untidy and only knows how to brew wine, was secretly a Sky Xuan ranked expert standing below only the supreme god Xuan. Sky Xuan experts could be considered the pinnacle of existences within the Xuan continent. Such a distinguished individual was actually staying in such a small and remote wine shop. It was unfortunate. If Junzai had not left, he would have been able to discover this extraordinary aspect of Old Song with this unique spiritual sense. He would certainly have caught onto Old Song's addictive love of good wine. Unfortunately, Junzai had long since left. Not even his shadow can be found. After leaving the wine shop, Junzai walked slowly. Both his heart and mind gradually became clear. He emerged out of the bizarre state that he was in. That state could be considered the representation of the evil monarch, Junzai. That state symbolized the evil monarch's true emotion from the past, which held only disdain towards the world, showing no fear towards offending other. He would say whatever he wished to say, do whatever he wished to do, even if it meant choosing a different path from tens of thousands of people. Even if his actions were universally condemned by the world, the original evil monarch would proudly continue forward, standing alone against the world, acting based on his own whim, uncaring of scruples, uncaring of others' feelings. If the world chooses to praise me and lift my reputation to the skies, I would simply accept it while retaining a clear conscience. If the world chooses to curse me, I would also accept it all the same. This heretical personality of his was what brought upon the name Evil Monarch. The Chinese word for heretical and evil is the same, Roman 11. But after having vented some of his frustrations, Junzai, who had collected himself, would naturally choose to stop the sentiment he felt as evil monarch. Calming himself down, he stared at the heavy rain and decided that there was nowhere good to go in this heavy rain. Since there was nowhere good to go, he turned and headed towards his own home. As he was about to turn into the corner of a street, Junzai was suddenly startled and slowed down his pace. A low muffled voice came from beyond the corner. If not for the fact that Junzai's ears were more keen compared to the average person, he would never have heard it in the middle of such a heavy rain. The voice said, "We finally succeeded. If it was not for this heavy rain, we would never have this chance to even touch this Tang family's item." This was a heavenly blessing. Tang family. Junzai felt shocked as he immediately thought of Tang Yuan's family. Pondering about this, he moved his body, using the heavy rain as a cover, and hid himself behind a wall with a flash. The wall was an earthen wall, not high by usual standards and not capable of hiding an entire person. However, it provided an excellent cover within this heavy rain, which was filled with fog. Not to mention, the people in front were not even aware of his existence. He slowly removed the bamboo rain hat and was immediately soaked from head to toe in water. This was because the sound produced from rain hitting the bamboo rain hat differed from the sound produced from rain hitting the earthen wall. Junzai could not help but be careful. Of course, there was still a fine difference in sound produced from rain hitting the body compared to hitting the earthen wall. However, when compared to the bamboo hat, this difference was far smaller. Amidst the gasping sounds of who who, roughly 6 people walked forward, seemingly requiring great effort to even walk. None of them seemed to think that it was possible for someone to be around the main street in this heavy rain. One of them, who was holding onto a parcel, turned around and said, "This matter had been planned for so long, but was never successfully accomplished. For us to finally succeed this time around, the master will definitely be overjoyed once he finds out." Another man replied while gasping, "It is true that we succeeded, but at no small cost." How unexpected! Even though 4 out of 6 of the Tang family's elites are not around, they still managed to detect our stealthy movements. If it was not for that mysterious person who lured away the 2 remaining experts of the Tang family, and also our 14 brothers who sacrificed their lives to guard our rear, I fear Sai. Having said that, he started coughing. However, this item is of great importance. We have no room for error regarding this matter. We had better return quickly and hand this item over to the master. We must finish up this matter as soon as possible, only then can we let our guard down a bit. Sigh, the next few days would certainly be crappy. Do not delay anymore. Be careful of any possible interruptions and move. Indeed, indeed. However, Brother Lang, in order for us to infiltrate the Tang family earlier, your brother-in-law had helped us. What would happen if the Tang family found out about it? I fear that your brother-in-law would be unable to escape. Fear your ass. By the time they find out about it, we brothers would have collected our rewards and leave this place for another. The world is not a small place. I really do not believe that this Tang family have the ability to find us. As for my brother-in-law, I believe he is long gone by now. Like hell he would wait for the Tang family to catch him. That guy is a slippery one. If you have time to worry about him, you might as well worry more about yourself. Very true. The 6 people moved forward in a hurry, each step bringing them closer towards Junzai. Watching from the side, Junzai observed that among the 6 people, 4 of them had suffered serious injuries, while the injuries suffered by the other 2 was not light either. As they moved, blood continuously flowed out from them. 2 of them were coughing non-stop, each cough resulting in the ground being splattered with the color of crimson. However, the crimson color was immediately washed away by the rainwater. What exactly did they stole from the Tang family? Was it really so important they sent in 20 men, but was forced to leave behind 14, allowing only 6 to escape? As for these 6 people, 4 of them suffered such grievous injuries, and yet they actually feel satisfied and proud. If the Tang family obtained something good, would Tang Yuan not show it off first? Suddenly, the one who seemed to have suffered the most grievous of injuries stopped moving. He coughed out before snapping. "Who is it? Reveal yourself." With a thunderous gaze, he shifted his attention towards Junzai's direction. His body suddenly emitted a brilliant silver glow as he channeled all the Xuan Kai in his body, fully ready to strike at any moment. The person who was suffering the most grievous injuries was actually a silver-leveled Xuan Kai expert. Furthermore, he also managed to detect Junzai's presence. Chapter 36 Expert. Chapter 036 Expert. Regular chapter. Silver is the beginning, gold is growth. The meaning embedded in this phrase was that only those who had managed to break through from the 9th level Xuan Kai to the silver level could be considered to have stepped onto the path of the experts, the beginning stage no less. In the Xuan continent. Xuan Kai cultivation could be considered a widespread practice. Even the normal soldiers of the military would have cultivated themselves in Xuan Kai. However, majority of the people were unable to breach the bottleneck of the 9th level, forever unable to move forward. This was also the reason why none of the 300 house guards of the Jun family dared to refute Jun Zai when he was criticizing them. More than 80% of the 300 men possessed Xuankai cultivation of the 8th level, some of which were at the peak of the 8th level. However, not a single one of them could attain the next step, the 9th level Xuankai. It was a difference of merely one level, and yet the distance towards that level was as far as the horizon. A similar bottleneck existed between the 9th level and the silver level. The members of these two factions were separated by a huge chasm in the skies 9 and below are but ants. This sentence alone was enough to explain everything. It was from the silver level onwards that a huge difference would emerge in their cultivation of Xuankai. The other 5 men also stopped in their tracks. 6 sharp gazes pierced through the rain. The bodies of the other 5 men radiated with a dense black glow. These 5 men were actually peak 9th leveled Xuankai experts. As for the man in the lead, he channeled his whole body's Xuankai, resulting in a brilliant silver glow. This man was obviously a peak silver-leveled Xuankai expert, one who was about to step into the realm of the gold level. It was also he who had discovered Jun Zai's presence. It was no wonder that they would be able to steal something from the Tang family's residence. They selected a time when Tang family's strength was at its weakest, sending in 20 of such capable experts. It was obvious they had already pinpointed the location of the item beforehand, prepared a well-laid plan devoid of emotion, and they also had the help of an insider. If they still could not pull off this heist under such conditions, then the strength that the Tang family possessed would be absolutely terrifying. However, among the 20 experts sent in, only these 6 were able to escape. Assuming that the 14 men who had to leave behind were all at the 9th level Xuankai cultivation, then the strength of the Tang family was nothing to scoff at. At this moment, the rain was still pouring down frantically. The heavy rain and dense fog had caused both sides to be unable to observe clearly the situation of the other side. Not to mention, they were now currently in the late afternoon of autumn. Jun Zai felt somewhat frustrated at his current level of strength. It was still too small. Even though he had tried to conceal his presence, he was unable to accomplish the same level of concealment which he was able to in his past life, a perfectly undetectable camouflage. It seemed that he would have to face an uphill battle today. However, with his current level of strength, could he defeat these 6 experts? He had absolutely no confidence in this matter. Even if his opponent were only one of them, he still would not be able to beat them at his current level of strength. It was unfortunate that he had already borne witness to their deeds. Running away was not an option. At this point in time, they would want nothing more than to kill him to shut his mouth as insurance. In order to preserve his life, he will need to come up with some other methods. As the dignified king of assassins, he had now found himself caught in such an unreasonable situation. What irony! While he was reflecting upon his depressing situation, Jun Zai suddenly realized something, a very important something. This realization caused him, who was depressed to the utmost, to make 180-degree turn. This realization had made him unbelievably happy. So much so that he might end up laughing in joy. Although his 6 opponents were all experts with a base strength far superior to his own, Jun Zai had at this moment found an assured method of victory. Jun Zai's body was veiled amidst the rain and fog, causing the 6 men to feel uncertain as to how many men they were facing. They only know that there was someone there, but not how many, and definitely not the appearance of Jun Zai. Thus, all of them remained careful, unwilling to make any reckless movements. After all, They had just emerged from a bloody battle, having lost a great deal of battle potential, and most of them were suffering from severe injuries. Any carelessness on their part could bring about a fatal disaster. But the same could not be said for John Zai. For him, there was currently no difference between now and day. It may be more accurate to say that it was even clearer than day for him. The art of unlocking heaven's fortune was an extremely mysterious source of power, one that was shrouded in mystery. However, John Zai had only practiced it for around 1 month. His cultivation level shallow and was naturally unable to understand its intricacies. As such, he was unable to perceive well in the darkness. But each of the 6 men before him channeled all the Xuan Kai energies of their bodies to the limit, causing their bodies to radiate brightly in the black foggy rain with silver and black glow, as though they were fearful that their opponent was unable to see them. In John Zai's eyes, they had transformed into 6 target dummies, 6 beautifully crafted and clear-to-see target dummies. This feeling like a ship that has lost its way in the midst of the boundless ocean, which suddenly found a lighthouse before it. This was exactly how John Zai felt at this moment in time, with such a degree of brilliance. Even an unprogrammed missile will not miss its mark. John Zai had discovered the biggest weakness of this world's Xuan Kai. It was simply too eye-catching. There was absolutely no chance of utilizing sneak attacks. In order to engage in battle, one must first channel the Xuan Kai within their bodies. But once the Xuan Kai have been gathered, the body would end up emitting a radiant glow when faced against a high-grade assassin such as John Zai. These 6 men were no different from 6 baronate pigs, 6 pigs who were waiting to be butchered with a dignified expression. It was no wonder that nobody suspected anything back then when John Zai had cheated during the game of dice. As long as one had practiced up to the 5th level Xuan Kai, it would be possible to cheat as well. However, doing so would cause their bodies to emit a radiant glow unless the cheater was a supreme god expert. But was there a need for a supreme god expert to stoop so low as to cheat in gambling? The one who created this Xuan Kai cultivation method was simply a genius. How did that person knew that I would end up being transmigrated here and face this kind of situation? This method was simply made for my sake, so that I can have an easy and convenient time in killing people. This method is simply the most well-tailored cultivation method for my enemies. In John Zai's opinion, if these 6 men were pigs, then Xuan Kai at this moment was pig's feed. Only after having eaten a good amount of pig's feed would pigs be able to grow to the desirable plump and fat shape. Not only that, they would even take the initiative to rush out before the butcher, showing off its plump and fat body shape, as though it was proudly saying, "You see how fat I am. Come, it is time to butcher me. I am ready whenever you are." And John Zai's current role was none other than this butcher. Naturally, killing pigs also requires some amount of skill. That was because the pigs before him were not that easy to kill. A little lapse in attention could cause him to suffer a strike from them. As of now, the body state of the butcher was still too weak, unable to endure even a single strike from them. Moving his long sleeves, he tilted, his muscles flexing in coordination with his movements. 18 pieces of coin-shaped darts, which were hidden upon his rib area, fell silently onto John Zai's palms. John Zai then remained motionless, his eyes emitting a bloodthirsty flash. Fully channeling the energy flow of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, he poured the energies from his meridians into the coin-shaped darts. In the autumn afternoon filled with rain, this moment in time where the world began to darken, the king of assassins from another world bared his fangs for the first time. This was the first time since arriving in this strange world that he would reveal his artistic killing techniques. Pang, pang. The sound of footsteps slowly sounded out as the 6 men moved through the rain. They gradually dispersed themselves, putting some distance between one another as they cautiously moved to flank Junzai's position. All of them could feel that this person before them was still there, and had not moved at all. This person must not be allowed to live. Regardless of who this person may be, they must eradicate him. That was the thought process running through all 6 of them. Amidst the heavy rain and fog, the person before them seemingly made his move, after which they all saw 6 brilliant yellow lights emerging from the rain. These 6 lights flew like lightning, each aimed at the throats of each of the 6 men. The unique energies that Junzai had poured into the coin-shaped darts caused them to radiate an eye-catching brilliance, bright to the extreme. At the very moment that the yellow lights blazed out, all 6 of them felt a chill running down their spines. All 6 of them simultaneously felt their body stiffen, their minds startled to the zenith. One of them stared with bulging eyes and muttered in a near-crying voice, "Earth Xuan, what kind of person can emit such a brilliant yellow light, such speed, such vigor?" With the exception of an Earth Xuan ranked expert, no other stages can emit this type of Xuan Tai and light. Above the silver level was the gold level, above the gold level was the jade level, and only above the jade level was there the Earth Xuan rank. Such a difference in power cannot be considered a minuscule error in calculation. How were they supposed to fight this battle? They wanted to silence this person. It seemed that they were about to be silenced by him. Even if the enemy was a gold-level expert and the 6 of them were at optimal conditions, they may not be able to compete with him. But now that all of them had suffered such grievous injuries, they actually bumped into an Earth Xuan ranked expert. Chapter 036 Earth Xuan Expert. Chapter 37 Murder and Plunder. Chapter 037 Murder and Plunder. Sponsored chapter by Anonymous. Thank you for the support. The heavens want me to die. A bitter feeling beset all 6 of them. Despair. All they could see was the 6 brilliant yellow lights, completely ignoring the person before them. They could no longer notice that this person simply does not possess the threatening aura of an Earth Xuan ranked expert. The overwhelming feelings of despair caused a momentary lapse of judgment on the part of these 6 men. However, it was also this one small moment which sealed their fate. The reason why Junzai shot out those coin-shaped darts filled with the unique energies of radiance was precisely because he had predicted the occurrence of this one moment. For a good assassin, one must have an insight towards the mind of their opponent. According to Junzai's calculations, should these 6 men encounter an expert they could not defeat, they would be caught in a quagmire. This moment when they were caught in a quagmire was the one moment that Junzai was waiting for. When a seriously injured silver-leveled Xuan Tai expert suddenly bumped into a peak Earth Xuan ranked expert, his heart would experience an unimaginable amount of fear and apprehension. This feeling was akin to simply waiting for an inevitable death. Furthermore, these men were in the midst of being hunted. It was only natural that this feeling of despair would rise up even faster than normal. This one small moment was what Junzai wanted. If he had directly attacked without any tricks, then at least 3 of these 6 men would be able to dodge Junzai's coin-shaped dart. Separating the strength in between 6 darts would inevitably cause the force behind it to fall, being far inferior to only one well-aimed dart. Even if only one of them remained alive, Junzai would be in for a world of trouble. They may all be injured, but any one of them was not someone that Junzai could handle with his current state. The reason why none of Little Li's flying daggers was issued in vain was because only one was issued each time. Little Lis Flying Dagger Zaire Ali Feidao is a Wuxer novel by Gulon. Jun Zai's focus was naturally placed on the silver-leveled Xuan Kai expert. Even though he was seriously injured, he was the one who gave him the highest amount of pressure. It was also him who was keen enough to notice Jun Zai's presence. After the 6 dazzling coin-shaped darts appeared, 12 dark gray lights flew out. However, the 6 pieces of darts had already attracted their undivided attention. In addition, the heavy downpour also became a source of concealment for the dark gray lights. All 6 of them were shaken to the core and had all panicked as they dodged the 6 incoming darts. None of them dared to block the darts with their weapons, fearing the internal damage that might result from strength of an Earth Xuan ranked expert. In truth, were those projectile weapons really sent out by an Earth Xuan ranked expert, none of them would even have the opportunity to glimpse the yellow radiance before being killed off. Not even the strongest among them, the silver-level expert, could be exempted. Unfortunately, in their state of shock, none of them noticed this. Despite moving quickly to avoid those darts, 2 of them still cried out miserably. They were unable to avoid in time, and the coin-shaped dart pierced the area above the collarbone. Their blood sprayed out as they fell to the ground. Those who had fallen to the ground even believed themselves to be already dead. Having accepted a thunderous strike from an Earth Xuan expert, what can they who were only at the 9th level do except close their eyes and wait obediently for their deaths? Not to mention, those darts had already pierced their throats. They did not notice that the darts had only penetrated the area above their collarbone without cutting off their windpipes. 4 miserable screams echoed out at the same time, following the appearance of the second wave of projectiles. 12 flying daggers struck either their throats or their foreheads. Those 4 men who were standing all had their bodies struck by at least 2 daggers each, every one of them piercing the most vital of parts. Their faces expressed a look of disbelief as they tightly pressed onto the hilt of the dagger on their throats. Their bodies remained upright as they fell face first onto the rainwater on the ground. As for the silver-level expert, which received Jun Zai's utmost care, his situation was far more miserable in comparison, as he was already grievously injured to begin with. His head and body were pierced with up to 4 daggers. All of them penetrated so deep into him that not even the handle could be seen. Even upon their moment of death, they were unable to understand. Didn't they already avoid that fatal strike? Why did they suddenly suffer from another mortal wound from these flying daggers? As an Earth Xuan ranked expert, facing off against them whose existence were akin to ants before him, once his first strike failed, then he should have considered his status and stopped attacking. Why did he attack again? Why? The trick with the yellow light will only be explained in the later chapters. Also, I have no idea what they are smoking. If an ant pissed me off to the point where I decide to stamp on it and it survives, the last thing I'm going to do is to let it off. He actually utilized sneak attacks against someone who were 2 levels below him in cultivation. Moreover, after the first time failed, he actually sent in a second one. Could it be that the current Earth Xuan experts were all shameless pricks without a care for their bearings in this world? Earth Xuan experts were all individuals who placed utmost importance on their reputations. Since when did they become so shameless? The Earth Xuan expert, Jun Zai, showed no hesitation as he moved in with lightning speed, smoothly pulling out the flying dagger from the forehead of a corpse. He then changed his pace, from 2 paces to 1. He rushed towards the 2 men who had fallen prior, and viciously stabbed one of them directly in his heart. Although these 2 men had suffered no small amount of injury, It was not enough to be instantly fatal. As of now, they were at a loss due to fear. However, they still possessed a certain level of combat capabilities. An enemy who can still pose a threat must not be allowed to live even if they were on the verge of death. What happened to him in his previous life was the greatest lesson for Junzai. The only enemies who cannot threaten him are dead enemies. Killing intent surged within Junzai's mind, his face painted with coldness. The flying dagger was gripped tight by Junzai, the tip of his feet positioned outwards. At the same time that the dagger had stabbed into that man, he started moving. The hand used to stab earlier loosened as he turned towards the other person. Like a cyclone, he launched his other hand downwards, forming a cleaver form, hacking into the man's throat. This series of actions was performed in quick succession, enough to cause the average person to miss out on it. The very moment that the yellow coin-shaped darts flew out, Junzai's fleeting figure had already moved outwards. When the four men cried out miserably, Junzai was already pulling out one of the flying daggers sticking out from their heads. Even before their four dead bodies fell flat onto the ground, the flying dagger had already found its way into the heart of the first survivor. At the same moment, his other hand had also cleaved the throat of the second and last survivor. The man who was pierced in the heart by the dagger did not even have the luxury of making a single noise as he died on the spot. Finally, the crack sound from the last target whose throat was fractured resounded out at the same time that the sound of four bodies hitting the surface water was heard. After completing the actions above, Junzai climbed up as he gasped for breath. With his current state, completing those movements earlier was indeed quite the difficult matter. The original Junmoi had simply caused successive problems for this body. If not for the shedding process and the constant exercise for the past month, there was no way he could have managed the earlier series of actions. Even so, the time limit for him was simply too short, and the action was akin to borrowing an overdraft from the bank. Once he relaxed his spiritual force, he was bombarded by the backlash from the violent movements made earlier. He felt pain assailing him from every part of the body. His muscles and bones felt as though it was about to break apart, a heart-splitting and lung-jerking pain. The last survivor emitted a woe sound as he spurt out an arrow of blood, spraying directly at Junzai's face. As their eyes locked, he stared with resentment at Junzai, hissing, You are not Earth." It was only at his moment of death did he came to realize that this person before him was definitely not an Earth Xuan expert. "You bunch of pig heads," Junzai sighed, feeling sorry for him. "If I am really an Earth Xuan expert, would I need to resort to sneak attacks against you bunch of trash?" The man's throat released a series of strange sounds as his eyes suddenly glinted with fury. An expression of resentment and rage formed on his face. His body arched forward. His body, which was at the end of its life, suddenly found the strength to lift a trembling hand, pointing at Junzai. He seemed as though he wanted to say something, but nothing came out. He simply stared at Junzai. Not long after, he fell back onto the ground with a purr. After twitching for a bit, he finally breathed his last. His eyes remained wide open onto death. Originally, he still had some breath left, even though it was only a matter of time before dying, but he could at least endure for a while longer. Who could have known that Junzai's words had instead provoked him to death? Moving around, Junzai retrieved the coin-shaped darts and flying daggers. At the same time, he also conducted a search on their bodies. Junzai's actions were natural, his heart undisturbed, as though he was merely checking his own pockets, completely disregarding the fact that those 6 men were dead. His training as an assassin in his previous life had embedded within him a calmness which cannot be broken even if Mount Tai were to collapse before him. Besides, Jun Zai had witnessed far more situations that were far bloodier than this. He finally found a small parcel in the hands of the silver-leveled expert. After weighing it for a bit, Jun Zai then reached out for the bamboo rain hat, which was on the ground. Placing it beneath his rib area, he strode off, turning into the corner. Behind him, the heavy rain continued, creating a huge curtain, cutting off Jun Zai from this bloody scene as though they were of two different worlds. Chapter 38 Purely Coincidental. Chapter 038 Purely Coincidental. Another sponsored chapter by Anonymous. Thank you. On the street, the heavy rain continued pouring down, dispersing the crimson lines on the ground, leaving only 6 corpses lying quietly. One of the corpses had its eyes remained wide open, staring furiously towards the skies, his face filled with resentment. After taking a few detours, Jun Zai finally made his way back to the Jun residence. Even as Jun Zai strolled ahead, the rain continued falling without abandon. The blood on Jun Zai's face had already been washed away by the rain. After being washed by rainwater, the only thing one would see was a few brownish stains. No one would have guessed that those stains were the blood of 6 warriors. Besides, there was no way that Jun Zai could have fought against those men with his current level of strength. After all, these were the blood of a silver-leveled expert and 5 9th-leveled Chuan Kai experts. It was at this moment when Jun Zai had stepped into the Jun residence that a tall figure pierced through the heavy rain. Just like a rocket streaking through the skies, this figure arrived at the corner where the 6 corpses could be seen lying on the ground. Becoming surprised, the person rushed towards them, using a hand to pat the 6 men, searching their bodies but was unable to find anything. Suddenly straightening his body, the person's face became extremely gloomy. This man wore a peculiar-looking mask on his face, making it hard to ascertain his facial features. However, every move of his was done with calmness and ease. With a golden glow, he flew up to a big tree located 5 jangs 15 meters away from them. Standing on the tree, he looked around. His way of conduct seemed as though he was not wasting any energy or effort in his actions. A golden glow could be seen. This person was a gold-leveled expert. With a lightning-like gaze, he carefully inspected the surroundings. Suddenly, he flew down from the tree and moved towards the 6 corpses. He circled the 6 bodies as he analyzed it, after which he moved towards one of the directions where their blood was flowing. However, his movement speed were surprisingly superior compared to that of the usual experts, his speed exceeding what the experts could achieve when running. That direction was none other than the direction that Jun Zai had used when he left this place. This person was truly detailed amidst the heavy flow of rainwater. He actually managed to pinpoint the right direction. The man followed the traces and moved forward. After moving for a while, he suddenly stopped and let out a light-sounded curse. The detours that Jun Zai had taken had actually led him in a circle. After following the traces left by Jun Zai, the mysterious gold-leveled expert found himself back at the same starting spot. Who was it? Who could it be? Such a deep level of thought process, the man whispered to himself. He raised his head to the skies, his mind lost in thoughts. Who was it who disrupted my plan? Who was it that could seize this opportunity with such precision? Who could have seen through my plans? Who was it that could read my mind? The execution of this plan was something done at the spur of the moment. Not even he himself predicted that this would happen. In addition, There was the sudden heavy rain. Considering these factors, the problem could not possibly have originated from his end. But then, where did it come from? Could it be the mysterious man painstakingly analyzed, poring through every variable, going so far as to suspect everyone around him in his analysis? This man's thoughts have always been deep and profound. Every factor must be within the palm of his hands before a decision was made. His obsession towards detail could be said to have reached the extreme. Take what happened today, for example. Even if he was beaten to his death, he would never believe that there would be such a kind of coincidence as such. His mind was fixed from the very beginning. The incident today must have been the work of someone or some organization. Perhaps his own family was trying to screw him over, or perhaps someone with an enmity towards his family. His thoughts sprouted out with this point of view as its base. It was only natural that all the possibilities in his mind were wrong, so much so that it could be said to be of hundreds of thousands of lie indifference. This man could never have considered that what happened today was simply a coincidence, a very interesting coincidence. If the silver-leveled expert had not detected John Zai's presence, then John Zai would never have chosen to incur the wrath of others while his strength had yet to bloom. If the one the silver-leveled expert had detected was not John Zai but a commoner, then he would have been able to safely deliver the item back to the designated place. In fact, if this person had arrived just a few moments earlier, there was no way John Zai could have beaten the man with his current level of strength. Everything that had happened was all a coincidence. Coincidences were the inevitable path for all developments. The events of the world could never follow the will of men. Although John Zai taking away the item that the man wanted was due to a coincidence, John Zai himself does not know what the item was or what it can be used for. John Zai deciding to go out for a walk was a coincidence in itself. When he realized that the Mid-Autumn festival of his past life was approaching, he felt himself becoming nostalgic and homesick. In this world, there was no one he could have a good chat with. There was also no place like the bars in his past life. It would also be inappropriate for him to become depressed at home, not to mention John Zai was not one to let others see himself being submerged in such weak emotions. Thus he went out planning to drink away his sorrows. Unexpectedly, that middle-aged man's words caused him to lose the desire to continue, the wine becoming less appealing and harder to stomach. After saying a few contemptuous words, he left the wine shop. Still feeling depressed, John Zai wandered about in the streets, as though this act of threading through the heavy rain could bring some level of comfort for him. It was then which the coincidence occurred. After a series of coincidences, John Zai ended up bumping into those men who had stolen the item from the Tang family. Those few men who barely escaped, coincidentally also stopped for a while, allowing John Zai to listen in on their conversations. With his current level of strength, John Zai had intended to simply forget about this incident. After all, the current John Zai had no particular feelings for the Tang family. If the Tang family lost something, then so be it. It had nothing to do with him, regardless of what it might be. Who could have guessed that those men would have such dog-like noses to be able to sniff out John Zai's presence? This left John Zai with no other option. Considering the strength of these men, running away was not an option. With no other options at hand, John Zai resorted to utilizing projectiles, depending on the help granted by the heavens, in addition to utilizing his trick, and had these men killed in one swift moment. Since those men were dead, there was no reason for John Zai not to help himself to it and retrieve the item from them. As such, The invaluable item that the mysterious person eagerly desired fell into the hands of Junzai through a series of seemingly limitless coincidences. None of these matters seemed to be eye-catching at all. And yet, when they came together, these series of coincidences could cause anyone to jump in shock, gaining great benefits without knowing what was going on, ruining other people's meticulous plans as he strolled around aimlessly. For so many coincidences to have occurred, this was simply a form of divine intervention. Even the heavens decided to throw in a heavy rain to add to the fun. This could only be labeled as heaven's will, or perhaps the director of this series of coincidences was heavens itself. The mysterious man remained there and was just about to leave when he heard a roaring noise. The Tang family's house guards were charging over. Sighing, his body radiated a golden glow, and he made his move. 6 sounds were heard, as the heads of the 6 corpses below exploded, their original visage no longer recognizable. Brushing his sleeves, the man jumped into the rain and disappeared. When the Tang family's men came over, all they saw was 6 corpses with damaged heads. As for the item that they needed to recover, it was nowhere to be found. Junzai remained ignorant to the fact that he had inadvertently disrupted the plan of Jun family's biggest enemy. He even retrieved the precious item that the mysterious man desired. However, Junzai only felt aggrieved. I had originally only wanted to enjoy the rainy atmosphere, reflect on the memories of my old world, immerse myself in this nostalgic emotion of solitary loneliness. Instead, I had to bump into a bunch of rotten bastards, destroying my perfect atmosphere and feelings. Sigh, how depressing. Not a single thing went right. First, I went to drink wine, but bumped into a man who cannot differentiate between good and bad wine, claiming that an inferior wine is a masterpiece. How pitifully laughable. After that, I left to enjoy the rainy atmosphere, but instead bumped into a bunch of people trying to kill me. What a bad luck, Junzai sighed as he raised his head to the skies. Patting the small parcel on his bosom, he stepped into the Jun residence. Chapter 39 Gwarn Kinghan. Chapter 039 Gwarn Kinghan. Regular chapter. The boundless heavy rain finally reduced in intensity, however the rain continued on. Junzai walked leisurely, causing those who saw him through either the door or the windows to wonder, oh God, what kind of madness is the young master up to now? Well, compared to his previous sort of crazy trouble, this one seemed more reasonable, although it does seem peculiar. What is he doing outside when it is raining like cats and dogs? As he was passing by the garden area, he suddenly heard the melody of a flute slowly emanating outwards. Within the melody of the flute was an unforgettable sorrow. Listening to the sound of the flute, one could imagine the sorrow and hidden feelings of resentment filling the person playing the flute. But when Junzai heard the sound, he felt that it coincided with his current state of emotions. Unable to help himself, he went towards the source of the tune. In a pavilion situated in the middle of the garden, a white-robed woman sat on a stone bench, her back facing Junzai. Her hair rolled up high like dark clouds, her waist slender. Looking at her from behind, one would have believed that she was a cold but refined woman. However, to be accompanied by the mournful melody of the cold flute in this desolate autumn, it would appear that this woman was lonely and dismal. Junzai stood quietly in the rain. He closed his eyes slightly, listening to the sorrowful tune of the flute. His mind was in a trance, as though he was listening to his favorite song from his past life, the song Vain Eyebrows from Red Dream Mansion. That same graceful sorrow, that same tearful resentment. Junzai's mind felt itself going drunk. In this heavy autumn rain, for whom was this pain and sorrow at this moment? Jun Zai suddenly felt that the woman before him was suffering the same solitary loneliness as him. However, when compared to himself, her state was one that was far more helpless. Amidst the sorrowful resentment of the flute's melody, even the wind became suffocating. The flute's melody gradually became weaker, just like a thread of silk swaying in the air, swaying until there was nothing. The white-robed woman remained seated. She placed down the jade flute and faintly sighed. The sound of her sigh was dispersed by the sound of the rain, apparently showing how weak it was in comparison. Jun Zai's heart felt moved. He could not help but also let out a gentle sigh. Even though the sound was light, the woman became shocked. She immediately turned around, her gaze locking onto Jun Zai. Her face showed surprise, then it became faintly disgusted, and she looked at Jun Zai with contempt. "It is you. The flute melody is not bad, very beautiful." Jun Zai smiled as he leisurely stepped into the pavilion. His rain-soaked body caused the floor of the pavilion to become wet. "Sister-in-law, how did you suddenly have this elegant interest?" The woman's looks were as a painting, her bearing graceful, but her face was filled with coldness. This woman, whose body exuded an aura of coldness, was Jun Moxie's sister-in-law and Jun Moyer's wife, Gwarn Kinghin. She was the only daughter of the famed Gwarn family, a well-known family in the Tangsing Kingdom. In truth, calling her Moyer's wife may be inappropriate. Their engagement was something that was set when they were both still toddlers. 3 years ago, Jun Moyu was 22 years old and Gwarn Kinghin was 18 years old. It was then which the two families began preparing the marriage for these two. However, a war suddenly erupted between them and Shinsei Kingdom. Jun Moyu and his little brother Jun Machu were selected to join the expedition against Shinsei. Thus the two families decided to hold the marriage after Jun Moyu returned victoriously. Before Jun Moyu left for the army, they had already finished with the engagement ceremony, and Gwarn Kinghin was already considered a member of the Jun family. Once Jun Moyu returned, their wedding would take place. As for the wedding date, that too was already set. However, none of them would have expected that Jun Moyu would never return, his body left to rest upon the battlefield. The two childhood sweethearts were now separated, faced with regrets forever. A precious talent dying in an unclear and pitiful manner. When the bad news arrived, Gwarn Kinghin fainted on the spot. After that, she disregarded her family's advice and chose to enter the Jun family. She adopted the identity of a widow of the Jun family and helped in taking care of the elder in the Jun family. Grandpa Jun had asked her not to a number of times. After all, with her looks and background, there was no need to fear not being able to have a good marriage. He even proposed breaking off the engagement agreement to allow Gwarn Kinghin freedom from this situation. But Gwarn Kinghin persistently refused. Even after exhausting themselves, the elders of both families were unable to change her mind. All they could do was wait. Should the time ever came when she changed her mind, then they would send her back to the Gwarn family. Everyone in the Jun family, from the elderly Grandpa Jun Wooey all the way down to the servants, treated this young maiden with respect, not slighting her off in any way. However, there was one person who constantly made her unhappy, and that was her little brother-in-law, Jun Moxie. After his beautiful sister-in-law moved in, the prodigal debauchee Jun Moxie became restless, his manner of speech flippant, his bearing frivolous, causing Gwarn Kinghin to feel extremely disgusted. Unable to tolerate him, she had once given him a harsh lesson. Even though she was the only daughter, she was quite proficient in martial arts. While not at the silver level Xuan Kai, she was already at the peak 9th level Xuan Kai. Dealing with someone like Jun Moxie was hardly a difficult task. However, the beatings did nothing to change this dissolute brat. Knowing that his beautiful sister-in-law would not inflict heavy injuries upon him, he would always peep at her secretly. Seeing such a shameless piece of tough shank, Guan Qingyan was unable to come up with any other method, and chose instead to simply hide herself in her room most of the time. But today's rainy weather caused her heart to suddenly feel bitter and sorrowful, engulfing her with sadness. Thus, she decided to go to the pavilion to express her sorrow with a flute. Unexpectedly, this debauchee would brave the rain to come over. What an obsessive person! Do you not understand that my 9th level Xuan Kai is far higher than yours? If I want to teach you a lesson, it would not take much effort. The reason I choose not to do so was simply because I did not want to disturb the peace of this residence, and also to not cause Gramps any heartaches. Did you think I was afraid of you? Oh, I just have nothing to do at the moment, and decided to play the flute for a bit. Could it be that third young master is an expert in this subject? Hearing Jun Zai's words, Guan Qingyan felt even more disgusted. What does this debauchee knows about the melody of a flute? Beautiful, not bad. He is obviously trying to strike up a conversation with me. She stared at him coldly, wondering what kind of new face was he intending to show today. Barbs accompanied even her words. With Jun Zai's wisdom, how could he not understand the meaning in her words? However, this woman was someone he admired. Not to mention, he also understood just how unbearable the original Jun Moxie was. It was no wonder everyone would look down upon him. On the other hand, Guan Qingyan's affectionate devotion was something that Jun Zai found himself respecting. The melody of the flute projects the melody of the heart. The past is the past. It would be better for sister-in-law to allow your heart to let go. Let the past remain a thing of the past. Jun Zai hesitated slightly before replying. Guan Qingyan gave out a hang before turning her body to the side, ignoring him. Jun Zai began losing interest. If someone chose to ignore him, then he would simply ignore them even more. So what if she was a beautiful woman? Can beauties simply throw disdainful looks at others? He reluctantly said. I was presumptuous earlier, causing a disturbance for sister-in-law. I will go back now. Having said that, he smiled, turning around and walked away without hesitation. You are going to ignore me? That is fine. I will just go to sleep. Guan Qingyan became greatly surprised. She originally thought that he was planning to stalk her again, using false pretenses to get near her. Unexpectedly, he actually said some humane words. He even chose to leave on his own regardless of the rain. Observing Jun Zai's back as he left amidst the rain, Guan Qingyan opened her mouth, but then hesitated. Gazing at him again, she found that her little brother-in-law seemed really different today. This brat had always sported a nasty roguish smile, his eyes filled with dishonesty darting everywhere. Whenever he saw her, he would drool in an unbearable manner. However, his earlier actions did not show any trace of frivolousness and was instead solemn, a very calm and profound demeanor. Furthermore, his eyes did not stare upon her at all. Observing his back as he left through the rain, she saw that he remained calm. Did he really change? Guan Qingyan inwardly gave a cold sneer. Since his stalking actions did not yield any results, he decided to change tactics and wear the face of a gentleman to get close to me. HMPH Jun Moxie, did you expect me to fall for your trick even after you have changed your face 1,000 times? In my heart, you will forever be the dirty, shameless prodigal debauchee that will never change. With such a heavy rain, You actually allowed yourself to be drenched in rainwater as you came over here only to say those few sentences, as if anyone would believe that. This could only prove that you have hidden motive for your actions. You are a gentleman. Would anyone believe that? Warren Kington's beautiful face instantly turned ice cold. However, this brat actually did not show any fear when he saw me glaring at him today. HMPH. Chapter 40 Kshuin Core. Chapter 040 Kshuin Core. Redula chapter. As Jun Zai was walking away, his heart felt sorry for his sister-in-law. Warren Kington was only 21 years old, the prime of her life. Not to mention, she was a heavenly stunning beauty, and yet she willingly entered the Jun family and became a widow. If this was his old world, then this kind of occurrence was simply unthinkable. However, here it was treated as a natural way of life. What a great tragedy. This is simply a waste of resources. If only I could. This thought suddenly emerged from Jun Zai's mind, giving him a shock. This does not feel like something that I would think of. I may sympathize with her, but how could I possibly end up with such a nasty kind of thought? This is simply not something that I would even consider unless... You despicable Jun Moxie, your soul had already left, and yet you still left this kind of residual effect. Jun Zai cursed inwardly. Jun Zai walked into his room. Without acknowledging the little Lolita's greeting, he sat down with a frown on his face. He reflected on his every action since the day he transmigrated over. Something did not feel right. In the past, he had also shown a frivolous side of him, but it was meant as a method of getting close to the target or as a cover. No matter what, it was only an act. Jun Zai's character had always been cold and arrogant, and was even ruthless. At times, he could even be described as cold-blooded. However, he came to realize that his personality had drastically changed since he transmigrated over. Admittedly, Jun Moxie's identity as a troublemaking debauchee was the best possible cover. However, he needed to have a good grasp on his own mind. I cannot allow the original character of this body, of Jun Moxie, to prevail. However, I also need this personality as a form of camouflage. Maintain my state of mind, complying with the outer layer, and yet deep down, I am still me, evil monarch Jun Zai. A burst of light shot forth from his eyes, heartless before heaven and earth. Tens of thousands were but disposable fodder in his eyes. The ruthless evil monarch has stepped into this other world. Having resolved himself, he felt his body relaxing, and was instantly reminded of other things. He removed the small parcel from his bosom. This parcel was obtained at the expense of the life of 20 experts. Even though he did not know who the mastermind was, Jun Zai was confident that no ordinary people would dare steal from the Tang family. In addition, no one would take such a huge risk unless this was an unbelievably high-grade treasure. Having such thoughts running through his mind, Jun Zai could not help but feel highly curious. He had originally thought of returning it to the Tang family. However, he was now overwhelmed by the desire to open it up. Acting on his desires, this was the evil monarch's way. With a scoff, Jun Zai tore open the parcel. Within it was a square wooden box, a box that emitted a faint scent. Its top was covered with pale gold lines. This wooden box was surprisingly made of top-quality golden silk sandalwood. In addition, the material for this box of golden silk sandalwood was cut out from the tree as a whole. This box alone was worth a fortune. Opening the box, he felt a cold air wafting outwards. Inside the box was another snow-white box. Touching it, he felt a chilling cold. This was a high-grade cold jade. Judging by the color of the box, this cold jade was a mysteriously potent object. Junzai inhaled deeply. Just what exactly was it that was so important they even used such a precious cold jade to keep it covered? Carefully opening the jade box, he found a round object within the box. The object was wrapped within a layer of colorful skin fur, which possessed a strange sheen. Junzai, who had no knowledge of what this was, did not feel bizarre at all. If a professional were to lay eyes on this, they would likely become shocked. This was the pelt of a 9th-leveled Xuan beast. A 9th-leveled Xuan beast was an existence akin to that of a supreme god expert. Golden silk sandalwood box, high-grade cold jade, and the pelt of a 9th-leveled Xuan beast. Any of them could be considered a priceless treasure. These 3 priceless items were actually just part of the package. Junzai removed the object wrapped by the layer of pelt with his hand. It was a round object the size of a ping-pong ball. Looking at it, Junzai could not help but feel somewhat disappointed. The strange object was dark red and almost black in color. Its texture resembled that of a stone, yet was not a stone, resembled jade, and yet not jade. He gave it a pinch and found it to be slightly elastic. The impression given by this item was rather mediocre. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Junzai's mind and he blurted out, "Xuan core." Although Junzai does not know how a Xuan core looked like, he knew that it was a precious item. Only a 3rd-leveled Xuan beast or above could produce a Xuan core. As for this Xuan core, considering the strength of the Tang family and how much importance they placed on protecting it, and also the amount of attraction it caused for others, going so far as to provoke a tiger in order to obtain it, this item was no ordinary material. It should at least be at the 7th level or perhaps even higher. Junzai was not aware just how much resources grandfather Tang Wanli had spent in order to obtain this Xuan core. This Xuan core of a 9th-leveled golden-winged tiger Xuan beast contained a huge amount of energy. For low-leveled Xuan Kai experts, this Xuan core was useless. However, once their cultivation were no longer of a low level, then under the right conditions and using certain methods of stimulation, the vast energies within could be absorbed and claimed as one's own. As for how much of the energies can be absorbed, that will depend on the person's talent. Once the earth rank was reached, every step forward in Xuan Kai cultivation was accumulatively difficult. However, this Xuan core could propel a beginner stage earth-ranked expert all the way up to the Sky Xuan stage within the world of Xuan Kai. This item was a heavenly defying treasure. The difficulty level involved in killing even an 8th-leveled Xuan beast was already extremely high. As for killing the 9th-leveled Xuan beast in order to retrieve its Xuan core, this was generally an impossibility. It was certain that a supreme divine expert held a good chance of defeating a 9th-leveled Xuan beast, but killing it, even if 2 supreme divine experts were to join hands, they may not be able to kill a 9th-leveled Xuan beast. The strength and speed of a 9th-leveled Xuan beast could be described as terrifying. But when it came to running away, no one could even dream of stopping it. Not to mention, this was a gold-winged tiger, a Xuan beast with the ability to fly. Stopping it was something one would never even consider. Back then, Tang Wanli accidentally found a heavily injured supreme divine expert. When he found out that the expert possessed this Xuan core, Tang Wanli spent a fortune to hire tens of jade, earth and sky-ranked experts in order to snatch it. Several lives were lost before he successfully obtained it. Regardless of how that supreme divine expert laid his hands on the Xuan core, it would be an exaggeration to claim that it was the only one in existence. However, one can be certain that in this world, the number of these Xuan cores do not exceed 3. Naturally, The reason Lai Yoren urgently desired this Xuan core was because he had a pressing need to use it. His plan began since years ago, from when he first received intelligence on this matter, involving the bribery of Tang family's figures, carefully arranging so that he could make his way in step by step, painstakingly keeping his eyes and ears out for any news until 3 months ago, when he finally found out the secret location of the item. However, Grandfather Tang never left the house and was always protected by 4 high-leveled experts, resulting in him having no chance at all. This time, he finally chanced upon a rare opportunity. Not only did Grandfather Tang leave the house, he even took with him 3 of the 4 experts. In addition, there was also the heavy rain, which made the situation even more favorable. Grasping onto these favorable factors, he sent a first-rate expert to lure away the expert from the Tang family before secretly sending in another 20 experts. Collaborating with their insider, they finally succeeded, but at the cost of the life of nearly all the 20 experts. Even then, it was successful, sacrificing the lives of merely a few experts in return for the Xuan core was undoubtedly an advantageous trade. Unfortunately, just before they successfully finished everything, they ended up meeting Jun Zai. Several years' worth of meticulous planning, thousands of plans and 10,000 analyses, all of them ended with nothing to show for their efforts. It ended up benefiting others. One could only imagine how miserable Lai Yoren currently was. Chapter 41, Capital Turned Upside Down. Chapter 041, Capital Turned Upside Down. Regular chapter. Naturally, Jun Zai had no idea that the item within his hands was actually a heavenly defying treasure. His mind was currently occupied with thoughts on how to explain himself if he were to return it to the Tang family. What reason can he give out to explain how this item fell into his hands if he does not return it to the Tang family? Then would it be of any benefit for him to leave it by his side? He does not even know exactly what this item was, and thus had no clue as to how much it was worth. After a long time, he was still unable to come up with anything. Then he wrapped up the Xuan core and placed it back into the cold jade box, and then into the golden silk sandalwood box. Weighing it in his hands, he placed it beside his pillow. After considering for a few more moments, he pushed it inside and covered it with his pillow. This was not to say that Jun Zai had recognized that this was a precious treasure and had wanted to keep a close eye on it. Rather, it was because he had once heard that the scent from the sandalwood is very beneficial towards sleep. Once there was a gentleman who bought a box but returned the pearls within it. A tale worth 1,000 laughters. Jun Zai's actions today, perhaps. It was already night time and the rain had finally began to stop. Grandfather Tang Wanli's gray hair was standing straight up, his fury rising to the skies. He had restrained himself as he charged towards the Lai family and Ming family, intending to raise havoc for both. But when he reached the Lai family, he instead suffered from a soft type of retaliation and was forced to leave. He then moved against the Ming family, raising havoc there, venting out the anger inside him, causing chickens to fly and dogs to jump. Unexpectedly, a heavy rain occurred once he arrived at the Ming family. Being unable to return caused Grandfather Tang to become even more provoked. In return, he threw an even bigger fit in the Ming family residence, cursing everyone to the point of choking on his or her own blood. How could he have imagined that as he was throwing a fit, someone from his residence would urgently rush here to report that something was stolen from his residence? At that moment, Grandfather Tang felt a blaring noise fill his head as all the blood in his body surged upwards to his brain. He came to vent his wrath upon others, but instead his own house was turned upside down by someone else. In addition, it even involved an inside job. There was no need to inquire what was stolen. Grandfather Tang knew that the item was certainly an important item that he personally valued, otherwise the messenger would never have rushed over through such a heavy rain to inform him as for which personal valuable that was stolen. The most valuable could only be the Chuan core. Although he had thought it through, Grandfather Tang tried holding onto the possibility that such was not the case and inquired about the stolen item. As long as it was not the Chuan car, then everything would be fine. Unfortunately, what he feared the most had indeed come to pass. The stolen item was none other than the Chuan core, which he valued as much as his own life. Grandfather Tang's vision became clouded by blackness, and he almost fainted on the spot. Ever since the day he obtained it, Tang only knew that he had managed to obtain a precious treasure. All that was required was for his younger generation to focus on Chuan Kai cultivation and cultivate to the point of Earth Chuan rank. After which he would do everything in his power, even if it meant throwing his face into the gutters, to invite a few Sky Chuan ranked experts, or perhaps even a Supreme Divine Chuan ranked expert to help him out. With their help, the Chuan core could be utilized to propel his younger generation into the Sky Chuan rank. Once that happened, then as long as the Sky Chuan ranked expert remained alive, the prosperity of the Tang family would also remain. As for himself, he was already too old. Even if he were to use the Chuan core to increase his level of cultivation, he may not be able to live that much longer. Extension of longevity was only possible if he could achieve the Supreme Divine Chuan rank. However, he simply does not possess that kind of talent, even with the help of this exceptionally rare treasure. How could he have expected the changes that would affect his plans? He had two sons. The first had no talent to speak of. The second was fairly capable but was more interested in literature and disliked martial arts cultivation. He stopped cultivating after reaching a mere 9th level Chuan Kai, never bothering to even attempt breaking through into the silver level. Although his career as a government official had gone smoothly, there was no powerful expert within the family. This feeling, where their family's future and well-being rested upon the hands of others, was simply distasteful. The civil and military officials were naturally all under the governance of His Majesty, the Emperor. However, as long as their family have a Sky Chuan expert, then even the Emperor must consider carefully if His Majesty wished to deal with them. Faced with no other options, Grandfather Tang could only place his hopes on his grandsons instead. This time around, his hopes seemed to be well worth it, as a few of his grandsons had shown promising talent. With the exception of the eldest grandson, Tang Yuan, who preferred business to martial arts, his other three grandsons highly respected the value of Chuan Kai cultivation and worked arduously in regards to Chuan Kai cultivation. This allowed the old grandfather Tang to feel relieved. He believed that one of his grandsons would be able to step upon the Earth Chuan rank within 10 years' time. As for himself, he was positive that he could continue on for another 10 more years. He believed that the positive effect of using the Chuan core on his grandson would surpass the effect of using it on his son. As long as everything proceeded smoothly, Tang family would not face any problems in either the royal court or the outside for nearly one whole century. How could he have foreseen that after waiting for so many years, after enduring thousands of bitter hardships to gather the necessary herbs, after his grandsons had already succeeded in breaking through to the silver level, possibly requiring only a few more years before meeting the necessary requirements, the most critical item ended up being stolen? At this moment, Tang Yuan was in the middle of venting his own anger. Clutching 1.5 million worth in silver bills. He grabbed onto Menghezu's collar, insisting on redeeming the sword and accompaniment jade. How was Menghezu to produce them? All he could do was bow profusely and talked ingratiatingly, his face dripping with sweat. Feeling helpless at his own predicament, Grandfather Tang issued the command to return home. Feeling irritable and filled with only the thought of reaching home, he lashed out a kick at Tang Yuan, who was still ranting nonstop. Before leaving, Tang Yuan hollered at them. If they were unable to produce the precious sword and accompaniment jade in 3 days' time, then he would go forward and report it directly to His Majesty, the Emperor. Those words caused Menghezu to crap his pants. Of course, each word he said came at a price. For each word he said, Grandfather Tang gave him 2 vicious kicks, causing his buttocks to roll around. After hurrying home urgently, Grandfather Tang erupted with anger again. He had every one of the Tang family's elite house guards sent out, openly and wantonly searching all corners. As for those 16 men who were killed trying to escape from the Tang residence, and the 6 corpses found on the streets, he had them well preserved. In addition to finding people to identify the bodies, he also had their images drawn out and handed over to the Ministry of Justice. Through the Ministry of Justice, he offered a reward of 100,000 silver liangs for any knowledge of these people. As for the few escaped servants from his own residence, the reward for them was double. No matter what, he must capture the mastermind. Within 1 day, the entire capital was turned upside down. In 3 days' time, the entire world was turned upside down. At the same time, Lai Yoren and the Lai family showed no external movements on their part, taking on the attitude of a watchful bystander. Secretly, however, they were moving with all their might. Lai Yoren had everyone involved strictly interrogated, and anyone that showed hints of suspicious behavior were tortured endlessly in the most painful manner. Killing 1,000 innocents was better than letting go of one criminal. It was important for him to find out who was trying to go against him. After merely 2 days, many had found themselves unable to continue under the cruel tortures, and died. The Lai family's secret forces too moved out in full force, seeking information from all 4 corners. All the great families within the capital were able to catch the scent of something unusual within these series of events. All of them kept a close eye on the capital's movements, guarding themselves from being sucked into this muddy whirlpool. However, they too sent out their men to inquire information. What was going on in the Tang family? The entire capital's forces had at this moment started surging secretly. As for the holding cells of the Ministry of Justice, they were all suddenly filled to capacity. Tang family's blatant movement of its power and influence had caused an earthquake within the capital, causing everyone to feel insecure. And yet, no news were forthcoming. Grandfather Tang Wanli's heart was filled with worry and irritation, and threw a fit every day. Lai Yoren maintained his gentle demeanor on the outside, however veiled behind his chilling eyes was a pair of poisonous serpent-like glint. If his eyes were to lightly gaze upon someone, then that person would die. If his eyes were to stare heavily upon someone, that person's entire family would be exterminated. As for the person who had reaped the biggest benefit from this ordeal, Zhun Zai, he remained unaware of what was happening. He was relaxing himself at home, holding onto the golden silk sandalwood box while he slept at night, sighing loudly to himself. It turned out that it really do great wonders for the sleep. In his mind, he kept wondering why his mind would wander towards his widowed sister-in-law. Chapter 42 Hell. Chapter 042 Hell. Have a Merry Christmas, everyone. That was not to say that the intelligence of the Zhun family was bad, but rather that the ones responsible for the Jun family's intelligence was used to not sending any news to the young master. Furthermore, this young master had indeed been quite busy for the past few days. If he was not busy trying to explore the secrets of the exquisite Hongjun pagoda, he was out supervising the training of the house guards. He even went to brew no small amount of wine, all of which were currently being placed aside for fermentation. As for the events that had transpired in the city, it was only after a few days did Jun Zai find out about it. Naturally, there was a reason why the Jun family was able to preserve its tranquility. Regardless of the Tang family or the Lai family, neither one had given the Jun family any more than a suspicious glance. Disregarding their famed debauchery, the members of the Jun family were either too old, too crippled, or too prodigal. Who exactly could they send out? Grandpa Jun was an honorable man whose actions were done in broad daylight, a fact that even his enemies could not deny. Naturally, it could not have been him. As for Jun Moxie, even the act of suspecting Jun Moxie would be a huge disgrace for those 6 experts who died out in the streets, who would believe that this debauchee could have the ability to kill off a silver level and 5/9 level Xuan Tai expert. However, not everyone in the Jun family was unscathed. Thanks to the young Master Jun having so much free time for the past few days, he decided to use the time to brutally put the house guards through a skin-rending training program. However, not a single one of them voiced out a complaint. The reason was very simple: they felt embarrassed, simply too embarrassed, so much so that they could not open their mouths to do so. If each of the house guards had a layer of their skin rent, then Jun Zai had 3 layers of his own skin rent, perhaps even more. During the past few days, watching the training that Jun Zai put himself through caused even the iron-blooded Jun Wui to feel a chill run down his spine. His schedule for the day was in the early dawn of the morning. Jun Zai woke up on time and went to the courtyard. There he found a secret corner for him to meditate. As for why he did not meditate in his room, he wanted a place that could connect him to the world, the nature. The fresh air brought by the early morning breeze was a gift of nature. An hour later, he strapped on weights to his body, legs, arms and wrists, after which he began his training in a variety of basic moves. Normal punches, straight punches, hooks, uppercuts, normal kicks, front kicks, roundhouse kicks, side kicks, back kicks. No rest were allowed in between sessions. After the set was complete, he immediately moved on to push-ups, sit-ups, oblique sit-ups, duck walk, leapfrog, leg stretching, hanging upside down. After finishing this session, his body was at the point where no more sweat could come out. The muscles in his entire body were invigorated to the extreme. If this training was given to an ordinary person, even if that person was to persevere to the end, that person would end up being exhausted to the point of death. However, this was just the beginning. After having exercised both his hands and feet, it was finally time to start training in some set of martial arts movements, each performed meticulously. Even if these actions were simply practiced according to style without substance, it would still cause one to be drenched in sweat. After all, each was executed to adhere to a strict standard. Each punch involved each body parts from the toe and the heel, then to the twisting ankles, the calf muscles, the hamstring, the thigh, and the waist. Each of them channeled the strength and momentum up towards the shoulder, which was then sent to the arm. The resulting punch was one executed with the strength of the entire body. Each punch was executed with all his strength. A martial arts clan once said, in training, what was important was the simplest of punches and kicks. However, This simple punch and kick must involve all the muscles in the body for it to display its greatest level of strength. Some punches can take a person's life, but some punches end up causing the one who threw to punch to sprain their wrist. This was the main reason that could happen. This principle applied to other actions as well. Even if the action only involved a simple punch, it was also a form of martial arts. The basis of martial arts is the training of simple movements. The pinnacle of martial arts also follows the same principle, to become one with nature. This simple form of basic training is the best way of honing the mind of a martial artist. As for Jun Zai, he had his body and limbs strapped with weights, increasing the level of difficulty by tenfold. The amount of energy required exceeded even that. However, this difficult level of training was only the first day of Jun Zai's formal training. The fierce battle in the rain had given birth to the urgent desire to increase his strength. This body was simply too weak. After completing the entire morning training program, the Jun family house guards were all assembled before him. Thus began their bitter and hellish training. In addition, Jun Zai would participate in every set of training that he ordered out. He trained alongside them and finished it alongside them. These set of training were the ones from his past life, aimed at producing a super assassin, one that was comparable to a training from hell. Some would willingly jump into hell rather than endure this devilish form of training. Jun Zai's fellow martial brothers and sisters once spread out these words in secret: better to circle King Yammer's palace 9 times than to let the evil monarch be in charge of training. Evidently, Jun Zai's methods of training were simply monstrous. Jun Zai kept repeating to himself, if I wish to obtain a strength that is unmatchable in the world, then I must first have the tenacity and perseverance that is unmatchable in the world. Otherwise, I might as well forget about it. After which I must sweat and work harder than any other person. Otherwise, I might as well forget about it. It was only after these two had been done, can one be qualified to talk about opportunities without hard work, even if the opportunity was to present itself before one. That person will still not be able to grasp it. Hoping for gods to appear and lift oneself to become an immortal was an unrealistic fantasy. Even if one were gifted with the best luck in the world, holding onto the most powerful treasure in the universe, without hard work, that person would still amount to nothing in the end. If a badger was to work hard, then he could leave behind a mark in history of a great general. A great general who does not work hard could also leave behind a mark in history, but that mark would be one of terrible losses and notoriety. In order to subdue others, and even the whole world, one must first be able to subdue themselves. This was the absolute minimal of conditions. After finishing the special training for himself, he had the house guards run 20 laps around the training ground. Jun Zai himself ran no less than them. The same goes for the other training sessions. With his current body state, Jun Zai ended up being last in each session, but in every training session, he obstinately persevered to the end. After finishing the first day of training, Jun Zai was exhausted beyond the realm of consciousness. However, the pride of the gold-ranked assassin and the dignity of the evil monarch supported him, allowing him to neither give up nor break down until the very end. Although this body had undergone the pulp-rending meridian cleanser process, Jun Zai wanted to train this body to the point of perfection as soon as possible. It was only after every muscle in his body had been coordinated accordingly can it be considered to have met Jun Zai's lowest level of requirements. But how could this be accomplished? Through sweat. For those who do not work hard, even if a divine fruit was to fall from the heavens unto them, they would only be crushed to death by this divine fruit. There would be no chance for them to even taste it. Currently, Junzai was in the possession of the exquisite Hongjun Pagoda and the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. However, both martial arts and cultivation of this skill must be achieved simultaneously. If the body were not strong enough, then one would be destroyed even with the aid of a divine skill. The 300 house guards originally held a skeptical attitude towards Junzai's participation in their training. They believed that the young master was only doing it for fun. Seeing him stagger about to the point of collapsing right from the beginning, all of them chuckled in their hearts, convinced that he would not be able to endure for a long time. Some of them decided to start a bet, discussing about the rate and odds as they were perspiring and training. Chapter 43. One must be strong to forge metal. Chapter 043. One must be strong to forge metal. Sponsored chapter. Sponsored by Diki Wongsunggoro from Indonesia. A big thank you for your support. Everyone believed that the young master would fall down at this moment or the next. How could their debauchy young master endure this type of hellish training? Some of them wagered that Junzai would simply give up within the time of an incense stick. However, contrary to all their expectations, Junzai, who was staggering unsteadily right from the beginning, endured all the way until it was time for breakfast, his body still staggering unsteadily. He actually persevered. This result caused everyone's eyes to pop out. Thus, they began speculating whether the young master will participate in the afternoon training. A vast majority of them believed that the amount of training endured had already exceeded the capacity of the third young master. For him to endure all the way until now was already a rare feat. After eating breakfast, there was only half an incense stick's time for them to rest. However, none of them realized that Junzai did not even consider resting. Not wanting to waste any time at all, he returned to his room as he put up with the pain coming from his entire body's aching muscles. Producing several bamboo tubes fully pierced with steel needles, he placed them methodically on the table. He then produced one bamboo tube without any steel needles on it and placed it within the formation of the preceding bamboo tubes. There was only the length of a palm's thickness in between each of the bamboo tubes with steel needles. And Junzai wanted to hit the bamboo tube within the formation using his fingers without touching the tubes on either sides of this palm. In addition, the requirement was that his palms must pass through 3 bamboo tubes before hitting the final tube, with a strike making a sound. This little training was targeted at training the flexibility of the fingers to the extreme. This training seemed simple, but was in fact very difficult. The needles were everywhere, causing any over or under usage of strength or failure in flexibility to result in the hand being pierced by the steel needles. That moment of pain would cause anyone's hand to shake, which would in return cause even more needles to pierce the hand. Junzai maintained an indifferent face as he calmly inserted his hands, which had undergone an intense session of morning training, into it. When afternoon training began, the house guards found Junzai standing on the training grounds, his fingers swollen and dripping with blood, but his face seemed better. In the following afternoon training session, he continued to persevere as he staggered unsteadily onwards until the end. This result caused every one of the house guards' eyes to fall to the ground. Nonetheless, half of them still believed that this high level of training was already far beyond what the third young master could endure. For him to endure all the way up to now was something highly commendable. He would not be able to continue on until late afternoon, would he? However, in the late afternoon he remained. At this moment, all the guards were incited as their hearts roared. How could we, veterans of war who had endured countless training and battles, lose to a tender-bodied, pampered young master who could not suffer bitterness at all. This perspective caused these men who were standing on the edge of hell to step directly into it. As long as Junzai did not stop, all the house guards would grit their teeth and endure to the end. As a result, everyone ended up being too fatigued. Since Junzai was directing the training, it was only natural that Jun Wui was present as well. After having incited everyone's morale to such heights, how exactly did he intend to train them? This was something that piqued Jun Wui's curiosity. However, after witnessing the contents of the training sessions, Jun Wui felt a cold chill course violently through his spine. Observing the guards carrying a huge, rough and unprocessed log running through the grounds without any leeway in between, Jun Wui's eyes stared widely. Then, he spotted Junzai amongst them, carrying the same type of log as he ran. Jun Wui could not help but fiercely rubbed his eyes before looking again. Then he rubbed his eyes again. In the end, he rubbed it until his eyelids suffered from pain as well. If there was nothing wrong with his eyes, then the sun must have risen from the north today. How is this possible? Is this still my debauchy nephew? This is simply beyond ordinary. After the day was over, Junzai finally ended the training. Those highly capable and sturdy house guards were all exhausted, akin to a dead dog. Each of them laid paralyzed on the ground like a piece of mud, their mouths wide open as they gasped for breath. Amongst the 300 men, not a single one still possessed the strength to stand. As for the two company leaders, one was bent as he gasped violently for breath, the other was straining, kneading his own waist. Junzai's face was pale white, his body seemingly about to fall, but he remained standing straight. With a sharp gaze, he observed the chaotic state of the 300 men and suddenly shouted out, "Get your ass off the ground and stand up in 3 breaths' time. Those who cannot stand up will be eliminated. Bring your worthless body out of here and commit suicide. That is because you are not qualified to stand here. If you cannot even compare with this prodigal debauchee, what reason do you have to continue living?" Immediately, everyone bounced up like a spring. They gritted their teeth as they staggered unsteadily. A few of them were almost unable to maintain themselves and were about to fall, but was propped up by those around them. If they were to lose to the third young master, then they would really have no face to continue living. Junzai panted as he stared at them with a cold gaze. As of now, who among you can still claim that you are not trash hub with just 1 day's worth of training? All of you have fallen to such a sorry state. Even though I am but a debauchee, I can still stand, but you all have the state of mind to lie down peacefully. Do none of you feel shame? A veteran of 100 battles pay. All 300 warriors had their faces etched with bitter shame. One by one, they all lowered their gaze to the ground. If this young master that everyone had constantly looked down upon can persevere and still stand to boot, then what reason could they have to lie down? Junzai's participation in the day's training was something witnessed by all of them. All of them felt their body aching and exhausted after the day's training. But how did Junzai manage to endure it? Everyone knew that in order for the third young master, whose body was weaker than theirs, to endure today's training, the difficulty involved would be far harder. Everyone gazed at Junzai, their eyes involuntarily filled with some degree of awe and respect, because what Junzai did today was done without the slightest foundation. On the other hand, they were a group of well-trained men. Junzai gave them all a cold look before turning around and walking off, leaving only one sentence. "If this is to happen again tomorrow, then all 300 of you can scram. The Jun family does not waste its money of trash, especially when they cannot compare with a debauchee." Watching Junzai's back as he left, Anyone who paid attention could see that his legs and all the muscles on his body was trembling uncontrollably. This was the uncontrollable sign that could appear only when someone had been exhausted to their very limits. However, Junzai's face did not show the slightest bit of his current condition. In terms of endurance alone, no one there could compare with him. If their debauchy young master could endure this tough level of training, then could these veterans of 100 battles say otherwise, especially since their debauchy young master had undergone the same degree of training as them? Would they be able to speak the words difficult? What a loss of face that would be if they were to say those words. Then the best case scenario would be to be looked down on with contempt by their comrades. But if they ended up being looked down on with contempt by the debauchy young master, then they should seriously just go commit suicide. What would they do then, if they were to find out that there were 8 weights strapped onto Junzai's body? Would they become too embarrassed to live? None of them knew that at least a dozen spots on Junzai's body suffered from torn skin due to the weights. Blood oozed out slowly from the wounds. The training that Junzai underwent was estimated to be at least 3 times more intense compared to the house guards. This was a terrifying figure if not for the art of unlocking heaven's fortune supporting him. Junzai with a body of the original Jun Moxie would have died from overexhaustion 10 times over. However, the reason Junzai acted as such was to pull out the divine powers of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. With a training program which transcended life and death, he would then break through the limitations of his body. Although Jun Wui had no idea that Junzai was practicing with weights attached to his body, Junzai's performance today had moved this man who was once a great general who oversaw tens of thousands of soldiers. Watching Junzai's departing silhouette, Jun Wui felt greatly pleased. However, a suspicion remained within his heart. Could this be his true face? This is simply being too hard on yourself. Would any accident happen if this continues? One must be strong to forge metal. This last sentence is very vague. BTW. To those who did not read the post Jun Moxie, I have changed the MC's new name to Jun Moxie because I believe that was what the author intended. Edit: what I meant was MC's current body is named Jun Moxie, but in his past life, his name was Junzai. That is why he keeps referring to himself as Junzai. Sorry for the confusion. Chapter 44 Another Step. Chapter 044 Another Step. Regular chapter. Junzai walked steadily back to his room. When Little Key saw Junzai's current state, she nearly burst into tears. With trembling hands, she took off his clothes for him and carefully cleaned him with clear water. All the while, Junzai remained standing. Based on the amount of exhaustion he had to endure, he knew that if he were to lose his balance and fall, then he would instantly fall unconscious. However, as long as he was able to get past this hurdle of restoring his body strength while maintaining his consciousness, then he would have succeeded in exceeding one of the limitations of his body. After Little Key finished cleaning his body, he had her move away while he continued standing, delving deep into himself. Through his spiritual awareness, he observed as the energy channels of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune began to sluggishly awaken. To Junzai's surprise, he found that the 7-colored exquisite pagoda within his sea of consciousness was rotating at a higher speed compared to the past. In addition, the white worldly spiritual chi exuded by it was also much thicker compared to before. The spiritual chi slowly entered Junzai's meridians, flowing along the pathways. Each time the spiritual chi reached an area, it would give Junzai a cool and comfortable feeling. This feeling was akin to a person who was thirsty to the utmost limit who suddenly found cool springs in the mountain. This feeling was simply indescribable. The misty spiritual Kai continued entering Junzai's meridians at a higher rate. Junzai's body, which was tired to the extreme, began to slowly rejuvenate itself, and at the same time, his entire body gradually became itchy. This was especially so for the injured areas, where the itch was extremely unbearable. Junzai exerted strict control over the desire to scratch the itchy areas, directing the full concentration of his mind to enter a state of meditation. Slowly he entered a state of disconnection from self and others. As time passed, all the injured areas of Junzai's body began to discharge a clear sheen of fluid, which gradually coagulated, forming into scars. Bit by bit, the scars on Junzai's body began to wrinkle up before hardening. In the end, it turned into powdery crumbs as it fell down. A thin layer of skin fragments progressively accumulated around Junzai's feet. As for the skin on his body, it had returned to its former white smoothness. The only difference was that it had become more flexible. On the other hand, his tensed muscles that had undergone one whole day's worth of high-grade exercise unconsciously exuded a crystal-clear watery glow while quivering lightly. After the quivering ended, the muscles slowly loosened down as it was restored to its former relaxed state before undergoing the training. Next, a wave of unbearably tingling itch washed over him before finally relaxing down. Junzai, who had entered a state of meditation, did not realize what was happening at all. After having overcome the extreme state of exhaustion, the feeling that followed was a serene feeling of relaxation. His spirit felt as though it had stepped upon an ethereal realm. This feeling was akin to the comfortable feelings of a person who was traveling in a tour through the vast ocean, enjoying the gentle billowing waves of the seas as it slowly surged forth. Within his sea of consciousness, the mist exuded by the colorful exquisite pagoda became denser and richer. Waves of pure worldly spiritual Kai flowed like water through Junzai's body, coursing through his every meridian, his every muscle fiber, his every tendon. Junzai could clearly feel that the fine flow of Kai within his meridians was slowly growing bigger after having received nourishment from the waves of the spiritual Kai. Even though the degree of growth was not great, it was still growing non-stop. In addition, his sense of thought seemed to have become ethereal in nature, no longer able to feel exhausted. At this moment, his spiritual essence seemed to have merged harmoniously with the little pagoda within his sea of consciousness. Even though Junzai was a man with the nerves of steel, this profound feeling of comfort caused him to feel intoxicated. Suddenly, the colorful Hongjun pagoda stopped spinning, no longer radiating as brilliantly as it just had. This event startled Junzai's awareness within his sea of consciousness, and he began to awaken from the ethereal realm. Even his spirit was instantly returned back to the mortal world. As for the misty white spiritual Kai flowing within his meridians, it retreated back like the receding tide. Junzai could feel that this whole body was filled to the brim with strength. Slowly he opened his eyes, which revealed a sharp gaze filled with a divine glow. Junzai gently flexed his body, causing the joints throughout his body release popping sounds. Instantly, his body returned to its ideal and smooth state, while his state of mind was also surprisingly in an excellent state. As the soft moonlight gently spilled down, Junzai moved towards the windows. The moon hung in the sky like a plate, the surrounding clear blue skies spread out for thousands of li. The Mid-Autumn Festival has arrived. In his original world, the Mid-Autumn Festival would be held on the 15th of August. But here, there was only the Autumn Festival held on the 20th of August. No matter which world he was in, the moonlight remained as gentle as water. spreading its splendor everywhere. Junzai sighed lightly, surprised to find that his heart was no longer filled with the emotions of lonely solitude. It was as though, somewhere along the way, his heart had become accustomed to it. The moon remained the same moon, the sky remained the same sky. Since the skies were the same skies, then he may as well just assume that this was a change in working environment. Junzai carefully rechecked his body and discovered that the injuries of the day had all been healed. Those injuries, which cannot be considered light, were all completely healed. In addition, even the scars had miraculously disappeared within the span of one night, his skin smooth yet flexible. Junzai could not help but stare at the result. I never expected that the restoration capabilities of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune would turn out to be so powerful. Originally, Junzai had thought that after undergoing the brutal training, his body would become the bronze skin of his past life. Unexpectedly, even though the quality of his body had obviously been upgraded at a rapid rate, his skin had instead become smoother. Disappointment. Thankfully, the transformation of his skin was towards the nature of flexibility. If his skin had instead become softer, then he would have no face to go out. Junzai rechanneled the art within his body and was suddenly overjoyed. After the day's insane level of training and the exercise of the arts in the evening, the effect obtained was extremely significant. The silky flow of Kai within his body had grown at least double in size. If the original size of the flow of Kai were comparable to a strand of hair, then the current size would be comparable to a strand of coarse mane on a pig. Junzai suddenly broke out in cold sweat. To say such a thing about himself, perhaps he was being overly masochistic on himself. In addition, the speed of the Kai flow had also increased. There was a sudden clarity within him. His cultivation of the first level of art of unlocking heaven's fortune had taken a huge step forward. To his great surprise, Junzai also found out that he could now access the inner eye. This was something that only martial artists that had attained the pre-celestial stage could accomplish. This art of unlocking heaven's fortune was indeed a miraculous skill. Even though his current strength was far from the standards of the pre-celestial stage, he was already able to access the inner eye. It seemed that this limit-breaking training, where the entire body's physical energies were squeezed out to the extreme, followed by the channeling of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, had produced some unexpected benefits. Checking his meridians, Junzai finally understood the mysterious aspect of the Xuan Kai within this world. The so-called Xuan Kai cultivation was, in fact, not much different when compared to the practice of internal strength. It could be considered as a special branch of internal strength cultivation. Xuan Kai does not last as long as internal strength. In return, it possessed an explosive power that far surpassed internal strength. It was also due to the odd explosive power that the secretive nature of this mystical force became inadequate. Naturally, the endurance of the explosive power was even more inadequate. The higher a person's cultivation in Xuan Kai, the external signs would become more significant. This was the main cause of the different glow of radiant colors from different Xuan Kai levels. The method of cultivating Xuan Kai was almost the same as the practice of internal strength, which was to channel energy through a fixed set of meridian pathways. For example, there is one meridian line for the cultivation of the 9th level and below. Regardless of whether it is the 8 extraordinary vessels or the 12 standard meridians, there is only one path to follow, forming towards a channel interconnecting through the inner cycle. When they have broken through to the silver level, they can then open up another channel. That way, it would be possible to increase the flow of energy. However, the cycle of the flow remained within the same confines. The only difference would be that the limits have been increased greatly. The 8 extraordinary vessels and 12 standard meridians are part of the meridian system within the human body involving meridian channels and inner organs. This may be due to the fact that the people in this world possessed a unique body. It was no wonder that every breakthrough in Qiun-Kai cultivation would be accompanied by extreme pain, comparable to the molting process of a snake. It was a process where the cultivator would forcibly open up a meridian pathway. How could that not hurt? The later stages would follow the same steps. Once all the 12 standard meridians and half of the 8 extraordinary vessels were open, then the cultivator would have successfully stepped upon the realm of supreme divine Qiun. There was, however, another requirement. Amongst the opened-up vessels of the 8 extraordinary vessels, 2 vessels were to be interlinked. Only after having accomplished this would one be considered to have achieved a genuine supreme divine Qiun rank. If a cultivator was able to open up 4 of the 8 extraordinary vessels, but were not able to assign 2 of them to become interlinked, then that person could only be considered a false supreme divine Qiun ranked expert. There was one aspect which surprised Junzai. In the process of attaining the supreme divine Qiun rank, one must open up all the 12 standard meridians that will serve as the main route of practice in Qiun-Kai cultivation. The Danshan served as the depository area for Qiun-Kai. As for opening 4 out of the 8 extraordinary vessels, the most difficult part was only the interlinking of 2 assigned vessels, after which one would successfully become the highest existence within this world. However, if one were to analyze this using the knowledge of martial arts, even though the highest achievement was the supreme divine Qiun, 4 vessels remained closed within their bodies. In that case, could there be an even higher existence compared to the supreme divine Qiun? Chapter 45 Meeting Tang Yuan Again. Chapter 045 Meeting Tang Yuan Again. Regular chapter. Could there be an even higher existence than the supreme divine Qiun? From the perspective of internal strength cultivation, the answer to this question was a resounding yes. There must be a higher existence. However, this was a different world. Even though the cultivation of both internal strength and Qiun-Kai shared the same path, the result may not necessarily be similar. It was possible that the rules in this world were different and that supreme divine Qiun was the limit in Qiun-Kai cultivation. With Junzai's current level of understanding towards Qiun-Kai, he was unable to come up with a conclusive answer. In addition, after having undergone the pulp-rending meridian cleanser, all the meridians in Junzai's body had been completely opened. It had already achieved the realm of 100 interlinked vessels of a pre-celestial stage expert. In terms of the meridian quality alone, it was now far superior to those within the supreme divine Qiun realm in terms of true strength. However, his was still far from being able to fight against one. After all, it had only been 1 month since he transmigrated to this world. To be able to transform a waste-like body into his current level was already an unimaginably speedy feat. This was one of the wondrous powers of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. If one were to practice any other cultivation skill, 1 month may not even be enough for one to attain the beginner stages. Moreover, the exquisite Hongjun Pagoda was able to act in concert with the art of unlocking heaven's fortune and open up all the meridians in Junzai's body. This was tantamount to opening up countless treasure trove that had no limits in space, just waiting for Junzai to fill them up one by one. With Junzai's current level of strength, not even an ordinary silver-leveled Qiun-Kai expert could deal with him, even in a fight to the death. However, the result would be very different if this was an assassination scenario. After all, assassinations were what Junzai did for a living. However, the fully opened meridians also gave Junzai access to a peculiar ability. While not exactly a true form of imitation, as long as he could analyze a certain Chuan-Kai skill cultivation formula, he would be able to imitate the forms taught by the formula. Naturally, he would only be able to imitate the form and not the strength of the formula. Thinking about this, Junzai could not help himself, and smiled. It seems that I now have another method of deception. This is how he does the color trick. The next day, Junzai appeared yet again in the training ground, causing everyone to become shocked. Yesterday's training was one that gave these house guards' body no small amount of suffering. Even now, many areas on their body were aching miserably to the point of death. And yet, this young master had actually arrived earlier at the training grounds than them. After yesterday's training was over, almost every one of them found themselves looking at their third young master in a different light. Even their hearts were filled with respect for him. But all of them were convinced that their third young master would not be present tomorrow. Whether he possessed the will to do so was not the question in hand. The question was, how could his tiny physique handle it? Unexpectedly, they would arrive to see Junzai standing upright with a sword-like gaze on his face. Everyone felt as though they were caught in an illusion. Is this still the useless, waiting for death's call, freeloading third young master? How did he manage to climb out of bed? Jun Wui had long since arrived at the training grounds. Sitting on his wheelchair, he observed everything that was happening. Although he had already expected Junzai to appear, he was still surprised. Junzai's serious condition after finishing yesterday's training was something he understood very well. With Junzai's original body capacity, there was no way he could endure that kind of burden. That was why Jun Wui felt that it would be understandable even if Junzai did not appear today. In Jun Wui's opinion, even if Junzai managed to make an appearance, Junzai would be in a state of exhaustion to the point of being unsightly. Yesterday's training was something that Jun Wui would not be able to easily finish even with a complete body. He never would have expected that Junzai would appear in a state which was superior to the warriors before him. Could it be that yesterday's training was not as heavy as I imagined? Once again, another high-intensity training began. To their surprise, the guards found that Junzai's speed today was far superior compared to yesterday. Although some of his paces were not good, it was no longer unsteady and had become more decent compared to yesterday. The surprise did not end here. In the following days of training, Junzai began catching up to the speed of the house guards. Eventually, he was even able to surpass some of them. This occurrence caused no small number of the house guards' eyes to turn red. This rapid rate of increment in body strength was something they had never seen before. In fact, they had never even heard of such a thing before. But their young master was currently turning a myth into reality right before their very eyes. The young master's body is soft and tender while ours is rough and tough. If the young master can do it, why can't we? This question had once again set fire to their soldier hearts. Everyone's thirst for power caused the training sessions to enter a new level of intensity. Almost every one of them had their eyes blaze red as they gritted their teeth and trained like a wild beast with their life on the line. None of them was able to realize that even while training, Junzai had 8 considerably heavy weights strapped onto his body. In addition, he underwent a special training of his own before joining them to train in the morning. Moreover, Junzai also increased the aspects of his special training: climbing, stone grasping, level movement, arm control, stealth. Zai had each of the 12 long hours of a day carefully divided, not wasting even a single minute. On the third day, Grandpa Jun received the news about Zai's training and had secretly came over to observe. Grandpa Jun was pleased to know that his grandson was so motivated, but was also worried that Zai was training too frequently, causing haste to make waste. But after seeing Zai training that one time, Grandpa Jun never showed up again. He simply walked away silently and calmly. The housekeeper, old Pang, was able to clearly feel that Grandpa Jun was very happy, very moved. When there was no one around, Grandpa Jun hummed 2 little tunes to himself in his study. He even became drunk for the first time. Becoming a drunken mess, his face was instead filled with joy. After that, he walked off, staggering unsteadily towards the room with the memorial tablet of his deceased wife. There, he mumbled for the whole night. On the second day, he came out with a grin, several tears remaining in the corner of his eyes. On the day before the autumn festival, Tingsing City had already begun to liven up. Everyone was dressed up, and every corner was decorated in multitudinous colors. Everyone who was away from home had returned to celebrate the annual reunion. It would be difficult for it to not be lively. In mid-afternoon, within the highest floor of the drunken immortal establishment, a group of bodyguards were seated together in 2 tables. There was another table between the 2 tables, where only 2 people were seated. These 2 were naturally Zai and Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan, who was seated opposite Zai, constantly sighed, his brows knitted up into a scowl. For the past few days, Fatty Tang could be considered to have suffered greatly. Grandfather Tang Wami had almost ripped out the fat off the body of this grandson of his. Firstly, he was grounded, no longer able to take even one step out of the residence. After which, whenever Grandfather Tang recalled the incident of the Xuan core being stolen, he would have someone summon Tang Yuan over. Thus began a round of feet-jumping cursing from Grandfather Tang to the fatty. Next, he would slap Tang Yuan a few times to vent his anger before telling him to scram. This situation would occur more than 3 times a day. Simply put, whenever Grandfather Tang recalled the incident would be whenever Tang Yuan had to go over. In this case, Tang Yuan had originally lost a great deal of face. He nearly lost his fiancée, causing his future father-in-law to give a good scolding. His fiancée, on the other hand, was in tears. Threatening to kill herself, she insisted on breaking off their engagement. There was no helping it. If it had nearly occurred today, then who was to say it would not successfully happen tomorrow? When that happened, what then could she do? Whenever his father saw him, the first thing he would do was slap him in the face. After that, he would go look for a beating stick. Even though his mother wanted to restrain his father, she was too fearful to do so. His knitted forehead has no chance to become smooth at all. Whenever his little brothers met him, they would ask him, "Big brother, when will you go to the 1,000 gold hall again? Please allow us to bask in your glory as well." After saying that, they would burst out in laughter. However, the most painful matter was that each time Grandfather Tang scolded him, he would be forced to kneel down on an abacus. For this matter, a special iron abacus was made. Why don't ask silly questions? Considering how heavy Fatty Tang was, normal abacuses would have broken down every time he kneeled on them. Abacuses do not grow on trees. You know, after these few days, even the specially made iron abacus had become bent. Chapter 46, Beating Around the Bush. Chapter 046, Beating Around the Bush. Regular chapter. Thankfully, Fatty Tang has nerves of steel, a big heart, fat body and most importantly, an optimistic attitude to life. Even after having suffered sessions after sessions of scolding and beatings, becoming subject of gossip to the point of wanting to commit suicide, as long as he returned to his own room and took a nap, he would clear it out of his system, considering it to all be a thing of the past. If this was a depression-prone person, then the rope would already be hanging taut from the ceiling and the person would already be reincarnated a number of times. Although this so-called optimistic attitude to life, big heart, nerves of steel was but a better way of putting it. A harsher way of putting it, he was simply a thick-faced, shameless person. Finally, this fatty was able to use the coming autumn festival as an excuse to slip away from his house. The first thing he did after escaping was to complain to John Zai. Coincidentally, John Zai was busy pondering what it was that he had obtained. For Fatty Tang to come, they both hit it off, heading to the Drunken Immortal establishment for some drinks. Fatty Tang drank a cup of wine, then gave out 3 sighs. Then, he stretched out his radish-like index finger to the skies and let out a mouthful of curses as he vented his anger. Drinking another cup, he repeated again and again such violent intensity, such vicious deep-seated hatred. The resentment he discharged was tantamount to old woman widowed for life. All the guests on the upper floor frowned, even the bodyguards on the side tilted their heads, acting as though they do not know him to have to accompany this kind of young master out. This is simply humiliating. The young Master John himself rolled his eyes. Even though he possessed a calm temperament, the one that the fatty was cursing included himself, and yet he had to sit here and pretend that he did not know anything, being unable to do anything else. How can he not roll his eyes? I say, Fatty, what exactly was stolen from your home with you cursing out with such bitterness? I no longer have the mood to drink anymore. John Zai looked at the cup of wine before him. He really could not stomach it. Being cursed at was one thing. After all, with his calm temperament, something like that could be brushed off easily. The wine, on the other hand, was made so that its fragrance would assail one's nose, and yet tasted like water. Drinking it does not make one feel tipsy in the slightest, and it tasted just like rice water. If John Zai were to give his evaluation on this wine is just like a woman whose body is even fatter than Tang Yuan, who applied a whole bottle of inferior and expired perfume on her whole body. Having drunk this wine, John Zai could not help but recall old songs wine from the night of the heavy rain. John Zai now felt a longing for the wine that he had once contemptuously considered as trash. This was the so-called the dead should compared with other dead person, the living should be compared with other living person. The wine was something hard for John Zai to swallow, and could not hold a candle to the top-grade wines of his past life. But now, he finally understood the man's words back then of how this wine was a rare wine in this capital city and were sold in limited numbers was actually the truth. John Zai suddenly recalled that he had brewed some wine after having placed them aside for the fermentation to take place. He totally forgot about them. Counting the days, I should be able to take them out in a few days' time. I should quickly get this wine done. Even if it is not for the sake of making money, at least I should do it for my own sake. If I have to keep drinking this kind of swill, how am I supposed to live once I take the wine out from fermentation? I too will sell in limited numbers. Son of a bitch, 10,000 silver liangs per jug. Love it or leave it. If you don't want to buy, then just leave. I will drink it all myself. If I cannot finish it, then I will just feed it to the pigs. Son of a bitch, just saying it feels unbearable. He thought viciously to himself while smelling the cup of garbage wine. With his heretical temperament, feeding it to the pigs was not a far-fetched possibility. Sai Tang Yuan paused, his fat, chubby face, comparable to a poached egg, was etched with a twisted expression. Third young master brother, I am really having a miserable time. Those bastards, could they not have brought this calamity onto others? Why did it have to be me? Damn their 18 generations of ancestors. This senior will wipe them out forever. And then there are the damned thieves. They were the ones who stole the items. Why is my grandfather singling me out? I curse them. This senior cursed them to be crippled forever. The more he said, the more agitated he became. Tang Yuan stood up in agitation, slamming his leg down, bringing a raging wave of fat down upon the chair he was seated upon. The slabs of fat on his body surged magnificently as he roared fiercely towards the skies. Thankfully, the chairs in the drunken immortal establishment were quite decent and were able to withstand the full weight of this fatty. Zhan Zai was about to lose himself. He propped his palm onto his face, feeling a desire to just run out. Being together with this fatty was simply too humiliating. The entirety of the third floor of the drunken immortal establishment suddenly became deathly silent. Everyone turned their heads, observing the pile of fat trembling in agitation. Panting, Tang Yuan removed his leg from the chair, sat back down without wiping it, and started to violently drink again. Third young master, the item that my family lost this time is something extraordinary. Tang Yuan twisted his face. Due to this item, my life was a living hell for the last 5 days. My old man gave me at least 10+ times worth of beatings. My grandfather fiercely beat me with a big stick even as he was chasing me. Look at me. Do you think I can run fast, brother? Look at me. I am now as slim as a horse. Tang Yuan sadly measured his body as he sat on the chair. His soft belly fat fell down, covering his knees. You have indeed lost a lot of weight. Zhan Zai spoke against his conscience, and then added, seeing you lose so much weight, your face have no wrinkles at all. Tang Yuan let out a pay. He had originally wanted to ignite Zhan Zai's curiosity, but instead Zhan Zai chose not to continue asking about it at all. Nonetheless, this matter had brought so much misery onto Tang Yuan. It was only natural that he would have the desire to talk about it. Otherwise, why would he drag Zhan Zai out here? Third young master, that item is a Chuan core. A Chuan core. Tang Yuan moved close to Zhan Zai and whispered into his ear. In addition, it is a Chuan core from a peak 9th level Chuan beast that is simply a heavenly defying treasure. So, it is just a Chuan core. And here I thought it was something incredible. A Chuan core from a peak 9th leveled Chuan beast. Zhan Zai's heart jumped, but he turned his face away dismissively. What is so extraordinary about that toy? I too have one. You think this is the same as those 5th and 6th level crap? You dare take your little toy and compare it with my family's? Tang Yuan snorted. Let me enlighten you, that thing in my home is a pinnacle grade 9th level Chuan core. If this information is to be leaked out, I fear that the whole world would quake as a result. If an Earth Chuan ranked expert were to utilize a 9th level Chuan core, that person would be propelled from the beginner stage of Earth Chuan up to the peak stage of Sky Chuan. If a Sky Chuan ranked expert of the middle stage was to utilize it, then that person would be able to charge all the way into the realm of Supreme Divine Chuan. Third young master, a Supreme Divine Chuan. The number of such experts could easily be counted. Tang Yuan moved his short, fat hands in an exaggerated embracing posture, signifying the world. It has such a potent effect. Zhan Zai's heart was somewhat pounding, but he looked at Tang Yuan with a face filled with suspicion. You dare boast so heavily in front of me? If it truly has such a potent effect, Then wouldn't the Chamber of Commerce around the world sell it like crazy? Which son of a bitch is bragging will have his entire family die? Tang Yuan felt insulted. Raising his fingers, he made an oath, his fat face becoming red. Sell it like crazy? Did you think that this is something that can be found everywhere? If this was not an extremely rare item, would my grandfather become so angry? I am a real son of a bitch to think I would complain about this to you, son of a bitch. I have really found the wrong son of a bitch to complain to. Fatty Tang became agitated and began uttering his catchphrase, son of a bitch, with wanton abandon. Oh, I truly feel sympathy for your mother. Jun Zai gave out a long oh. In his mind, he was considering what to do. If this was truly such a heavenly defying treasure, then he really should not return it to the Tang family. This treasure would be of much better use if he were to use it to increase the strength of his own family, creating a super-level expert. That would certainly be much better than letting it go to waste in the hands of the Tang family. Tang Yuan, whose eyes were currently both red, grinned. He felt that in these past few days, Jun Zai was the only one who was willing to hear him out. This caused him to feel moved, suddenly causing some nasal mucus to rise. He easily bounced it off before turning back to face Jun Zai and continue his heartfelt conversation. It was at this moment. Who was it? Which son of a bitch was carelessly bouncing off his snot? Get your son of a bitch ass out here. Watch as this senior exterminates your 9 kindred. A sharp, angry voice rang out loudly, bringing with it an unparalleled aura of violence and wickedness. Chapter 47, Blood Shedding Snot. Happy New Year's Eve. Chapter 047, Blood Shedding Snot. Jun Zai turned around to see a young man wearing blue silk robes standing upon the center of the stairs. His left arm was hugging a gorgeously dressed woman. The man's face was filled with rage as he urgently tried to wipe away a yellow lump on his right cheek. That yellow lump was none other than Tang Yuan's snot. Tang Yuan was seated with his back facing the stairs when he bounced his snot off to the ground. Under such circumstances, the snot should not have hit anyone, much less a person's face. Coincidentally though, the very moment when Tang Yuan was bouncing his snot was when the youngster and the woman were ascending the stairs. At that moment, the young man was preoccupied with kneading the woman's bosom as they ascended, their heads just emerging from the stairs. It was then that the mass of snot flew over. If not for the fact that they had their faces turned to the side, it may have directly entered his mouth. Jun Zai was dumbfounded as he stared with bulging eyes. After a moment, he laughed out loud while he clasped his hands as a gesture of respect for Tang Yuan. Fatty Tang, your accuracy is truly impressive. Respect. Tang Yuan, who was also dumbfounded, stayed speechless for a good while before laughing bitterly. How could this be about the impressiveness of my accuracy? This is simply this son of a bitch's heavenly defying luck. This argument from Tang Yuan was certainly on point. Amongst all the notorious young masters within Tangsing City, Tang Yuan and Jun Zai knew most of them. This young man was expressing an overbearing attitude with a face full of arrogance, indicating that he was no ordinary person. And yet, neither Tang Yuan nor Jun Zai recognized him. This could only mean that this man was a nobody amongst the local debauchees. Not only did this nobody got his face hit by snot, he had currently provoked Jun Moxie and Tang Yuan, the two most notorious debauchee in the capital. As such, his luck can truly be considered heavenly defying. As the two of them were speaking, the young man suddenly turned his attention towards them. Releasing the woman from his left hand, he marched over aggressively and roared at Tang Yuan with a twisted expression. "You damned son of a bitch fatty. Are you looking for death, and you, flower boy, what are you laughing at, you son of a bitch?" Jun Zai's face suddenly became dark and sinister. He had originally thought of advising Tang Yuan not to beat him to death. After all, the one at fault was still Tang Yuan. But after listening to those words, he slowly sat down. This person simply deserved to die. Tang Yuan was not a virtuous gentleman. In addition, this happened to be the most depressing moment of his life, and he was in dire need of a punching bag to relieve his stress. Once he heard those words, he flew into a rage. His fat spherical body blasted off like a volleyball that was kicked at full power as he slapped the youngster in the face. A palm as big as a bear's fell upon the youngster's cheek. The youngster had never expected that Tang Yuan, who was in the wrong, would actually attack him without uttering a single word. This type of bully was indeed very rare in this world. His body was weak and simply unable to avoid. All he could do was take it straight on, his body spinning twice before falling with his ass on the floor. Before him, stars flashed and his brain felt displaced. Then, his mouth was forced open as he spat out blood and 4 white teeth. With a ferocious face, Tang Yuan rushed forward. His near 400 Jin 241.9 kg body slammed down upon the poor bastard, landing one punch after another on the man's face. He cursed. "Screw your granny, you dare to play victim when I am in a bad mood. Me bouncing off my snot on your face is a way of showing you respect, but you dare to curse me if I don't beat you to death today, then I will be letting down your mother, you bastard." Each word was accompanied by a punch, each punch following a certain rhythm. The resulting sounds were similar to that of a pig being miserably slaughtered. A crack sound was heard as the poor bastard's leg was abruptly broken from the sheer weight of Tang Yuan's body. The youngster cried out miserably one more time, his body convulsing, his head tilted to the side before fainting. It was at this moment that the woman who came together with the youngster recovered from shock. A shrill high-pitched cry burst out, instantly rising in intensity. "Stop crying!" Tang Yuan shouted ferociously, his eyes staring at her viciously. The woman stopped in shock. She grasped her neck with a face filled with fear before running down the stairs. A huge bang was heard, followed by a wretched cry and a tumbling sound. Apparently, the woman had lost her balance while running down the stairs and ended up tumbling down. "That is enough. Since you have already vented your anger, just leave him be. If you continue beating him, he will really die." Jun Zai frowned, as he began to feel tired from today's outing. "So what if I really kill him?" "Trouble. Who dares give this senior trouble?" Tang Yuan gave the man 2 more vicious punches before standing up. He panted as he did so. Punching people was something that required effort after all. Tang Yuan was obviously quite tired as his eyes squinted. "In this whole capital, there are really not many people that I, Tang Yuan, cannot kill. This bastard seems to have some background." Jun Zai indicated towards the outside with his chin. Outside, urgent footsteps could be heard as no small amount of people rushed towards them. Tang Yuan dismissed it with curled lips. "He is someone that neither you nor me recognizes." What kind of background could he have? Just a bunch of damaged goods. Even if his ancestor were to come, this young master will use my one finger to push him back home. The 2 wicked people are upstairs. Qin, young master Qin, is also up there. The panicked voice of the woman was heard from below. Following that, the sounds of swords being drawn out from their sheaths were heard. The sound of iron was heard as the sound of footsteps on the stairs came. In an instant, roughly 6 warriors with cold looks on their faces came to stand before the two of them. Noticing the young man covered with blood sprawled on the floor, their faces became furious. One of them bore some resemblance to the youngster, his face squarish, sporting a beard. He roared angrily as his eyes seemingly discharged waves of fire. "What are you doing, just standing there? Help the young master up and deal with these two audacious beasts." 4 of the warriors acknowledged the order. They stepped forward, ready to act. Beside them stood several men wearing officer uniforms. They laughed as they asked, "Clan leader Kin, do you want to let us handle this matter?" "We will certainly." "What nonsense! My son has already been beaten to such a sorry state, and yet you want me to hand this over to you today. I will be taking these 2 bastards with me. Not a single one of them will be let off the hook. I am curious to know which bastard dares to touch my Kin Hu's son, especially in this drunken immortal establishment located in the northern area of the city." The man was greatly furious. The 2 officers originally wanted to ingratiate themselves up to him, but instead ending up provoking him. They felt embarrassed and became silent. The person who was furiously clamoring on about revenge was the clan leader of the Northern City Clan, one of the 6 great clans within Tangsing City. As for the youngster lying on the ground, he was none other than the only son of Kin Hu, Kin Zairabao, a debauchee with quite the considerable background. "Your son is untouchable." Jun Zai stared at him with cold eyes as he watched Kin Hu express himself in such a domineering manner. "Then what if your son tries to touch us? Are you saying that the common people, like us, can only be bullied by your precious son?" Kin Zairabao could certainly be considered as a debauchee with a considerable background, but that would depend on who was being compared with him. And today would be a calamitous day for him, for the 2 he had bumped into just happened to be the 2 debauchee with the biggest backing in the city. In addition, one of them happened to be in dire need of venting his wrath. Kin Zairabao's current situation was tantamount to a little rabbit showing off before a tiger and a wolf. This truly was a case of heaven toying with the will of men. "Who dares touch my Kin Hu's son? Whoever dares, I will destroy his entire clan." When he heard Jun Zai claiming to be common people, Kin Hu's heart became set as he viciously stared at him. "Little flower boy, for you two to beat up my son until he is in such a sorry state, it seems like you have a death wish." TLBTW. To those who did not read the post, Jun Moxie, I have changed the MC's new name to Jun Moxie because I believe that was what the author intended. P.S. What I meant was MC's current body is named Jun Moxie, but in his past life, his name was Jun Zai. That is why he keeps referring to himself as Jun Zai while everyone else calls him Jun Moxie. Sorry for the confusion. Chapter 48 hit. A little late, but here we go. Happy. Chapter 048 hit. Tang Yuan's fury rose to the skies and was about to jump up and shout out his name. However, Jun Zai restrained him with a hand. If the 2 of them were to personally step forward, then the reputation of these 2 young masters would suffer. After all, Tang Yuan was the one who was at fault in the first place. If Kin Zairabao had not cursed in such a vicious manner, then this whole matter would have been over with just a few words. However, after listening to Kin Hu's words, Jun Zai's killing intent was lit. Jun Zai's manner of conduct has never been about considering right or wrong. He would act on his own whim, deciding if someone was an ally or enemy in a heartbeat. After hearing Kin Hu's words, Jun Zai had resolved to not show any mercy to the Northern City Clan. Like father, like son. Who knows how many people would suffer under these men. Considering how both father and son were bastards, Jun Zai believed that killing them would be an act of helping heaven dispense justice, one that would earn great merit. The leader of the Tang family's bodyguards stood up. The other 3 men behind him followed suit, as their bodies all exuded a silver radiance. The 4 silver-leveled Chuan Kai experts stepped forward in tandem, their gaze akin to a sword. What kind of person is this Qin Hu? Qin Hu was momentarily shocked as he felt a powerful pressure converging upon him. His mind started thinking, his body channeling Chuan Kai, causing his body to glow with a golden radiance. He then retracted his arrogant demeanor and cautiously replied, "I am Qin Hu, the clan leader of the Northern City clan. May I ask whom might you be?" A gold-leveled Chuan Kai expert as the master of a clan, Qin Hu was certainly no ordinary person. However, this gold-leveled Chuan Kai expert's heart was currently thumping rapidly. Having witnessed the strength of the opposing side, the clan leader of the Northern City clan immediately changed his attitude. Naturally, he would not view those silver-leveled Chuan Kai experts highly. But the problem lied in the fact that these 2 brats actually having 4 silver-leveled experts as bodyguards. What could this mean? What kind of backing do these 2 have? Could it be that his son had once again provoked someone that he should not? A gold-leveled expert was indeed qualified to become a clan leader. Within the city, Qin Hu was considered to be quite the influential individual. However, the number of people that Qin Hu cannot afford to provoke remained substantial. Qin Hu recalled that not too long ago, his son had provoked a very handsome-looking young master by molesting a beautiful maid of the young master. Back then, the young master did not retaliate in any way. However, after night fell, all the senior members of the Northern City clan were captured. They were then transported into a secret location. As for Qin Hu, his Chuan Kai cultivation, which was at the peak of the gold level, ended up falling down 1 stage to the mid-stage of the gold level after being constantly beaten by them. His son, Qin Zairabao, on the other hand, had his Danshan broken and could no longer cultivate Chuan Kai. After 3 days and 3 nights, they were finally released. But the price of their freedom was to become the pawns of that young master. Even though he still does not know the identity of that person, Qin Hu knew that he was definitely a young master from one of the great families with sky-shaking authority. In the face of the influential nobles of the royal court, not even the average Earth Xuan-ranked expert could afford to provoke them. What more a mere gold-leveled Chuan Kai expert? Currently, the one standing before him had a posture which suggested that he was even more powerful than the mysterious young master. In addition, the flower boy seemed even more handsome compared to the mysterious young master. Could it be that both of them were those kinds of existences? Clan leader of the Northern City clan, Qin Hu, I have never heard of you before. Where did you come from, you trash, to think that you would dare act presumptuously here? Who am I? Someone like you would never have the qualifications to know, but today your son actually dared to offend our eldest young master Tang, an unforgivable sin. But our young master is a man of expansive and generous heart. After merely giving your son a light punishment, he decided to let your son off as a father. Not only should you feel grateful, you should have taken this opportunity to discipline your son instead. You brought your men to pin the blame on others. In addition, you also colluded with officials to capture these 2 young masters. Qin Hu, it seems you have quite a pair on you. The leader of the bodyguards stared at Qin Hu as he said in a slow, deep voice. Great articulation. Jun Zai secretly applauded. With just a few sentences, this bodyguard leader had thrown all the crimes onto Qin Zhairabao, giving no room for Qin Hu to refute. But that was not all. The highlight of his words were the part where he gave Fatty Tang's reputation a high-class landscaping. Just by considering his skill in blowing hot air, this man was certainly a talent, an absolutely great talent. The eldest young master of the Tang family, hearing those words, Qin Hu was nearly shocked to death. The one family he feared most at the current was none other than the Tang family. The reason was simple, a guilty conscience. Even though the mysterious young master was terrifying, ignorance is bliss. Qin Hu naturally feared the mysterious young master, but he did not know the identity or the extent of the mysterious young master's background. But the Tang family was a different matter. The Tang family was a renowned name in the whole city. For the Tang family to destroy his tiny, little northern city clan would be no different from child's play. Not to mention, he had previously followed the instructions of the mysterious young master to steal the Xuan core from the Tang family. As of now, the situation remained dire. Every day, he dreaded that the Tang family would appear before his doorstep, bringing the destruction of his northern city clan with it. Who could have guessed that his own son would end up provoking the eldest young master of the Tang family at this critical moment? What a self-defeating move. How was he supposed to live through this? At this moment, Qin Hu felt that he was about to faint. When faced against such dangerous people, one would normally hide themselves in a hurry. And yet his son actually ended up offending them. Even if you want to commit suicide, do you have to commit suicide in such a manner? Normal people would turn back after hitting into a brick wall, but why did his own son not turn away even after hitting a brick wall? Looking at his son, who was sprawled on the floor, blood splattered all over his body after being lightly punished by the eldest young master Tang, Qin Hu felt anger, worry and heartache. His northern city clan may not be a lightweight powerhouse, but when compared to the highly influential Tang family, it was no different from an ant compared to a tiger. This only son of his was simply too spoiled. Back then, he ended up losing his Xuan Tai cultivation due to the trouble he caused, losing half his life in the process. And yet, he did not keep that lesson in mind. It seemed that his life might well be forfeit this time around. However, the ones who were feeling dreadful were not only Qin Hu, but also those 4 officers. They had originally intended to help Master Qin relieve his anger and in the process earn a small fortune. How could they have guessed that the person would be young Master Tang? This was no longer a monetary problem, but a life and death problem. As for you scums of the government, you will all stay here for now and wait for your superior to come. I want to question them. Is this how the men from the Ministry of Justice conduct themselves, complying with the wishes of the underground gangs and oppressing the weak, common people, becoming a jackal for tigers, a servant of injustice? Tang Yuan gave the few officers with a deep, sinister stare. Each and every one of his words were morally just and righteous. However, these words should not have come out from Tang Yuan's mouth. It should have been directed at Tang Yuan instead. Zhang Zai, who was listening by the side, felt tempted to burst out in laughter. Fatty Tang sure had guts to call himself a weak, common people. The 4 officers' face became deathly pale as they turned to look at one another, their bodies swaying weakly as though it was about to fall. If Tang Yuan had shouted slightly louder, then these men would have been scared to death. Tang Yuan's father-in-law-to-be, Sun Cheng, was the vice minister of the Ministry of Justice, the one in charge of them all. Their superior was a subordinate of Sun Cheng. If their superior came and saw that they had colluded with the Northern City clan to deal with the son-in-law of the one above them. Just how much trouble would arise when that happened? These 4 bastards were as good as dead. These 4 officers were truly unfortunate. They had naturally heard of the eldest young Master Tang, but their positions were too low and were not able to meet him in person. As an exalted individual, Tang Yuan was someone whom they have only heard of. Today, however, was the day they found themselves slammed with his identity. It turns out that this person is the eldest young Master Tang. Please accept my apology. Qin Hu instantly shifted his facial expression into one of flattering smile. He clasped his hands together courteously as he saluted. This lowly one has eyes but failed to see. I have offended young Master Tang. I had even troubled young Master Tang to help in disciplining my son. This lowly one is deeply grateful and hopes that the immeasurably generous senior young Master Tang could show leniency. Tang Yuan held his nose up high and snorted, ignoring Qin Hu. He turned to face the 4 bodyguards and said, "This brat was being rough with me for no reason. There must a story behind it. I now suspect that there is a relation between the Northern City clan and the robbery case of my Tang residence. Bring this brat together and interrogate him properly." The 4 bodyguards acknowledged the order in unison, but their faces showed a pained expression. They thought to themselves, this matter was originally your fault to begin with. You bounced off your snot onto someone else's face, and then you beat that person to the point of death. Now his father had already apologized to you in such a humble manner, but instead you decide to accuse others of being a thief. This is just too much. These words were simply the result of Tang Yuan's vexed emotions, a way for him to vent his fury. He simply accused Qin Zhairabao of whatever he could think of. After all, Qin Zhairabao had offended him during the worst possible time. How would Tang Yuan just let him off the hook? How could Tang Yuan have known that this nonsensical accusation of his was just like a cat running into a dead mouse without any form of cunning or skill? He had actually caught the thief. Chapter 49 Extortion. Chapter 049 Extortion. Hearing Tang Yuan's words, Qin Hu felt as though his soul was suddenly shattered, cold sweat breaking out through his body. Oh my God, this situation was just akin to bumping into a ghost in the middle of the night. Anyone could see that Tang Yuan was blindly accusing, and yet his accusations had actually hit the bull's eye. What an extremely messed up son of a bitch. If his son somehow let out anything he should not. The amount of smart people within the Tang family was not to be underestimated. Zhang Zai was grinning sinisterly as he sat on the side. However, when Zhang Zai saw Qin Hu's face turning pale, his eyes glancing evasively, Zhang Zai felt surprised. Those words from Fatty Tang was simply his way to getting more in terms of reputation and benefits. Was there a need for Qin Hu to panic until such a degree? No matter how you cut it, Qin Hu was still a clan leader. Even though the Northern City clan was presently the weakest amongst the 6 great clans, surely Qin Hu had no need to be so fearful. In fact, depending on how Qin Hu dealt with this situation, he could actually use this opportunity to ingratiate himself with the Tang family, turning this into a great blessing. And yet, his current expression was one filled with guilt. Why so? Wait, guilt. Thinking about that, Zhang Zai's gaze towards Qin Hu changed, becoming more meaningful, his mind clicking into place. This lowly one's son was being rude. It is only fitting that he be disciplined. But, may I request the permission to first bring him back to treat his wounds before sending him to eldest young master's residence for disciplinary action? Naturally, Since this lowly one's son had caused eldest young master a fright, I will definitely compensate you to your satisfaction, even though he had been rendered fearful after what happened last time. As a clan leader with years of experience, Qin Hu was able to immediately recover. He proposed a compromising stance with a smile on his face. Tang Yuan gave out a hang and said, I would like to see just how you Northern City clan plan to compensate me. This sentence of his signified that he no longer wished to pursue this matter. Now that Fatty Tang has managed to keep his face, all he wanted was benefits as an experienced man. Qin Hu naturally understood Tang Yuan's intentions and replied in a grateful voice. I thank the great eldest young master for your mercy. I will certainly visit to thank eldest young master for your great kindness. Tang Yuan gave a light N and turned towards Zhang Zai. I no longer have a problem with you, but your son had earlier cursed third young master Zhang here. As long as third young master Zhang is willing, then you are free to go. Third young master Zhang. Qin Hu suddenly recalled this name. In the entire city, the infamous Zhang Moxie was the only one whom Tang Yuan would address as third young master Zhang. Not only did his son offend the eldest young master Tang, he also cursed the even more terrifying third young master Zhang. At this moment, Qin Hu was almost overwhelmed with an impulse to strangle his own son. If only Qin Zai Rabao was not his only heir. Zhang Zai looked at Qin Hu. His eyes flashed for a moment before fading instantly, his mind made up. Qin Hu and his son Qin Zai Rabao were both rude, overbearing, and arrogant in shielding their own mistakes. Zhang Zai could only imagine how many sins these two have committed today. If Qin Zai Rabao had not met Zhang Zai and Tang Yuan, and had instead met an ordinary person, would that person still be alive? Qin Hu, Qin Zai Rabao, facing such scums of society, letting them live would cause Zhang Zai discomfort. Allowing Northern City clan to survive would also cause Zhang Zai discomfort. Zhang Zai's killing intent had been provoked, but he was hesitant, mainly because he could feel that someone was secretly observing him in this building, noting his every move. He leaned back lazily upon the chair and lifted both his legs by force of habit. He pointed at Qin Hu's head with his finger. Qin Hu, after hearing your words earlier, I had originally intended to teach you a lesson, but seeing you show such a respect, I have decided to forget about it. I heard that your Northern City clan had opened no small number of casinos. I also hear that the Northern City clan is rolling in mountains of gold and silver every day. Truly prosperous. Staring at Qin Hu, Zhang Zai let out two cold sneers. Qin Hu, this young master shall observe how you handle your affairs. If you dare make me dissatisfied, then this young master can assure you that no one in your Northern City clan, regardless of age or gender, could live to see tomorrow's rising sun. Having said that, Zhang Zai bent his body. He approached Qin Hu's ears and smiled in a peculiar manner. However, if you can satisfy me, then you will get to enjoy some benefits. You might as well just say cough out as much money as you can. Was there any need to beat around the bush in such a long-winded manner? Qin Hu inwardly cursed, but was unable to do anything as the opposing side's influence was stronger than his. As a clan leader, he had to endure being abused by a young teenager. How humiliating nonetheless. Qin Hu dared not show the slightest hint of unhappiness. This was because it really would not take much for Zhang Zai to exterminate the Northern City clan. Wearing a smile on his face, Qin Hu promised that he would satisfy third young master Zhang. After having exhausted all his flattering words, Zhang Zai waved him off, allowing him to pick up his son and leave in a disheartened manner. Pooh, what a mood breaker, Tang Yuan fiercely spat out as he watched Qin Hu's leaving back. Third young master, the gifted scholars feast will be held tomorrow evening in the center island of Moondrop Lake. Are you going? I heard that there will be a lot of new stuff. Traditionally, Tangsing Kingdom will hold a gifted scholars feast during the annual autumn festival. This feast would be held during the evening in the center island of Moondrop Lake. The emperor would take this opportunity to have his ministers arrange for the first 10 gifted scholars from the Waxing Institute of Knowledge to appear. These 10 individuals were in fact the few handsome talents that were about to graduate and serve the royal court. Using this feast, their talents would be judged before being assigned to the appropriate positions. As such, this gifted scholars' autumn festival feast was no different from a platform for them to soar into the Dragon's Gate. A mere 10 places were certainly not enough for the thousands of scholars. This situation would cause an intense competition to arise among the scholars of Waxing Institute of Knowledge. This situation would also become the main focus of the masses. Even the great families would assign some men to attempt to approach these men into serving their family. In addition, these gifted scholars were mostly bachelors with a very promising future. Thus, some young ladies from various noble families would desire to select their future husbands from amongst them. Naturally, many others would choose to join in as well. With so many ladies from the noble families there, it was only natural for the debauchees like Tang Yuan and Jun Moxie to appear. In order to garner the attention of the beauties, they would end up competing with the gifted scholars in a battle of wit. However, each of these competitions would end with the debauchee side losing miserably. Such was the scenario each year. At the current, Tang Yuan asked with a look of excitement on his whole fat body. He obviously felt that this was an important matter, but whether they would be able to win was not something they dared to declare. The only thing that could be said was that it does not look optimistic. Gifted scholars feast, eldest young Master Tang, just look at the two of us. Do we look like gifted scholars? Zhang Zai rolled his eyes. It would be more accurate to call us rapeseeds. TL the pinyin for gifted scholars is Psi Z, while the pinyin for rapeseed is Psi Z. The difference between them is the way of pronunciation. The pinyin for fat seed is Phi Z. In his heart, Zhang Zai had to restrain himself from saying, with my delicate features, it may not be too far-fetched to be labeled a gifted scholar. But you, my dear brother, even calling you a rapeseed is inappropriate. For you, it would be more fitting to call you a fat seed. Nonsense, what gifted scholars, they are just a bunch of pedantic men bent on making profit. Do you remember that Xiao Chengsung who caused me to lose face in front of Miss Lai in last year's Gifted Scholars Autumn Festival feast? He was that one person who kept throwing various insults around. I immediately arranged for him to be employed by our Tang family. All I needed to do was promise him a high position and big salary for him to run over. Do you know which department he is in now? Tang Yuan said in a triumphant manner. Chapter 50. I am a bad guy. Happy New Year everyone. May the new year bring us heavenly fortune, health and joy. Chapter 050. I am a bad guy. Which department? Zhang Zai was very interested in this type of matter. Accessing his memories, he recalled that this Zhao Chengsung's family circumstances was only average. Even though he does possess the talent for learning, he was a power-hungry person. Externally, he gave off the portrayal of a lofty gentleman, but was in fact a subservient garbage. Back then, both him and Tang Yuan competed against one another for the sake of winning the favor of the young lady from Grand Preceptor Li's family. At the end of the day, none of the noble ladies took a fancy to him. How was it that Tang Yuan would suddenly become so generous as to accept this kind of person in this action simply does not match that of Tang Yuan's character. I first had him placed into the Ministry of State Revenue, then had my uncle find faults with him and had him transferred. After having him transferred several times, his only duty is to rub my back every time I take a bath, and wash my underwear and socks every day. The clothes of my lesser concubines are also his responsibility. Besides that, he has no other duties. Tang Yuan laughed viciously. If he had remained stubborn and quiet until the end, then I really would have no interest or reason to continue tormenting him. But this spineless guy actually tried to act high and mighty in front of me, saying things like scholar with distinguished and admirable reputation. Pooh, that son of a bitch, since he wanted to tear out the skirts of Grand Preceptorless residents, I will just let him wash skirts every day. Tang Yuan's uncle was the outer minister for the Ministry of State Revenue. Something like demoting a new person was naturally an easy thing for him to do. PFFT Jun Zai spat out a mouthful of tea onto Tang Yuan's face and coughed. Your uncle sure could listen to you, eldest young Master Tang. Don't you think this action of yours is too demeaning? No matter how you cut it, he is still a gifted scholar, and a graduate of Wanxing Institute of Knowledge to boot, a person with some capabilities. This kind of action is simply too insulting. Too insulting, third young master. I cannot agree with these words of yours. What type of qualifications do those people have? They are nothing more than a bunch of bookworms. So what if they managed to learn the heavenly way of bringing peace and prosperity to the country from their books? They only know how to debate about it on paper, but have no desire to utilize it, causing that knowledge to rot within them. Having a great deal of knowledge does not equate having a great deal of ability. Most importantly, it does not equate having a great character with just a glib mouth. How can one be considered a talent? These men have no significance at all. Wanxing Institute of Knowledge, what an exaggerated reputation in the long history of Tangxing Kingdom. How many famed individuals hailed from the Wanxing Institute of Knowledge? Pu Tang Yuan let out a small laugh, and patted Jun Zai on the shoulder. Third young master, neither of us can be considered good materials. Hold it, what do you mean neither of us can be considered good materials? Listening to Tang Yuan, Jun Zai had originally agreed with him again and again, secretly applauding. He deeply agreed with this perspective when those students who graduated with top scores from the examination-oriented education entered the workforce, which had withstood the test of time. They would amount to nothing, as their knowledge and eloquence would be of not much use. They would be no different from a newly weaned baby, similar in all aspect. Unexpectedly, Tang Yuan actually possessed such a kind of perspective. As Jun Zai was feeling refreshed from hearing those words, Tang Yuan unexpectedly changed the subject, causing him to feel shocked. The difference between those two subjects were as vast as the difference between heaven and earth, north and south. This difference was simply too astonishing. What I meant was, neither one of us are good men, Tang Yuan laughed out. However, third young master, no matter how wicked we may be, even if we are to go out and do harm every day, how many people in this vast city can we harm? 1,000 people would already be considered an accomplished number, don't you think? However, look at Xiao Changsung, a spineless bastard with nothing but rot festering within him. If someone like him were to be appointed as an official, then one wicked action from him is enough to cause harm to countless commoners, not to mention, after causing a calamity for the people here, he would just move to another place and repeat his actions. As long as the royal court does not decapitate him, he would continue causing harm to others by the time he gets decapitated. How many people would have suffered under him if we are to compare him with the two of us combined? Which one is the true evil? Tang Yuan suddenly became resentful after saying all that. That is why this senior would choose to disgrace those shameless things. What gifted scholars, a bunch of sons of bitches. At any rate, anyone who dares to claim to be a gifted scholar in front of this senior will be flattened to their death. As long as these hypocritical gifted scholars fall into my hands, they can forget about squirming their way out. Zhang Zai laughed loudly. Well said, Fatty Tang. This is the first time this senior heard you say something that could satisfy me to this extent. Well said indeed. Just by what you have said earlier, I shall toast this cup to you. This toast was one Zhang Zai had given truthfully from the bottom of his heart. Tang Yuan's words just now have won over Zhang Zai's heart. For Zhang Zai, who had transmigrated over, a man of two worlds, the number of people that qualify for Zhang Zai's toast were probably no more than 3. For Tang Yuan to be able to receive this toast from Zhang Zai showed how much fortune he has. Tang Yuan was the first person to receive a toast from Zhang Zai in this world. After having drunk down this cup, it meant that Zhang Zai had already approved of Tang Yuan. Even though he was a debauchee, he was a true villain with a true character. Zhang Zai had always acted on his whims. Even if everyone condemned someone he favored, he would still drink together with that person. Even if everyone applauded someone he disliked as a saint, he would still ignore that person. At this moment, Fatty Tang has no understanding towards the extent of value that this cup of wine contained. Naturally, he would never have predicted that due to this cup of wine, he would be able to survive from several calamities. He would be saved from situations of life and death by Zhang Zai. However, that story would come later. Tang Yuan gulped down the cup of wine in one go, his small eyes gazing around. I know what kind of person I am. I do not have good looks. I like to gamble. I like to fight. Bullying people makes me feel good. When I see beautiful ladies, I must say some flowery words to relieve my boredom. I have a bad heart, but I also have the courage to be bad. I am a bad guy, but I am one who does bad things in broad daylight. As the saying goes, when a lady is beautiful, everyone would turn their heads. If a woman is beautiful, everyone would want to look at her longer. If you do not let us look at you, then is there any bloody reason to you being born beautiful? If some beautiful lady from some bloody good family notices me looking at them like this, they would surely run away and hide. On the other hand, I too will have no interest in pursuing a dead end. But those who choose to continue standing there to tempt me even after seeing the way I look at them, can they be considered good? And yet, they actually dared to tell others that I am a detestable, unforgivable baddie. Look at those hypocrites. When they see a beautiful lady, they would quickly lower their heads to bow, showing a look of virtue and piousness. But after the lady turned away, they would quickly raise their heads to stare at that lady's big ass while salivating, secretly desiring fleshly pleasures. Pooh, that is a gifted scholar for you, a gifted scholar with cock for brains. With such a kind of gifted scholar, I yearn for the day I can eradicate them all. After having vented his opinions, Fatty Tang became depressed, pouring one cup of wine after another, gulping each one down without reserve. His hands never stopped moving as he consumed more wine. Even though the wine was light and weak in strength, the amount of consumption and his feelings of sadness eventually caused him to become drunk. His eyes became vacant as his head swayed back and forth, eventually unable to hold on and falling face first into the hot bowl of fish soup. He wailed and woke up with a start. Jun Zai looked at Tang Yuan, who had fish soup dripping awkwardly from his face, and made up his mind. Since I have decided to have Qin Hu and his son dealt with, I might as well hand this matter over to the Tang family. Considering how desperate Grandfather Tang must be after losing his precious treasure, he would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let off one criminal. Not to mention my current state of strength is still lacking, and the men I am training still cannot be sent out. If Grandpa were to come out to do it, it would cause a big ruckus. Very well, I will go with this way. This is the only way to successfully resolve this important matter. Getting rid of a bunch of garbage cannot even be considered an important matter. Jun Zai did not want to mobilize the Jun family forces for one reason. The Xuan Core was a terrifyingly vast whirlpool of problems. Even though Qin Hu's expression was not enough to guarantee that he was connected to the theft of the Xuan Core, should it ever happen that he was connected to the theft, the Jun family's actions of exterminating Northern City Clan would be tantamount to admitting their guilt in this matter. They would end up with a foot in a huge pit of mud for all to see. The Tang family, on the other hand, have no such concerns. Fatty Tang, since we have eaten our fill, what do you say we get a change in scenery? I feel that the Red Joy establishment is quite clean and quiet. What do you think? Jun Zai was obviously intending to do something evil, but instead put on a pious appearance. Red Joy establishment, that is certainly a clean and quiet place, a very, very good place. Tang Yuan's eyes brightened and he emerged from his drunken stupor, his face twisting with desire. Har, third young master, you are a true friend. Come, let's head there immediately. It just so happened that these few days have caused me no small amount of frustration. I am truly in need of some clean and quiet place. He impatiently stood up, his belly falling all the way down to his thigh. Jun Zai observed Tang Yuan with a straight face and wondered inwardly. He was having a hard time imagining how he intended on proceeding after entering the Red Joy establishment. Could it be that he would use both hands to prop up his belly? But if he does not, it would be really hard to proceed. What a headache. Chapter 51. Do you want? Chapter 051. Do you want? Sponsored chapter by Anonymous. Thank you for the support. The both of them descended from the floor. It was not that Jun Zai did not want to start his plans here, but his senses told him that someone was observing him in this building. This feeling made him uncomfortable. Thus, he had suggested going to the quiet Red Joy establishment. After Jun Zai and Tang Yuan had left the floor, a voice sounded out within a private lounge in the building. Brother Lai, they have left. What are your thoughts? A gentle voice replied. This Tang Yuan could be considered someone with quite the insight, but that is his only worth. He is too much of a debauchee. Even if someone like him harbors any ill intentions towards us, he would take actions against us in broad daylight. Thus he is of no concern. As for Jun Moxie, his actions today seemed to differ from what I have heard. Within the tone was a deep feeling of concern. Oh, according to Brother Lai, there is something wrong with that little Jun brat, the first voice replied in a doubtful voice. However, this brat seemed to be the same frivolous and greedy person. You can see it just now. He was even extorting Qin Hu to that extent. This brat's appetite is quite something. I did not expect that he would ask for all of the casinos of Northern City Clan. Har, what nonsense. Is he not afraid of choking on them? There are some matters that you are not aware of. This is not the only time that Jun Moxie had acted strangely. Something is definitely not right here. Get Lai Yan on this matter. Tell him to inform Qin Hu. Go to Jun Moxie tomorrow afternoon. Kin who must note down every single word that Jun Moxie say without missing anything. After that, arrange it properly and send it to me. I need to analyze this matter properly. This second person mused as his fingers lightly tapped the table. Recalling Jun Zai's actions earlier, he shook his head from the way he talks to the way he acts. He is obviously just a typical debauchee. Why would I feel something strange from it? Was I simply being too sensitive? No, it is better to be safe than sorry. In the next few days, try to find an excuse to meet Jun Moxie, the brother Lai slowly said. There have been reports stating that this brat have been spending the past few days undergoing intense death-defying training at home. There has been quite a few of these reports, making me feel apprehensive. Go check it out and see if it is true. You want me to go meet Jun Moxie? The other person replied in a reluctant tone. His tone seemed to imply that the act of meeting Jun Moxie was something extremely shameful. A shame born of being seen together with this kind of debauchee. You are still so arrogant. This arrogance will be your undoing. The brother Lai raised his head, his features delicate. He was none other than Lai Yoren. Even though those words were spoken lightly, the other person suddenly broke out with cold sweat. I understand. I will return to make the arrangements. Good. When that happens, I will be there to observe. I will see just what is Jun Moxie planning, Lai Yoren lightly said. By the way, brother Lai, I received news that the second may be making a move these few days. It seems he is already becoming impatient. However, it is uncertain if his target is the third or Princess Lingmang. Our source is being very careful. We have no more news. Lai Yoren gave out a hang with a gentle voice. Slowly lowering his voice, he replied, the second is being quite the fool. Whoever chooses to make a move at this time would be the one to fall. And for now, we shall only observe at the sidelines. Not doing anything would be the best action for now. But Princess Ling Meng is the one you fancy. The other person seemed fearful of continuing his sentence. No matter, in the end, she is just a woman. If her life is the price I have to pay to cause a river of blood to flow from the first, second, and third, then I would gladly wish for it, Lai Yoren gently replied as he maintained a calm demeanor, though an absolute aura of coldness seeped out from him. In the face of a historical great cause, a mere woman Hete is of no concern. The lounge area became quiet. On the road, Jun Zai was seated as far as possible from Tang Yuan within the carriage, trying hard to maintain himself. Enduring the stench of fat coming off Fatty Tang's body was no easy feat. Even for someone who was the king of assassins of his generation, Jun Zai felt as though he may not be able to hold on. Jun Zai opened the carriage curtains to let the air in. Fatty Tang, from what you have told me, it seems like you have been suffering quite miserably at home. Tang Yuan, who originally looked enthusiastic, slumped down. He waved his hand as he feebly replied, Third young master, if you consider yourself my brother, then do not bring this up again. Once I think about it, I get the urge to just hang myself. How could I be so unlucky? You do not see others being hit by such a kind of circumstance. But why is it that this keeps happening to me again and again? Third young master, I really am unlucky. Then, do you want to rid yourself of this problematic situation? Jun Zai gave out a sinister laughter, tempting Tang Yuan. Of course I want. Why would I not want? Only a real bastard would not want to, but this is not a matter that can be easily resolved. Tang Yuan scratched his head, his expression making his face look older. Don't say things like easy or difficult. All I am asking is whether you want to rid yourself of this miserable life, Jun Zai asked, as he led the fish towards the bait. his eyes staring at Fatty Tang. I really want, Tang Yuan burst out with excitement. Third young master, could it be you have a plan? I do not have many plans, but I do have a few tricks. And any of these tricks will be enough for you to escape from your current predicament. Are you interested? John Zai chuckled as he shook his legs. I am interested, third young master, my dear brother John, Uncle John, ancestor, please tell me quickly. I really cannot take any more of this. At this moment, Tang Yuan felt as though he had grasped onto a life-saving straw. He became excited, panting for breath and almost bursting into tears. Today, we saw how arrogant that Northern City clan was, did we not? In addition, they also made you feel very unhappy, did they not? John Zai mentioned, while laughing lightly. Unhappy? Those two sons of bitches made me really vexed. If not for the fact that there is a problem back at home, I would have already exterminated them. When he comes to send money tomorrow, I will not even go meet him. Tang Yuan shook his head. Third young master, quick, tell me what your plan is. Why did you bring up these two rubbish for? Is this not our method? Tang Yuan, I am certain that not many people are aware that a burglary happened at your home, am I right? John Zai smiled. There are many who knew that our house was robbed. Having items stolen was no big deal, but the information of what was stolen is something that nobody else knows. If people were to find out that a 9th level Xuan core was stolen from our house, then my family would become a laughing stock for everyone. Externally, we only announced that we are chasing after some runaway slaves and some enemies, Tang Yuan mumbled. He was becoming confused as to what kind of solution John Zai was trying to give him. But if my guess is correct, Qin Hu is aware of all that. John Zai shook his legs again. You may have noticed earlier, but when you mentioned that something was stolen from your Tang family, Qin Hu's face became flustered, his body seemingly breaking out in sweat. In truth, there was only a slight change in Qin Hu's eyes, whereas his face showed no change. As for the sweat, that was non-existent. However, Fatty Tang was not paying attention and could no longer remember. You mean Qin Hu is connected to this matter? Tang Yuan instantly stood up, his body straight, his small eyes turning round. The importance of what John Zai had just said was too big. Any mistakes were simply unacceptable. If this were just something ordinary, then Tang Yuan would simply believe in anything the young Master John said. Fatty, you are overthinking things. It does not matter if he has any connection to this matter or not. What matters is if you think he has any connection to this matter. All you have to do is go back and tell your grandfather that Qin Hu and the Northern City clan might be connected to this matter. That way, no matter what happens, regardless of whether Northern City clan has any connection with this matter, the miserable situation that you are in will be lessened by quite a bit. John Zai laughed sinisterly. Besides, we are not accusing him for no reason. That flustered look on his face back then was certainly not false. If he was not feeling guilty, would he show such a face? But if my grandfather finds out that if Qin Hu was not involved, then would I not end up in bigger trouble? Tang Yuan hesitated. Chapter 52 Tang Yuan's Confidential Report. Chapter 052 Tang Yuan's Confidential Report. Regular chapter. Even if Qin Hu was not involved, wouldn't this prove that you are trying your best to help solve this matter? Considering how much you are trying to repent and help out, I believe your grandfather would not be so harsh on you. Besides, all you need to do is insist that Qin Hu is a major suspect. With your grandfather's current state, he will certainly spare no effort in determining the truth of this matter. When that happens, It no longer mattered if Qin Hu is involved or not. At the same time, you would have helped the common people by exterminating a source of calamity. Think about it. Why should you not do it? Reel him in. You are right, my grandfather placed a great value on that item. As long as he gets hold of a clue, he would immediately mobilize everything. Tang Yuan thought out loud. However, this matter needs to be done properly, otherwise my future days would be extremely miserable. Very well, I will follow your plan. The more he considered it, the more he believed that this was a wonderful plan. Tang Yuan eventually became impatient and said, "Third young master, how about if I let my men send you over to Red Joy establishment so that you can enjoy the quietness there? I need to go back quickly to report to my grandfather. Otherwise, if grandfather finds out that I went to visit a brothel after finding out about this instead of reporting to him first, my situation will become even worse. It is indeed not a suitable thing to do. Since you have something going on, how could I have the mood to go to the brothel? I will just play around." Zhang Zai laughed. "Fatty Tang, congratulations, you are about to obtain freedom." Tang Yuan smiled wide, akin to the Buddha matriarch. "This is all thanks to brother's advice." After declining Tang Yuan's offer to escort him back, Zhang Zai descended from the carriage and the both of them parted ways. Observing Tang Yuan's carriage moving away, Zhang Zai's face revealed a smile. If the Tang family were to take action, what should his next step be? The Xuan core was resting within his hands, and yet he had no clue on how to utilize it. How should he solve this problem? Should I spread the news of this item out to attract some high-ranked experts into Tangxing City? In this vast world, there are many capable people. Surely some among them would know what I need. However, this matter needs to be concealed from Grandpa and Third Uncle. With Grandpa's upright and honest nature, Third Uncle's straightforward character, they would probably want to return it to the Tang family. In addition, if any slip of the tongue were to occur, then the resulting trouble would be huge. It would be better from me to tell them after using the Xuan core on Third Uncle or Grandpa. That is right, I will hand them a done deal. That way, we can silently prosper. The divine powers that Zhang Zai has was the result of practicing the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, and was fundamentally different from the cultivation of Xuan Kai. Zhang Zai believed correctly that this highly coveted Xuan core was of no use to him. However, even though the Xuan core was of no use to his practice of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, it could still help him in other areas. Unfortunately, this newbie still had no idea. Furthermore, should he attend the Gifted Scholars Autumn Festival feast tomorrow? He thought about it while walking onwards. After walking for who knew how far, he finally decided. Feeling around for his flying knives, he sighed. After the confrontation that occurred last time, he had understood that the self-made flying knives were not very effective against the Xuan Kai experts of this world. Even though the opponent was merely a silver Xuan expert, the flying daggers ended up being broken and bent. What would happen if the opponent was at the gold Xuan or jade Xuan level? When thinking about such a possibility, Zhang Zai broke out in cold sweat. The one thing he could be certain of was that with the current quality of iron, the flying knives produced were insufficient against a highly capable master. At least, it did not have the ability to inflict fatal wounds. Since Zhang Zai's strength has yet to be improved to a great level, he must first create several weapons for him to defend himself. At the very least, the projectile weapons he has must be able to penetrate the defensive strength of a Jade Xuan expert's body. This was also Junzai's minimum requirement. However, normal iron would not be sufficient in this regard. Junzai continued forward with his head lowered as he made his way to the divine weapons store. In order to acquire high-quality materials for his self-made flying knives, the divine weapons store may be the only place within Tingsing Kingdom where he could find it. By Junzai's calculations, the best material available here would be mysterious iron. Cold iron would be an acceptable replacement if need be. If all else fails, then he would need to resort to fine steel. After parting ways with Junzai, eldest young master Tang Yuan excitedly rushed back home. Once he arrived, he immediately requested an audience with his grandfather. For the past few days, Grandfather Tang had been feeling extremely irritable. In addition to having his one pride and joy, the Xuan core stolen, there was also no news or leads regarding the case. This made him even more furious. His mind kept thinking back towards Tang Yuan. If not for this debauchy brat's mess with the gambling incident, this would never have happened. The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. He eventually decided to order the servants to summon Tang Yuan here so that he can vent out his fury. Just as he was calling out, a servant suddenly came in to report that the eldest young master was seeking an audience. He became surprised. Disregarding the current situation, meeting this brat was hard even on normal days. These days, Tang Yuan would hide as much as he could, and yet he suddenly had the guts to come forward himself. Could it be that he has gone mad from the scolding? Bring him in. After thinking for a bit, he added, "Bring in the iron abacus." Right after he entered, the first thing Tang Yuan saw was the iron abacus, causing his face to turn bitter. What kind of vile problem is it this time? Grandfather Tang was very angry as he asked. His chin indicated the iron abacus, signaling for Tang Yuan to kneel on it before saying anything. How could he not understand his own grandson? The only reason Tang Yuan would request to meet him would be if he had caused an insoluble problem. If not for this, Tang Yuan would never ever come to him. Tang Yuan's face were filled with bitterness as he sadly knelt down, his belly falling all the way to the ground, causing a clear sound to be heard. What happened? Looking at the belly of his grandson reaching the ground, he found himself unable to become angry. Would it hurt you to lose some weight, or have you resigned yourself to becoming a pig? Tang Yuan was originally excited as he thought of making a huge contribution. But after receiving such a kind of treatment, he became dejected. Looking at his own belly, he solemnly replied, "It is not like I wanted to be this fat. Having received your scolding for the past few days, I could not even eat properly. But, even if I only drink water, enough. Just tell me why you came here." Grandfather Tang felt angry and yet felt like laughing. "Don't talk nonsense. Just what kind of trouble did you cause this time?" "Grandpa, Tang Yuan suddenly became excited as he thought of what Jun Moxie said about him being free from this miserable circumstance. Unable to help himself, he stood up, ignoring the furious expression on his grandfather's face. "Grandpa, I think I may have found a lead on the stolen Xuan core." Grandfather Tang, who was originally about to become enraged and planned to have Tang Yuan kneel down again, became surprised. His eyes bulged widely as he ignored what happened earlier. "Quick, spit out what you know." Ever since the day the Xuan core was stolen, grandchild has been plagued with worry day and night. For the past few days, I devoted all my concern, my mind and skill into this matter. I threw both my heart and soul into it as I racked my brains to think and analyze what happened. I drained myself of mind and body to pore through all possibilities carefully, ensuring that I squeeze every last effort I could muster. Tang Yuan showed a sincere expression on his face, as though he had decided to turn over a new leaf and become a better person. Stop, 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 grandfather, Tang shouted angrily. Would you prefer to kneel down on that before telling me what happened? He pointed at the iron abacus. Tang Yuan became startled. Today, I went out looking for clues. Then, in the drunken immortal establishment, I met the Northern City clan leader Qin Hu's son, Qin Zirabao. That Qin Zirabao was being arrogant and overbearing as he bullied the innocent commoners. Seeing this, grandchild could not help but become angry. Due to grandpa's teachings, grandchild was unable to put up with his despicable ways. The anger in my heart rose to the heavens, and the winds accompanied me as I stepped forward to fight in the name of righteousness and to save the weak. When chancing upon injustice, one must take up arms to offer assistance, fighting for the sake of righteousness with a heroic heart, for the people and for the country. After that, Qin Hu brought a number of men to make a fuss, but when he found out it was me, he panicked. Tang Yuan's ability to flaunt his own actions were truly extraordinary. Every word he uttered painted him in good light. Nonsense! Who is Qin Hu? Does he have the ability to provoke us? How can he not panic? Is this your so-called lead, grandfather? Tang scoffed out. What kind of nonsensical lead is this? And here I was actually putting hope into the words of this useless grandson of mine. Hearing Tang Yuan's words of self-praise, grandfather Tang's face had turned black and swollen from anger. Grandpa, if Qin Hu had panicked right from the start, then I would understand. But he actually did not show any such reaction at the beginning. It was only after I mentioned that a theft had happened in our house that Qin Hu's expression changed, as though he had met a ghost. Tang Yuan put on the air of a master detective as he slowly deduced. Externally, everyone believes that only money and jewelry were stolen from our house. This was the reason we gave to seek out the thieves. Under such circumstances, this matter would have no relations with Qin Hu at all. So, why then would he show such a shocked expression? Grandchild believes that there is something odd within all this. It might even be possible that Qin Hu was the one who committed this crime. End Vol 1 Part 1.